into it for a little bit and use her as an item holder for static shiv, that is completely shut off if he ends up slamming things like that Archangel staff, which I think some people would be tempted to do in his position.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that when you're not going to be fighting for a hefty win streak, that's one of the big questions: is why use your items at that point? How much impact is it going to have on saving some of that HP? And I've always liked the way that Dish Soap plays. I have found that he is not really a player who I think tries to compound the interest on a lot of positions. He's using the tools that he has to kind of fill in the gap when it comes to something that's missing. You right now have an augment that's buying you experience effectively. Why waste your gold on that?
Well, you do eventually want to. It's just that right now it would mess up some of his odds, and he's not in a position to streak. I think ultimately that's what is the deciding factor. For example, we saw a player very briefly. I believe it was not just Dish Soap, but Robin Songs also picked Hyperbolic Time Chamber. That means that
Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Hyperbolic Time Chamber.
6 early in stage 2. That's more what Robin Songs is going to do. So Dish Soap scouting, recognizing that this very, very unlikely is able to streak. So I think that's partially why I like that decision a lot.
Being split on 2-1s here, Dan, I want to ask you a big question.
Oh, I'll be sad if
really
Blitzcrank is able to tank this.
How that you want to choose augments. You know, we're taking a look at Kindle Gem's board. They're picking up Blitzcrank carry at the start of things. I think this is a very strong augment to take because you're getting a Guardian Stoneplate and a very hefty frontliner to boot. But what kind of 2s really navigate that angle where you're saying, you know what, I'd much rather have a 2-cost hero augment.
Is it an Ash reroll?
1-cost hero one.
Can you actually play Ash reroll with Blitzcrank?
Levels, different kinds of play styles. What's really going to be your deciding factor when you're looking?
Yeah, you can. Why not?
I mean, it depends on really your opening.
Oh my god, he almost won. He almost fucking won. With the fucking
example, you're looking at the
Blitzcrank fucking augment,
which was taken by Kyvix. Oh, sorry, was that
he almost won.
It was the Pantheon augment that enabled Lulu reroll. Kyvix has a tier already, which makes it feel like it's a lot easier to lead into Lulu reroll, which is going to be the strongest 1-cost reroll that you'll be seeing all weekend long, at least the highest power level if you're able to get to that ceiling. So I think it's often determined based off your items, potentially off of the units you already have. Sometimes you have the good items, but let's say you have like an Anima squad offered, but you have 0 Anima squad. That's often like a situation you're trying to avoid as well.
Taking a look at Robin's side of the board, also having Hyperbolic Time Chamber here. But Robin tends to play that more aggressive style where he's going to push levels.
How much points does Robin have?
Any kinds of streaks that he can. He's starting off with a 2-loss streak here, but now it feels like he's kind of going the other direction. I'd say that with Robin, this is a plan that is pretty much set in stone at this point. The player almost always plays for tempo. I mean, can you imagine a game where Robin Songs hasn't played for tempo? I don't feel like I've even seen that from him.
He tries to avoid it if he can. I mean, when you're saying like if there's an opportunity for Robin to play loose streak, it has to be a really good reason for Robin to want to do so. Like underground on 2-1 territory. Otherwise, Robin will try to push levels, will try to get the advantage. We'll see whether or not paid off. There's a spatula available for anybody that wants it. Neither player's going for it. Just so we saw him open with Rod Tier, goes for a bow, very likely going to be aiming for a static shiv and leaning into it. Kyvix completes that blue buff. Last pick spatula available for either players, which opens up some worlds of possibility. Now, the thing about spatulas, in my opinion, is that spatulas off carousels have become quite dangerous ever since they re-changed the item distribution system where everyone's on equal number of components. Unless you take a spatula that's incredibly necessary, you're looking at if you want to go vertical infinity, for example, and capitalize off that hex or something along those lines, you have to be very mindful that you're going to be down a potential complete item. There's been so many situations where I've seen a lot of my favorite streamers and players, and even myself included, pick up a spatula, make a spatula emblem, like, oh, I have an Oxforce emblem. And all of a sudden, I feel like, why do I have no damage items for things like my Twisted Fate and Nico when time comes to it? And I look around, I was like, ah, that's right. It's because I took that spatula off the carousel and I wasted 2 components for something that wasn't a meaningful power spike.
You're going to look at Guard Chompro's board on a 3 streak right now, sitting level 5. As a 2-star Blitzcrank with a free stone plate.
Bro, that is a tanky ass fucking Blitzcrank. What the fuck?
Guard Chompro has come in with.
Wait, hold up. Is this? Hold up. What's his AI?
Tournament so far, 24 points is where he's sitting at right now. And one of the biggest things I feel like I got from Guard Chompro.
Okay, good.
I felt like his stage 2 right now.
I thought his AI.
Very strong.
I thought his AI was healing mana AI.
I feel like that stage 2 is almost at the peak of its importance in this set compared to where it's been in the past.
He hit a Warwick. He hit a Warwick. I repeat, he hit a Warwick.
Well, but also finding massive units to put in play
crazy.
right away. This just feels like the ultimate situation for a player like Garchompro. You see this board, I feel like you should be afraid right now.
you should be afraid right now. Yes, I am very afraid. If this guy goes anything but top 4,
He's stacking the Warwick maximum HP early already with bow, cloak, and glove. 3 of the best composers you could possibly play around Warwick.
This is the bonus.
Pro has done it again.
This is the bonus, not the precedent to having that strong stage 2. It's when you have
what is his AI?
And you're getting lucky. Like
his entire team. I know it's entire team buff.
Can pilot these well in addition to having their game plan, in addition to having this.
Yeah, it's an entire team buff. So what is it?
I feel like almost anyone who's
every 5 seconds your whole team gets something.
Oh, absolutely. And
it's not mana. It's definitely not gold.
Gaining 18 power per 5 seconds. That does give the advantage early game. So Garchompro loses because he has a scaling defensive admin and JD has a scaling offensive one, which is better at this stage of the game. So well done to JD. And we'll see how much both of these admin players can leverage their early lead.
He's playing Lulu reroll, but he has 1 Lulu.
JD. We have
that can be good.
Players out there who still believe Hacker LeBlanc is quite strong. It does require you to have a specific setup. The admin has to be good. You want to have a good augment for it for your hero. We'll see whether or not he ends up leaning into that, but don't be so surprised if we end up seeing some Hacker action.
Oh, this is really good. He has Gunblade?
And he's found himself at 11 points for this one. It
is
a rough spot where you're going to need 2 big finishes. But I'd say for Kyvix, honestly, that kind of just sets a bar of what direction you're supposed to take. I feel like
got 2 jacks.
Not afraid of the circumstance. Has really exhibited little to no fear in almost any spot whatsoever. But finding yourself with 1 Lulu.
All right, let's go. Lulu reroll. Let's go. Let's go.
This is a
time to roll.
3-1 for Kyvix right now.
He hit it so many. He has so many. He needs Lulu though.
Oh, he doesn't have to hit super hard. He's supposed to be stable, and having Lulu.
He does not have Lulu 2.
So the question will be.
He does not have Lulu 2. Tamil Lulu 2.
Struggling in the standings currently.
Anyo, hello.
22nd out of 24. Still unable to even find Lulu 2. This is not.
His Lulu 2 is just non-existent.
The
1 sec.
The anvil and doesn't even get a strong component to play around. The strongest would be the gloves. We could potentially make something.
Wait, Masad, do you want to watch this?
Gauntlets.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay. I was like, if you don't want to watch it, maybe I should just shut up.
Sure what Kyvix is thinking about right now. Potentially.
He does not have Gunblade. That's not right.
It's Garchomp who has QSS and Edge of Night already slammed. This is a filthy start for both of our admin players.
Yeah, this is. I feel like this lobby is about to get real tough, real quick, and I don't feel like it's going to be across the board. I feel like it's going to be a canyon between the top.
Pandora's bench. That's a little bit too late. That's too late. Titan Titans.
Augments for this one. You can either take the extra HP.
CB is also good too.
Bench.
Titan Titans.
Really strong, and I'd say that additional HP right now is looking pretty fantastic. When your 3-1 roll was as weak as this one shaped it to be.
This is terrible. Now this is starting to get to the point where I'm worried.
He has no Lulu 2. His Lulu is not 2-star.
He's investing a lot of his.
He has 6 Pantheons and 6 game plays in his board. That's his strongest board. That can be right.
Some things he's not hitting the right things at this moment. He doesn't even have.
What'd you say?
Is he playing Sona?
He's playing Lulu. He's playing Lulu reroll. Besides, he doesn't have Lulu.
No way, he can't.
Than anything else at the moment.
The reason why is because when Lulu reroll hits 3-star, the stabilization of this comp at stage 4 is really powerful. So, but that's if he hits Lulu 3.
So,
but,
I mean, already level 5 with 2 Lulus.
He has enough time.
Yeah.
At this point, Kyvix might be thinking about playing for different placements, but I think that personally, Kyvix's tournament position is so dire because he's 22nd place at 11 points.
I mean, his out would be Sona if he doesn't hit Lulu.
Going for Pandora's bench and trying to roll into that Lulu 3.
But he probably wants to see a Pantheon 3 and then maybe GP 3 and then go from there.
Or isn't like Diego broken right now?
He leveled to 6 and lost.
I mean, yeah, with Jin.
Looks like he was
with Renegade with Jin.
Of going into Hacker LeBlanc, but seems to have moved away because he has.
After this game, I'm gonna go get pizza.
An early Aurelion Sol, and JD showing flexibility with his game plan, saying yes, it's very nice to be able to get things like the Hack of LeBlanc and potentially have an unconventional old, I put that in quotation marks, composition come back to the forefront. But Aurelion Sol, you hit it in stage 3 and you have items for it, you're oftentimes playing Aurelion Sol.
I feel like it's tough to not play Aurelion Sol at this point. The fact that this champion has come in to be such a strong factor in 8.5 versus in set 8, the fact that you have it early, if you're not putting this on your board when you got AP items, I feel like...
Boom, 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 boom. Okay, just kill one unit.
Yeah, right now Aurelion Sol is considered by many to be the most powerful 4-cost AP carry in the game.
罗宾哥哥好棒棒，罗宾哥哥死掉了。Okay.
But it really depends on what trees you're.
Wait, what the fuck is Robin's spot?
Also as a fallback.
Wait, I didn't see his spot.
More towards, let's say, this Mech Samira, Sure Shot, Angle, AD, and it's like if I get AP items.
Kendall Jim just got a Warwick.
Which is what has made Aesol so powerful. No traits required, just simply a threat and some items to get him started.
You can look at items on the right side, and I'm noticing a major trend for a lot of this right now, which is Warmogs and Stoneplate.
There's Warmog, Stoneplate, there's Warmog, 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 Warmog. There's Stoneplate, 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 Stoneplate. Huh?
So we have a few free Stoneplate gargoyles, but also it just goes to show you that a lot of people have generally understood that Blitzcrank is such an efficient tank. Taking a look at another admin check here from Kindle Gem. Every 5 seconds, your team gets attack speed is something worth considering, given that he's trying to scale off of Laser Core. Not entirely sure
one thing I do not like about the NA regionals is that they don't tell you their admin.
At the moment. I'm not sure if you saw anything.
And it's kind of
I
annoying.
think that if you're going to lean towards Laser Core, that permanent HP feels great. Now, my concern with leaning Laser Core is that we have 2 rods sitting on the bench. It feels like without Mordekaiser, that's going to be a little bit tough to use. Like maybe you can just dip an Aurelion Sol on your board and hope that splash damage is going to come into effect here. Deathcap's been slammed onto Morgana.
He's probably going to play Twisted Fate, right?
I think Morgana is a totally fine unit to have on your board for a considerable amount of time. This is like the bootleg Mordekaiser for what Laser Core wants to do.
Bootleg Mordekaiser.
It's got a powerful effect. It's got some CC involved with it. It's doing a lot of utility while also doing some damage.
What does this still play? He has admin heart.
It's all about is just
Crest.
having consistent heavy damage across the entire fight.
Yeah, I think one unit that people don't play around at all, not exactly as often as I think they should at least, is Twisted Fate in Laser Core, because he actually is a perfect item holder that slots in. He has synergy with Duelist, for example, and you have the ability to have it hold the items until you get to Mordekaiser. And so I think that some people are hesitant to play Twisted Fate because they're not entirely sure how the damage works. Like, how do you get everything going? But if you'd be surprised. Sometimes if your front line's good enough, let's say you have 4 Brawler plus TF and Warwick, it's enough to carry through your mid game.
You're gonna look at Unwolf, who has not had, I think, the best start to the day. You're in one of those spots where you're gonna need...
Unwolf is just holding 5 Lulus hostage away from Garchompo. I mean, not Garchompo, from Kivix.
After our next 2 games,
he has 5 Lulus.
I think has really
holding away from Kivix.
Close attention to the scene
for fun.
This is, I'd say that he's kind of come out of nowhere really and put up strong performances and just frankly had strong ideas and great ideas.
Kivix is 45 HP.
Adapting to the circumstance at hand. It feels like a lot of players are really making their name.
Oh my god, what the fuck is this shop?
Set 8 in particular, because there's just so many options available that this is one of those sets where I feel like the idea of...
What the fuck? Wait, is he not playing Twisted Fate here? Okay, he is. Okay.
Oh, we'll see. Take a look at Kindle Gem's board here. He looks like he's giving up towards Mech plus Aces or something that's potentially up his sleeve. Does have this Misfortune and the Samir already on the board, lacking that Draven and that Mordekaiser. So I don't think we're going to be able to get there very easily. He kind of needs a miraculous hit of Mordekaiser on 7 unless he wants to fast.
Wait, Kivix won a round.
We also know that Mech is quite
he won against Wolves. Never mind.
Speaking of getting online, we finally have Pantheon 3 at 4-1.
Alright, Kivix is rolling. Lulu? GP3?
Does not look very stable. Still on 5.
Lulu 2? Need 3 more? 1 more? 2 more?
Before the stage begins.
还差2个. Lulu? 1 more? 1 off? 1 off? Oh, throw Lulu 3. Okay. Alright, let's see. That's Lulu 3 Kivix. If Lulu 3 can stabilize the entire stage 4, that comp is viable.
Coming into stage number 4 right now, we saw Kindle Gem go to 8, press the gold button, And this is what they've come up with so far. So Kindle Gem, I think, being very aggressive with finding key 5 costs that are going to build this comp. Like, what are you going to play around? It's going to be big importance.
Oh wait, he didn't play TF.
Right now, we don't need a ton of.
Oh, he just leveled to 8.
We need a ton of time to get it done. So let's get that time rolling right now.
Just looking like he's gearing for a massive level 8 roll down. Keep your eyes peeled for that, as Dishtop does have a every 5 seconds gain mana admin as well as YiIsYordle. So a lot of powerful admins in this lobby. Coming up on the hero augments. And it's going to be Prismatic.
Laser Core Soul.
Laser Core Soul immediately taken. Wow. Level 8 from Kindle Gem, but a lot of other people are also going to be rolling down.
Wait.
Kindle Gem's just going to stop here for now. Love to see this Garen get into play.
Garen, Morgana.
Really that important.
Twist. Where's his Twist of Faith?
Place that. Meanwhile, we're moving over to see Dishtop's POV.
Where's his
taking
TF?
his core admin, which is attack.
Oh, there's an
speed
Ezreal
oriented
that you cannot
thing,
play.
gain mana.
Asol.
Getting 40 mana could be a little bit excessive, but I am curious what Dishtop's planning to do.
Oh, Mordekaiser! He hit Mordekaiser! What the fuck? Ah, he hit Mordekaiser! Ah!
And he's just gonna go ahead and play that immediately.
Ah! What the fuck?
Gem is checking off all the boxes.
Nice.
His entire board is 1 star.
His entire does not fucking matter.
Ash. Is that gonna be high enough quality units? Oh,
I'm lagging. I'm lagging. 我卡了. Hello? Hello? Hello?
no, he got set from the front line. Ripple Overdrive with that fusion sight was able to snipe that Blitzcrank.
That is not good. That is like the key to your team, is having this Blitzcrank there to hold it up. Now, with 4 brawlers there, you were able to absorb a lot of the damage, and this, I think, is one of the benefits of Laser Core, is that a lot of your damage is coming from the drones.
Oh, it doesn't matter. 6 Laser Core OP.
This effort that this is enough.
6 Laser Core OP.
Yeah, and it goes to show you the importance.
She has IE. Kyvix has IE on his Lulu, and he does not even have Spark on his Pantheon.
On it before that Blitzcrank lands back down, which is not.
And he has won both rounds on stage 4 so far.
Deathblade Sivir 3, Spatula ready to go with Infinity Emblem, and yet it just feels like Ripple, for whatever reason, might be taking a bot 4 finish somehow. And Ripple, of course, one thing to notice as a player that tries to avoid taking lines that goes 8th place. If he goes 8th here again, this is something that I feel like ultimately would be potentially affecting his mindset, because he specifically tries to go out of his way to play lines that could potentially land him in 8th place.
We're going to find out if this is enough to get through.
The Warwick 2.
I have to say, I'm feeling pretty...
High-end shopping, let's go! Yay! High-end shopping, yay!
Count rolling again. So this is something that is a little bit concerning to me. Is it seems like so many players in the lobby that their Prismatic is helping
Can you win
them
this?
find better circumstances.
I think he can win this.
There are a couple of players who...
Ripple
Overdrive is one of them right now. Prismatic augments are going to be some of those powerful ones that can affect combat in the game. You don't have that. The other players do.
If Ripple goes 8th here, that'd be back-to-back 8th places after basically avoiding 8th place the entire set of tournament competition. Mordekaiser with a rod.
Kyvix took it. He needs Spark. Kyvix needs Spark. And then he needs, like, I don't know, fucking Hodge or some shit for healing Lulu. He needs Spark.
JD Zelensky has a mascot emblem made. Interesting traction there. And YiIsYordle will be the one taking that spatula onto that Aatrox. YiIsYordle,
bro, look at the items build this game.
I'm not sure if that's gonna be for
it's fucking insane.
He does have 2
IE?
Probably likely from his prismatic augments.
He's building IE.
Gets the level, so converting that gold into combat.
2 sure shot. Infinite? Infinite?
The Infiniteam.
He has 4 Infinite.
Still missing 1.
Isn't this just IE, or he's greeting Last Whisper?
Aatrox on the Infiniteam.
Ripple is greeting Last Whisper.
I do feel like is a powerful addition to the team. You're getting enough items.
Ripple is greeting Last Whisper.
Maybe your backline damage can hold
Wait,
up.
where does his sword go?
This is dicey at best. I'd say Dish Soap is certainly one of the players that you want to fight right now. It feels like Dish Soap's got some stuff missing from the team right now.
Oh, he turned into fucking Spat.
He has to play on
never mind.
3-cost AP with Twisted Fate, hoping that this mana generation through the admin will be good enough. And doesn't
Bro,
look like
when are
Just
they gonna
sack
fucking
one of
remove
his
the fucking
augments
Mordekaiser
into
ult
the
shit?
time chamber, while some people get to still keep their hero augments. Big twister.
Ripple is
Actually
dead.
lands to the back line. Ripple just keeps free falling. Kyvix does lose again, but right now it's a race to the bottom between him and the Lulu reroll player.
Dish Soap has been such a big advocate for how powerful the mana per 5 is with the admin team, and honestly, I feel like that board showed it. That was a Twisted Fate 1 with a bunch of 2 stars in the way, and this was enough to just pretty handedly take that.
Bro, that you cannot be telling me this board
Dish Soap, who says, "Wow, lots of mana
is
lots of mana,
fucking winning."
mana," and that's something that can be overwhelming at times.
Like,
I'm still just surprised that this
okay,
one
wait,
was enough to be
have I
such a
told you
big
about the new
factor.
AI shit?
But maybe that's just the lineup
I
that,
think
that
so.
Ripple has.
The
built. It's
AI
just not good enough
every
to
single
really hold.
every 5 seconds your entire team gain mana
Board was not very good because his
Yeah.
front line was
Have I told you about
lacking.
that
Steve Robbins on
AI
the team board.
buff.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
It's
not
fucking
good at all.
broken with 4/6 hard. And he's only playing 2 hard. He's not even playing 4/6 hard. He can pivot to 4/6 hard if he wants
Certainly
to.
doesn't have a good lineup for how this fight's going right now. The TF has still remained untouched, basically, in this fight, and with that amount of attack speed that's been built up over time, clear this one up. So Robinson's taking a pretty
Robin?
heavy hit in this one.
With fast 8, what is it called? What is it called? Chamber? What is it called? Time Reptonic Chamber? What is it called? Metabolic Chamber.
Out before you see
Hyperbolic
the
time
items.
chamber.
Okay, he has a Jin 2 and he lost to Twisted Fate 1. Yay! Yay!
1-4-8-8. Everything was looking so good for Ripple, but kind of putting together a very dubious set of results. If Ripple, for whatever reason, goes 8th again, we might actually be seeing a crazy reversal where Ripple might be on the very verge of potentially not making. We'll have to check in with his actual.
Ripple is
He's gonna
dead.
be okay, but he might be at that cutoff.
Ripple's
point where he's
dead.
A little bit scary. So
With Silver
we'll
reroll.
check back in later on as we take a look at Unwill's board, who's also kind of trying to figure out where he sits, sandwiched between the win streakers. Kindle Gem above streaking, Dish Soap below streaking. Unwill alone at the 1 HP before 46 and or 44, trying to see if he can.
He does not have Thieves Glove? Oh, that's not
Unit
good.
quality is going to matter here the
Oh,
most.
Thieves Glove on Jin is actually amazing.
To make it relevant.
Oh, if he can get another Thieves Glove, that'll be amazing. Oh, yes, yes, yes! Thieves Glove! Let's go! Let's go!
Don't feel like they're speaking
Shiv,
a ton.
Shiv Asol, Thieves Glove, Thieves Glove. Oh, that's so good.
So 5 Renegade looks like it's on the
Jin
board.
is so good with Thieves
This
Glove.
needs to be a big round.
Put the items on, put the items on.
Shown that this team is very powerful
Come on,
right
come on, come on,
now.
come on.
A good
Put the
lineup
items on.
currently for where the
Oh,
Jin
no.
sits. That's a Thieves Gloves on your Jin. And so right now I'm looking at a 2-star TF. The 1-star has been enough to get it done so
Oh,
far.
he won it.
Still
What?
out of the angle of where that
Oh, he
Jin
won a
is coming
Renegade
up. So
spat.
the
Okay, okay,
time
never
that-
mind, never
that
mind.
Dish Soap has had to scale here. This is no contest right now. Big loss again, and we're in stage 5. Big losses right now are the #1 thing to avoid.
Did Kyvex win?
So long
I want to see Kyvex board. Oh, he got Spark.
And that's just less bonus
Kyvex
points
won.
for all the units that are ready.
Kyvex won.
Getting it in time
Hey, look.
for the final round
Lulu
of the
reroll.
not
Hit
know.
at stage 4-1.
We'll see what he has to do.
Let's go.
As well. A
Hit
couple of
stage
keys
4-1.
for
It's all good.
So for JD, Kindle Gem checks his
Very
4th.
interesting.
Admin doesn't seem like it's something that interests him in particular. And Kindle Gem is just riding the +1 laser core wave. You saw why they nerfed the laser core appearance offerings to just be available at 4-2.
Yes.
Because when you're able to get 6 laser core like this, it's still such a powerful.
No, no, no. It's not
play.
because he gets six laser core like this. The reason why he gets 6 laser core like this is because he fucking high roll a Mordekaiser at level 8.
Hits all the units of importance. You
I mean,
might
7.
win anyway, just on the virtue of facing the ghost version of Dish Soap's board, but you can't be getting shrouded like that. That might end up sabotaging him later in the game.
Definitely not
Does
something
his
you
Mord
want to
not
take right now.
cast?
Warwick is pretty big at the moment. Pair of admins is still building up over time.
My-
It's going to get stronger and stronger until all the players just become overwhelming.
Work,
strength.
work, work,
Even
work.
against the ghost. This is not going to be enough to hold up,
God.
but damage is not hyper significant. Kyvix, despite getting online, takes another loss in the spot. Robinson's taking another loss. You said it's been a race for the bottom. It continues to be the case right now. Everyone in this lobby has hit something, but for some players it's been a lot later than others. That's given other players time to outscale that right now. So if you're in this position right now, the question I don't think is how do you win this lobby? It's
Why
how
is
do I
he
not
not
go
playing? What?
Well, it is if your Robin songs that.
What?
I just want to revisit that one thing about Kindle Gem. If Kindle Gem gets second or third this game.
Wait, Robin didn't want
he'll
five
probably look back
five
on
renegade?
that fight, how that cost
Why?
him, he would be streaking.
罗宾哥，为什么？我不理解。罗宾哥
Kendall doesn't go like top 2 or top 3, and he kind of like peters out in 4th place. I think he's gonna look back at that fight and wish he positioned differently. In the meantime,
Mordekaiser
focusing on
Cassidy.
Robin's songs, he does get hit by this big undertow. Trying to see if he can focus down this Warwick from Kindle Gem, who did go to 9 immediately on 0 gold as well. Trying to finish off Robin. Robin is not strong.
Robin's dead.
That is a dead Robin songs, and Robin can't losses.
Pantheon, go! Pantheon, go! Pantheon, go, go, go!
Top 16.
Kyvix
Alright.
in the same boat as well, but just barely enough HP to squeak out of 6th place.
There is a renegade spat in Carousel. There is a renegade spat in Carousel.
17 points.
There's also a Thieves Glove in Carousel.
After this lobby, and then there's 1 game left until the cutoff. Right now, if you came into this lobby and you had 15 or fewer points, you were finding yourself in the bottom 8 players right now, and that's the cutoff line. If you were above that point, you're going to be safe. But for pretty much anyone who's not stacking themselves up to about that 25-point range,
The man got another free Thieves Glove, and he just got the Thieves Glove on Viego. Nice.
Yunwolf trying to get a strong item in Thieves Gloves onto the Viego and moving the Chalice
To Leona?
different units. So this is
Or
a
is it
nice
Vex?
little move. They can pop off that item.
Oh?
While also
Pike.
trying to improve
Okay.
the quality. Also, not to mention, he has Lucky Gloves, so the more Thieves Gloves he can get, the better. I didn't realize he had Band of Thieves and Lucky Gloves from Yunwolf. Seeing if whether or not this is good enough to get it done. Does still have to find Aurelion Soul 2. If he can, he's in a good spot. The matchup against Dish Dope, and that Shroud is not the worst, but also not the craziest.
it's one of those ones that's always kind of tricky right now. Shroud has
Boom.
felt like a very powerful
His
item
Leona
against
is hitting the...
circumstances.
Okay.
In this one, it's definitely a powerful one.
Boom.
And a little bit more spread
Boom.
out with a little bit more damage online for Unwell here as well.
Boom.
So this front line was able to hold up enough. Overpowers Dish Soap.
Boom.
And finds
Okay,
himself
nice.
a pretty clean win. Dish Soap, meanwhile, saving up gold and looking for that level 9 themselves. Nobody knocked out in this round. And it looks like not players are at risk for getting knocked out in stage 5 as well. Pretty decent health totals with 1 fight left before we get to the Krugs. I'm sorry, to the Creeps.
Oh, what are those disgusting items on Viego? What are these items? Jin has an Edge of Night, and Viego has a Guardbreaker. Hello? Hello? That cannot be allowed. What the fuck are these items?
7th in the lobby. If he can outplay JD Zelensky, who has 16 points, these are the players that he needs to make ground against.
Wait,
It's
what?
not good enough to top 4. That's
Okay.
why that fight versus Dish Up was so crucial. Every single win that Yunwolf can get is going to make the big difference of whether or not he can survive in this tournament.
Zephyr from the Lee Sin onto that Jin, and so right now it is Aurelion Sol who's trying to get the job done. Every single moment that Jin is down, that is a bad news for your damage right now. Jin does a
Viego's
limited
dead.
amount of damage. He needs to consistently
no.
be attacking. Bad lineup so far in these shots. The front line is down right now. Warwick has a free pass to the back.
GA proc, but it doesn't even fucking matter.
And that's just going to be a loss for Yunwolf. He barely survives at 4 HP. If he goes 5th here, Yunwolf's tournament might feel like it is over. And the miracle run from one of the
He hits
rookies
Acel
that
too.
will be cut short, but we still
I'm
have
gonna
another
wash my eyes
round to play
Okay.
before we can figure out who is going to be in that top 4. And the problem is with the current HP is that Yunwolf will have to win 2 in order to get that top 4 spot, because it's very rare for someone to die at 21 HP in stage 6. They have to take a very, very bad loss for that to happen. So you have to kind of get that +2 or that 2 extra win round differential. By the way, Kindle Gem on a 3 streak. I was kind of worried about Kindle Gem going to level 9 and having 0 gold after he just lost his win streak, but it seems like that move has paid off for Kindle Gem and is now working.
My man just hit
to
6
pad
Spell
that
Slinger.
lead. But look at what is happening.
Viego too?
JD, a lot of people are getting online. Finally, a Viego 2 for Dish Soap. But Dish Soap's still lacking a couple of other things. If you can hit things like that, Nico, maybe get a 3rd item.
Zhonya's.
Zhonya's Paradox is one of those items I'm looking at.
Zanya's.
Possible utilities at hand here as well.
Zanya's.
I definitely
Last minute rocket belt. Let's go. Last minute rocket belt. 卑鄙无耻之徒.
Out of the utility.
来，我们来看看。
Unwell, this is
Oh,
tournament
I'm
on
coming
the line at this one right now. Knows crazy Zephyrs, 2-star. Aurelion Sol was found. decent lineup for the Jhin in the backline right now, but not great items for this. Mordekaiser Cast not doing too much impact right now, but it looks like he's the one who's breaking through first.
Oh, that Viego fucking items are kind of insane.
Massive win, and Kindle Gem takes a pretty medium-sized loss, enough to make it really dangerous whether or not he actually loses one more time and goes bot 4. Garchomp trying to survive as long as he can. Warwick trying to make it work with his army of drones. JD barely survives. It's a good loss, but we can't lose anymore.
Such crucial rounds. Positioning is going to be such a big impact in this one, and with a major impact from the Ornn items coming off of the anvil.
His Jhin, 他的镜的装备是饮血加泰坦。You're telling me that's a lucky gloves? What the fuck? 饮血加泰坦的镜是什么屌东西
Let's see the result here. Future Sight targets the corner, see if he can maybe hit things like those carries, and looks like Garchomp
哇，吹到了。
does have the Jhin caught with the Zephyr, which is nice, but the Aurelion Soul is going to hit a bunch of units that are
这
clumped
场
up.
其实龙兽会打更
The
痛的。
Skylines doesn't hit the important carries, but eliminates so much of the front line. Jhin has to get it done.
Big Leona
Does end up
cast.
having BT kick in here, and Aurelion Soul continues to get unchallenged. Garchomp with positioning to snipe the Jhin was the only thing that went well. Everything else was a disaster positionally, and ends up biting the dust. JD takes the loss, and now Yunwolf has done it 2 wins in a row, and that's a top 4 to keep Yunwolf in the tournament.
That is big. Honestly, when I saw the items from Unwolf in the previous round, I was feeling worried. But what ended up happening is all the utility came into place, and then the big Leona cast onto a Mordekaiser 2-starred, wiping that out before it's able to get another effective cast. It was such a massive difference. Holding on for 4 life in this lobby right now is a big accomplishment when you're sitting on that chopping block and need those extra points. Massive deal.
Shroud switching over to the other side here for Dish Soap, trying to see if he can get a good opportunity to shut
哇
down the carries. He dodged it.
好，这波装备，这波装备不错。
Aurelion Soul, so here comes the meteor showers. Twisted Fate is trying to work onto these units, but remember that Oxforce is so good at taking
Boom.
the damage, not to mention the BT.
Oh no.
Keeping the Viego in the fight.
龙
Now
王
the
龙王
front lines are starting to drop. Who is going to be able to get to access to the backline carry? Jhin, Flourish, aiming. Alistar trying to hold on to it. One more.
Oh, his fork shot got Zanyard. He got Zanyard.
We'll have to settle for potential top 4. Twister coming in.
He got Zanyas. He got Zanyas. He got Zanyas.
Top 2 guaranteed for Mr. Soap.
My man got Zanyas because his 4-shot went to the Zanyas Jenna and he couldn't kill the fucking Jenna.
Like everything could go away or everything could fall apart. They were sitting at 20 points coming into this lobby. When you see a top 2 here, that is
what the fuck
for Dish Soap, consistently showing why he's at the top of those standings, why he's at the top of those rankings.
Dish Soap versus what? Kindle Gem?
Used to perform time and time again. For Kindle Gem here, I'd have to say that this board is still looking pretty strong.
哦，他们魔斗两
Kaiser
星
2, I feel could be a massive difference in this one.
He has a
Put together a strong board, has understood the game.
he doesn't have more too.
Utilize the XP that you get.
他没有魔斗两星，魔斗两星的话他可以赢的
I。think both of these players put together their game plan pretty well. Top 2 from either of these spots, you have to be happy with that.
You know, just board looks pretty bad. He's playing Yasuo 1 and Renekton 1 in the name of lasers, hoping that this Mordekaiser 1 with Zhonya's is able to get it done. Twisted Fate is also stuck on the Warwick, and if he's able to get the reset onto another unit, Twisted Fate can lock back on. Kindle Gem looks like he is not going to have any chance to win this fight whatsoever.
Boom.
Destroys Kindle Gem's laser core board and starts off the second day, but it's round number 5, the round 24, with a massive dub and puts himself in contention to challenge Yu for first in points and highest average placement thus far.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wait, Masala, did you notice? Froden is dressed up as fucking Sivir, pizza delivery Sivir.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. What the fuck?
Yeah, Sivir in the
It just felt like
background.
everybody was spiking towards the end there, but we did have a few players that had a little bit of a rough go of things, Admirable. Just a couple
What the
players that
fuck?
really couldn't get online. So what was kind of happening for them? not be able to keep up.
A lot of that just comes down to the way the roles are going to work too. You know, a lot of that chaos drives how the outcome is going to work. And in this lobby, it felt like that players had an idea of what they wanted to do in mind, but that it had a bit of improvisation to it as well. And honestly, Kindle Gem is one of the big players I even look at for that. They would push levels with very little gold, and then say, well, I'll just let kind of what I'm fine dictate the pace of play at this one. We're looking at a 6 laser core composition that got a Fiddlesticks 2 and online before it found a Yasuo 2 in a laser core composition. Like, that is just kind of wild to think about, but that's because of the way that Kindle Gem was pushing levels. It was utilizing the ability of being able to just find raw power because you have this laser core heart at the end of the game that's just giving you +1 laser core. You find all of these powerful units in the middle of the game, just skyrocket your levels at that point and let the powerful units drive the action.
Yeah, I feel like Laser Core definitely taking another top finish here just is something that we've seen a lot of for this particular composition, but maybe something I wasn't particularly expecting was how much admin we ended up seeing early on in that game. Dan, kind of what was going on there to push these players towards going for that trait so early?
Well, there are two really crazy admins, and something that we mentioned briefly in passing, that both Dish Soap and Noonwell found 20 mana per 5 seconds, and a really cool shout out to how Dish Soap and Noonwell were able to weave that in, right? Dish Soap, for example, had +1 admin and only just teched in at LeBlanc, so he can get that big mana buff on all of his composition. That was really powerful. And then you also had Garchomp, who did a really good job stacking that HP. Yes, he was like lucky enough to get that Warwick and have that momentum, but he was really able to lean into what made it really strong. I really like the itemization as well with both the QSS and the Edge of Night. I think some people think you only need one or the other, but recognizes that defensive Warwick with scaling HP plus a Titans is a really strong combination. So I think, yes, some of these players maybe had some fortunate things happen, but you can see how they capitalize upon it because, like we said, in these kinds of tournament environments, the good players are not going to miss a B when they have an opportunity to capitalize on the opportunities. So really good job by all the top 4. Shout out to JD, who tried to really flex around certain concepts. He was thinking about hacking LeBlanc, teching in Acel, and ultimately wasn't able to put together top 4. But I hope we can see JD maybe get rewarded for that and get to that top 2, top 3 so we can move on to the top 16.
Yeah, JD Zielinski was one of those players that's just kind of sitting at the bottom of 16 points, so really nice to be able to see a top 4 finish for him, just to try to kind of push towards that end goal, because even just in this lobby alone, I feel like the way that the standings ended up coming through might really shake things up a lot mathematically when you look at the other lobbies that we had as well. So I can't wait to see what was kind of going on over there. But I think another thing that you talked about was just Aurelion Soul and the power that it was able to provide for kind of any composition as long as you're able to splash it in as a carry. And something else I feel like I noticed is that very AP heavy to start off the day. And so do you feel like this is something that we expected admirable, and is this something that we should look forward to for our games in the future?
Oh, I absolutely do right now. I think that as balanced as this patch is, that your AD lines are they're more limited. I think that they match the power level when you're able to get them there. I just think the opportunity for it is more rare. And I think that really Jhin is probably one of the standouts for that, where it's like, you need a 2-star Jhin to really get that composition rolling. It's not really too much detail around it. You can do a lot of things to kind of bootleg your front line and your surrounding circumstances for a bit, and they can kind of go deep traits. Sometimes you can find yourself in a 5 Renegade tree, and it's perfectly acceptable from that. But the AP lines have so much that you can do around them that honestly, it's a bit overwhelming to try to learn every single AP line. But as I've talked to players, as I've seen strategies come through, as you look through the data and kind of just analyze the raw numbers of it, the AP lines have so much opportunity to them. It's difficult to justify moving against that if the opportunity is there at all. So I expect to see more AP lines in this one. I think the default for it is obviously going to be the Ox Force and Spell Slingers behind it, but there's way more to it than that, and your carry options are just, I mean, it's a mile long at this point. You pick a champion that casts, you could probably build something that carries around it given the opportunity.
Hey, I'm a big proponent of Carry Nico. I know maybe that's a hot take, but I really like that particular champion, so maybe we'll get a chance to see a little bit more of that, but I'm okay seeing the Twisted Fates and the Aurelion Souls too. Let's take a look at our lobby scoreboards though, because we just followed the action for Lobby C, so this is what's going on in Lobby A and B. Setsuko, one of the favorites coming into this tournament, going to kick off there with the first place. I heard a reaction. What are you looking at?
Well, I'm seeing.
Clear didn't go in.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Sound the alarm bells.
Now, that being
How was I
said,
not informed of this earlier?
Clear is mathematically eliminated at this point. He needed to go first and first for anything to happen. That was the first circumstance. So
my God.
we can't exclude that at this point. But you know, for Clear, this is the chaotic nature of Clear. Is he going to be the best or is he going to be the worst in the tournament?
Yes,
You know,
let's
flip a
go.
coin and pick your choice.
Setsuko.
Wei Iverson
Wow.
getting a big top 4.
Setsuko.
15 points. They needed to find themselves in strong top
Let's
four
go.
positions. This is the opening to that. When I look at Lobby B,
Interesting.
the big thing I'm noticing is that Asa is really taking a big hit in this one. Asa was sitting at 17 points. You just needed strong middle of the field finishes in this one.
Oh, that is, yeah, that is not good. How the fuck did Asa end up
We saw Lobby C
8th?
with this one. This is a
Wait, what
very
happened?
powerful lobby.
Asa.
Any way you slice him, that's the way it's going to look for this. But
Now he's like 17 points or some shit.
reclaiming
16,
spot there.
17 points.
Little Jim doing the same. Big finishes for them too. They're kind of coasting into the cutoff point of this.
One thing I want to call out is that every top player ahead of Dish
Okay.
took a pretty nasty
That's for
step.
you.
Jukyu and Bosta skills
Yep.
both
Yes,
went 7th,
hold
and Dissoap went 1st, which means Dissoap is now only 1
You okay?
point behind Jukyu. And again, remember, the reason why it's important is because average placement at the end of the tournament will guarantee you a spot in the Global Championship. So that is worth paying attention to. DP also took a 6th, who was right behind Garchomp Pro. So it actually has now turned into a different conversation entirely. Replay, yesterday was not his day. A new day, new me. Maybe a little puppy to boot. 5 Renegade Jin carry. This is a composition he was not super familiar with, but it seems like he's getting stronger. Setsuko, Dissoap, Replay. These are the 3 players out of about 5 or 6 that are getting so much hype. And I think maybe we can begin to see why that is. Incredible result for a lot of the players who've been following the scene this set.
Yeah, I was looking at that lobby like graphic and I was like, oh yeah, like that's expected.
Robin-san,
Looking
you can
at
do
all
this.
of the hype
Robin哥,
around them and
好
so you
吧?
can see them as well, just kind of
That's
shooting
all I
up the
care.
leaderboard.
Robin-san needs to make it,
Replay in
please.
A little bit more of a comfortable position now, sitting at
我就要罗宾哥晋
and
级，
then
好
you
吧？
also have Setsuko just starting to really be comfortable there in the top 16. But we still have one more game to go before we whittle down our competition to just the top 16. Admirable, it's looking pretty tight right there.
Yeah, the cutoff point right now, the fact that they're when you at 20 points, you're breaching into the top 16, and then there are just one that's breaching outside of the top 16 at this point. This is a very tight cutoff right now. This is not one of those spots where you're hunting down like a middle of the pack, like, oh, 5th will be good enough in these spots. You're going to be aggressively fighting for a top 4 and maybe even a top 3 at that spot. So that could really shake
Well,
your
you usually
strategies
K3.
coming into our 6th lobby. How aggressively do you want to play? How 1st or 8th do you want to play?
K3 没有进啊。
Long game and try to look for yourself like
可
I don't
惜
know,
可惜
maybe I
K3 没有
can
进
launch myself forward and actually start to hunt down some day 2 performances in terms of the cutoff point day 2. After that point, I think it's tough to decide what your strategy is going to be, and I think a lot at this point is going to rely
我厚一
on
点
instinct. How do you feel like you should be playing?
小心你的
What
膝
is
盖
going to be your major strength?
Yeah, I definitely feel like we've seen a lot of players
I'll just bring the
consistency,
entire box over
just
here.
going for those kind of up-the-cuff lines, or just finding something to be able to tech in that can really make that composition stronger. And so we're going to have to see a little bit more of that as our players get ready for the final game before we head into the top 16. Don't go anywhere, you're not going to want to miss this.
Ah.
落ち着くんだ息子よ。この世界にはもうカーンルーや私たちの家に
你要不要摇脚？
その小さな怪獣に比べ永遠にすることが
Do you like Hawaiian?
你说这个吗？
No.
君の腕には
我没
マ
查。
マのスカーフ
Oh, you don't care?
目が覚めたばかりだからまだそうだ何があろうとその髪を外してはならない髪を外してはいけないあの日以降 君はついてこなくても結構だ。
Did you get pizza?
Yep.
Nice.
Hawaiian. Let's go.
That sounds good.
You know, I when I was like a little kid, right? I thought like pineapple on pizza is like normal.
I mean, it is normal. It's just some people don't like it.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that people don't like it.
Yeah,
Like, why would you not like it?
I don't know.
Look, they have NASA's coming in. They have NASA's coming in. That's gonna do a lot. Let's go.
We are just one game away from determining our top 16 players that will move forward to play 6 more games of TFT today. And joining me on the desk, we've got Casanova and Crowan back for our day 2 action. Casanova, how are you today?
I'm feeling great. We get to advance. We get to cut some players. You know, I love kicking players out of the tournament. It's my favorite thing in the world. No, I hate it, but I do love getting to see those people advance and move towards the end of the final to see who we're going to get to send to Worlds, right? Like, that's always so exciting.
Okay, the latter half of that has saved you. I got it. Okay. Crowan, what about you? How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Yeah, Casa had us in the first half, but saved. But no, I'm doing really good. It does suck to have to send players home, but that is TFT. When we reach the top level of competition, it's already heartbreaking because we know some players, even some, you know, favorites are already going to be going home. But that's just the nature of the game. We got one more until we round it down into 16. And there's a lot of players in the bubble, so this next game is going to count a ton.
Yeah, I mean, before we get into that, I want to go back to what we ended up seeing come out from our first game of the day. And now let's like hone in on Setsuko's win really quickly, because maybe a couple patches ago, you would have seen Samira and gone, yeah, okay, that's pretty normal. But what was going on in that game?
Yeah, Setsuko, I was listening to his stream as he was playing that game. He said he had messed up a bunch. He slammed early on a Last Whisper with the Jeweled Lotus, which kind of locked him into specific lines that he could take, and he ends up on Samira with that, of all things. And eventually, he just got bailed out a couple times and was able to go on a 7-win streak from 1 HP all the way to first. It looked like he was going 8th multiple times in the game. Really insane win.
What?
You can watch back any game from today. That's a good one.
No.
For people at home to go, you know, check out the
Really?
watch that later on. It was a fantastic game.
What?
Yeah, it was.
Did you not hear what he just said?
Like, okay, he's probably
No.
going 8th here. Oh, that sucks. Like, oh,
Setsuko was 1 HP,
hitting a Samira augment, hitting
playing Samira,
2 for free.
have a
Next
7-win
decision,
streak,
oh,
and then got a
go for
first.
Sivir 3, because it was on like 3-2. He had a Sivir 2 already, and then just had a random 3 Sivir
Very
shop,
interesting.
bought it, was positioning himself for that. It was like, wait a minute. End up finding that Samira 2 naturally pivoted into that direction. That was the only other line he could have taken besides for Jhin, because that was one of the lines that he was talking about earlier in the game. It's like, oh, I could probably just have to play Jhin this game. And Last Whisper is not even a good Jhin item, because we talked a lot about it yesterday. The static Shiv interaction kind of on Morgana already providing that Sunder, so it's, you know, you just don't need it. But Setsuko outpositioned everybody for like 6 rounds in a row, got bailed out by a Greater Champion Duplicator. He had like a pair of Urgots, and the Urgot started with just an Archangels on it. Like, it was just there to farm a bit of gold and maybe some items if he got lucky. And then it ended up being an Urgot with a Last Whisper Slam as well. He built 2 Last Whispers to get enough power to maybe not get 8th. And then he rounded it out eventually with a Giant Slayer on the carousel that gave him that Champion Duplicator, hit Urgot 2, killed the Brawlers, and somehow got a first place. Like, that was actually illegal what Setsuko accomplished in that lobby.
Wow, it sounds like we might have missed out on some hype action over there, but we've got some hype action ahead of us as we've got a lot of players that have shaken things up here, heading into our final game to determine our top 16 players. Casanova,
Robin Song,
fun with this one.
You can get a first here, I believe.
Jumping into game
Robin
6
Song
of our top 24 here at the regional finals.
I believe.
This is a big one, right? This is where we cut down to our top 16. We will lose 8 players after this, and there's quite a few players on the bubble. And here's one on our screen. Robin Song sitting with 19 points. The general cutoff for this day is 25, but that can fluctuate somewhere between 27 and 24, of course. So Robin really needing a top 4, really needing just a great placement here to lock in a spot in the
Robin, you can get a first here. I believe you.
Yeah, and everyone expects him to, right? We've talked him up a lot about never missing a final day in the North American Regionals. He's accomplished that 5 out of 5 times. If he goes home on, you know, just the first 6 games, that would be a huge blow to him and everyone who's believed in Robin Songs. He's been a staple of competitive NATFT for so long now. This is his time to clutch up, but it's not only him. There are several players in this lobby who have to accomplish the same thing, but we'll get at their stories just a bit later, as Robin doesn't have a terrible opener here. Blitzcrank upgrade, but still, he has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Robin has got to be feeling the pressure, right? There's the legacy of never missing a final day of regionals that he has been a part of. And to lose out on that, to not be able to say that anymore, I'm sure is something that is on his mind a little bit here as we get into this game, as he tries to fight his way through. It's gonna be massive. It's gonna be hard to break through, but we're looking at some early laser core. We're looking at that tank, and now we've got a 2-2-2 augment split. Kron, what are some of the big things we're looking out for on this patch in the 2-2-2 section?
Oh, the 2-2-2 can make a lot of things work. Honestly, I think, you know, even just seeing options on the screen, maybe not as much of priority onto the Rel now that Star Guardian, you know.
Honestly, isn't boxing lessons pretty good here?
There's going to be a lot of solid options. Pike, you know, small game hunter, I think, is one, especially with the Jin line coming into fruition. He's thinking about this one a lot, actually, and you can make things like boxing lessons work. I know in the last game we were watching with Setsuko, we saw a couple of brawler players that can
boxing lessons level for Vi
that he goes. Thought about it for a long time and doesn't really have any slammable items right now, so is just going to play a more standard line. And you can actually use this Vi augment with the boxing lessons in non-brawler compositions, as Vi is okay slotting into things that do feature Aegis, or, you know, 2 brawlers like Mech utilizing a Jax as well. It's just kind of standard opener though, and he does actually slam the Runans, so he's kind of committing to a more AD line here.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw your cut on the screen. I wanted to quickly call out Dish Soap's use of that with Wise spending in a previous game on day 1. That was so fantastic. It was a really beautiful first place that Dish was able to play. So there are some other creative lines and some of the lesser used augments, even though you were talking about the other side of the Pike line that could be played.
Yeah, that one's gonna be a popular one. Think about all the other 2 costs. If someone picked up, say, like Burning Spirit as well, that's gonna be a really big one for Annie.
Look. Like,
there is one.
Wolf.
Yeah.
Yep.
You think Kyvix is playing Lulu reroll again?
Real, of course.
Oh, he stalled. Okay, never mind.
Picked that one up. That's going to be absolutely massive at making him a carry. That kind of just deletes boards, especially if you pair that with an Axiom Arc, if that comes up later, and just a Pie rolls into it. But we will take a look when that second augment comes
This
through.
one's yours.
As for now, we're looking at the
You don't have to eat it now?
Kyvix,
I'm not eating it.
I don't know if like actually is mathematically eliminated. I think so, though, unfortunately, because I know we are both big Kyvix fans, but wasn't able to gap the whole competition this time around in regionals.
No, not this time. And in this game, he's going to be playing the Winds of the Wanderer. This was a very popular 2-cost augment that was used during Mecha Cup. It was all over the place. Did see some slight nerfs since then, but Traffic still picking it up. Still feels like a relatively strong augment. If you
No, it's not. It is not a relatively strong augment. No.
Definitely. Alex taking a look at some of the other boards. Robin taking a loss.
What?
Kindle Gem
I just
there.
turned into a girl.
Overdrive, another player on.
That's not good. Where's your dick? They got chopped off.
So doesn't need a fantastic game here. Really just needs like
Masato, they're kind
of
of serious.
4 to feel good
Oh, I'm
about
not a
it.
girl.
And that does
That's good.
influence
It
the
was
style
just
of
a
play
name.
that people approach this kind of, final.
You scared me.
Final
That's not
of
good.
the 6 games with. He doesn't need to take as risky of lines. Just need to play some solid TFT, maybe more tempo-oriented style of play. Make
He
sure
turned
to secure
into
that
his
top 4 and
sister.
just move on to the next 6.
Oh.
Starting out, going loss, win. Going to be facing off against Garchomp Pro here, who is going to be playing that fight.
If you do turn into a girl,
Your cut.
it'll be very it'll be very
Already
difficult for me
gonna be powerful unit, but
Yeah.
going
to
up against
persuade
Sivir on the side
Allegra
of
to let me go to your
yeah,
house
with
anymore.
Those double
Damn.
Nasus 2 in the front line here. It's going to be plenty of power for Garchomp Pro to grab this win.
Yeah, and that's going to be a
What?
ton of mascots on the other side from Garchomp. Has 6 Nasus already, has a Malphite, so looking towards that mascot line, and it could go into either Vex or Jin. Both lines obviously play that Rift Walker to very high effectiveness. We'll see what exactly that direction goes a bit later.
Shows.
But for now, an egg on the carousel, and that's what players are not going to be very excited about seeing. They love maybe anvil components, they love units just to be getting gold, but eggs, it's kind of the more unpopular one.
Yep, and we'll have to wait for them to pop to get any of the rewards. As you said, yeah, it's right away. You don't get anything out of this, right? You don't get to beef up your econ. You don't get an extra item immediately. You just have to wait and see what the egg pops for everybody. Just looking at the items real quick, we did have a Sunfire Slam, so we had some tempo-oriented slams on the right side of our screen there.
Yep.
And tempo has been kind of the name of the game so far, especially watching players like Setsuko, watching Sox playing a lot of tempo-oriented gameplay and doing quite well with it so far, and it has just been important in set 8 in general, being able to play tempo well.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that we mean when we say tempo style of play. It could be pushing levels early, it could be slamming items every single time you get a chance to, and I think JD Zielinski right here is a definition of doing just that. As leveled to 5 already, has slammed a Last Whisper and a Gargoyle Stone Plate, which are both decent items. It does lock you into, I think, especially with the small game Hunter, playing around the Jin line specifically. And again, we just talked about it before this game, that Last Whisper on the Jin isn't going to be your ideal. You would want the Shiv instead and free up another item for the Jin, but it's still going to be good enough. JD is coming into this game at 20 points, so yet another player on the bubble.
Wait, that's huge.
Needs a top 4 at the very least, and I'm not sure if that's, maybe that tempo style of play is going to be just leaning that direction. Maybe that's the thought process there.
Yeah, I mean, if he can find the Jin, if he can get this composition online with this big win streak going, right, like that should be able to get him to a spot that he can convert into a top 4. And as you said, 20 points, right? Top 4 is kind of the big place that he needs to get to ensure that he can lock in a spot, or at least put him in the best place that we know of for a spot, right? We are expecting that 25-point mark. We know that we cannot guarantee that that will be the mark, but we know that that is what the target should be for JD.
JD runs into Dish Soap, both win streaking players, and that's going to be an Ezreal 2 already for Dish Soap with a Rising Spell Force. Does not have blue buff, so he's not going to reach critical mass very fast. Yeah, he does have Samira as well. Level 5 Samiras are coming in today.
This Soap
real hot.
has a Samira playing Underground, and he's playing Ezreal reroll.
You would love, especially with that, playing the
My man is about to get another first.
You get your economy there. Be able
He has Samira, he's playing Ezreal reroll,
streak going,
and he's about to have 4 Underground.
Playing a win streak.
Wait.
Force Ezreal.
He could have 5 Underground by stage 3.
If he doesn't find
if he rolls
on neutrals and
he's 22 gold, 5 streaking.
That could be a bit of a deficit for him, but it's looking okay still for now. On the side of Dish Soap, and he's not really going to be one that's in too much trouble here. Maybe thinking about just keeping that average placement up for that potential world spot.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Dish in a great spot due to the win streak, but as you mentioned, just needing to find those items. Maybe you can find it on one of the heists when it opens up the lock. You can find his little tier.
Yeah, true.
Maybe the little egg will pop for it. We do see anvils on the bench now. One for Unwilk here. And Unwolf actually is kind of our other bubble player that we need to talk about, right? He was able to top 4 in that last game that you just saw on stream. Frodan pointed out, yeah, that was important. He needed the top 4 to stay in contention. He's got 18 points now. Unwolf needs to be looking for a top 2. Probably just needs to look for that first place, though. He needs to play for first. If he ends up getting second, there's still a chance he sneaks in. So really got to pay attention to this board, see what he is doing, see how he can get there. And right now his econ is in a great spot, right? 47 gold here on 3-1. He does have that Burning Spirit Annie, and he is in a position to go for that AP line. He's got a static Shiv available to be made as well, but just in general, having that tier is going to be nice. There it is. There's the slam of the static Shiv. Yunwolf, definitely someone we have to keep our eyes on. It looks like that Spellslinger's Ox Force path is the way to go.
Yep, Oxlinger's going to be here. Already has 4 Annies as well, so be thinking about a real tanky frontline with an Annie 3. You can itemize that over, say, something like an Echo that you might slot in a bit later on as well. And Annie's going to have just a ton of staying power with those shields coming through. Burning Spirit, obviously, as well, helping her with that, helping the Ox Forces
his Lux got poppy.
And if you can itemize, you know, your TF, your Nico, and
his
even
Lux
get
got
late
poppy,
game where you can start putting items in your Viego, that's where this comp really can shine. Unwolf has got kind of lucked into a static Shiv as well, which is best in slot for a TF. So now he's got to find the units, has these amount of HP. So I think
oh, that is not good. These are not good. These are not good. These are not fucking good.
Yeah, Prismatic Augment.
Yeah, Prismatic Augments immediately, you know, new recruit as an option.
Oh, the best is Golden Ticket here or QSS?
Zuko.
Okay, yeah.
And it is going to be the pickup for Unwolf, and that does mean that this Annie 3 capability is definitely going off the charts.
Oh wait,
here.
Duelist guy is rolling.
Extra rerolls in.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think this is going to be really solid as well, especially because I think Unwolf's going to be in a position where he has to roll on 7 a lot, just to find the units, right? At least 1 copy of TF, 1 copy of Nico. It might be able to just
okay.
A lot of things while preserving economy.
He hit Yasuo too?
Yeah, Viego not gonna be able to play for Ox quite yet, and is rolling actually kind of deep for something, anything. Finds Rammus 2, but it's on bench right now. Unwolf's rolls there could have been a lot better, as he's able to sell back up to 10. But Unwolf will not be able to carry the streak forward, I don't imagine. Although it's up against JD Zielinski, who's carrying just an Ash 1 with Last Whisper. Might actually be able to win this one.
Yeah, JD hasn't gotten more powerful. We saw he took Windfall, still sitting on 50 gold, so he is rich right now. He's going to get very powerful very quick, but he hasn't spent all that gold yet, so able to find that win over JD. Meanwhile, in our picture-in-picture, we did see Kyvix taking Golden Ticket and rolling very deep as well, going for those Yasuos. That is expected to see a reroll augment. And now we got Tomes being popped by Kindle Gem, Crowan.
Prankster Crest. Another Prankster Crest. What the fuck?
Doesn't find Gadget.
No Gadget. No Gadget.
No Gadget is so sad.
Kindle Gem here. Gonna have to find another way to
he hit Naruto at least.
I feel like he is committed to this line. It doesn't feel like it. He is committed to this line now. He's got 2 Prankster emblems. You're not playing anything but Nar with that.
Man, that feels so bad. Has 9.
Oh, he didn't hit 5 Gadgeting. What?
2 tailored augments, depending on the traits you're playing on the board, but missing Gadgeting on both of those takes the potential cap of this board way down. Prankster is like your good second choice, I suppose. It's going to make this Gnar a lot tankier. It's going to provide a lot of time when those target dummies do start studying things that take them down. But that's a massive low roll for Kindle Gem.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what he can do with this, though. With the 2 Prankster emblems, they're still relatively strong, like you said. It essentially gives you more frontline, right? It gives you more time for this Gnar to jump around, deal the damage that he needs to do. Can that buy enough time for Kindle to go 8, get a Nunu, right, and then be able to still play that 5 Gadget later? Or is there another line that still plays 3 Gadget that Kindle can consider? I know we've seen some 3 Gadget variations as well.
Yeah, 3 Gadget can still be fine. You can hit your Gnar 3. I think we saw actually a game of that yesterday where someone was playing 5 Gadgeting and then pushed level 9 and just dropped the Poppy Lulu for some legendaries and capped out the board.
4导弹是不是其实是啊？4导弹非常强，其实4导弹非常强。我今天要讲纳尔，会今天影片会讲。
I would say it's definitely possible
导弹转，其实配上纳尔是非常非常强的。但是那边没有出那个拼装转，是绝对是那边出拼装拼装转才是最强的。但是导弹是没有问题。
And that's not something that we saw a ton of NA players playing a couple of times, but those were centered around more tempo styles of play. And is going to be selling it immediately for a Warwick.
Yeah, still sticking to that laser line, picking up the Band of Thieves here for the Prismatic. So just going to be having these extra Thieves gloves. He's got 2 of them on the board right now. And just trying to get some extra power and items, as much power as he possibly can for this. It's kind of nice with the laser core line, because if you get really tanky items on someone too, they can still survive.
Okay, Robinson, you can do this. Let's go.
Lasers, because the lasers pass around to everybody. So
Robinson,
just getting extra
主要是那个
characters in general, it doesn't really matter what.
导弹鬼在那个3阶段跟4阶段给的额外血量很可怕的。
Unwil found 1 TF for his troubles of rolling all of that gold, and we see the Gnar is still good enough to be winning some rounds, especially against Kyvix, who has not hit all the 3 stars quite yet. JD Zelensky finding a Jin
Man
pair as well.
has a
This
Jin
is that
pair.
small game Hunter Pike. No Vex, however, so we don't have 3 Riftwalker quite yet, but it's found in early.
He has a Leona.
This is the composition where Leona can
What?
actually see some good play.
What?
She is going to be a Renegade. She has Aegis, which is going to fit really in with this meta of so many players playing AP. So a really big hit from JD.
Yeah, it's nice. And I mean, JD, we said he locked himself into needing to play the Jin line, has found 2 Jins here on 3-6 already. Yes, he's taken a lot of damage, but he took that windfall. He's looking to go to 8, it seems, just grading it out with all this extra money that he has. And, you know, from there, if he hits, he's going to be incredibly powerful and scary, and he's going to start chunking people at that point.
Getting chunked right now, however, by Kyvix, who has not hit the Yasuo 3. And actually, a good job of the Jin killing a couple more units, preserving a little bit of HP. But Kyvix was still only on 5 Yasuos, even after hitting Fiora 3 and I think Gangplank 3 as well. JD still 46 HP is not bad, but the lobby HP overall is kind of evening out right now. There's just going to be a 12 HP gap between the bottom 4 players, and Just Soap, even though he was win streaking so hard at the beginning, has saved up a decent amount of gold, but has now found himself in a bot 4 kind of situation for now.
Yeah, on a 4 loss. He's still at 50 gold, level 6. We'll see where those levels come in. JD, of course, very accelerated due to that windfall. Taking a look at Ripple now, and Ripple playing the Infiniteam. He does have 1 Infiniteam emblem, so that is going to be nice. 1 backline, 1 front line on those portals. That's a really solid split. You can get the carries, but also getting just that very powerful front line is nice. And that's a brawler emblem.
Oh, 他没有买盖伦。
Up to go with that.
哦，他有买，
Ripple,
没事。
so we'll see where that gets slammed. And there's the Garen. Garen 2 on 4-1. So powerful with that Infiniteam.
Yeah, stage 4 Garen 2 being copied is absolutely massive, and that only comes through because of the tomes, Cass. Leading to this event, we were talking a lot with each other about how tomes might be really prioritized because there's some great emblems you can pick up. Infiniteam and Gadgeteam were 2 of the ones that are going to be kind of on the forefront of choices there for players, and Ripple has found that Infiniteam line, so it's going to be able to be really strong on this stage. Has Deathblade, Last Whisper, Sivir. That is fantastic to get through stage 4, especially with the front line that is the Garen carrying. Ripple can get to a 7 Infiniteam if he's able to go 8 and find an Ezreal in a solid spot right now. However, the Gnar's found its way to the back line, and that's not really what he wanted. That Garen might be tanky, but if his damage dealers go down, he's just a Garen still, doesn't really do damage.
Yeah, Kindle might be the only person that he's not beating right now. Robin is someone who's also strong, but Robin lost this round.
Infiniteam Crest.
Crest, though, for Ripple. That makes it really easy to go to 7 Infiniteam, and he's going to buy that straight away. That is huge. We do get that notice that Garchomp has found the 3-star Nasus. He was the one with all of those mascots earlier, so we'll definitely get to check in with him at some point and see where he is at. But Ripple finding this 7 Infiniteam, you and I have said this is one of the boards that can cap out extremely high, one of the highest of any board right now.
Oh, 2 more Sivers. It's going for
and
Sivir 3.
He's that close to Sivir 3. Wow, one away. He actually finds it.
There we go.
Wow.
So team on the board right now just gets to put in Lucian.
Okay.
Soul, hit Sivir 3. No anymore. Even a tankier frontline as well with the Shen. The Brawler emblem's just there to, you know, look cool. It's not actually getting any value right now, but that's fine. Both the Infinity emblems are going to be doing some heavy lifting. But this is going to be a Nasus 3 with 3 items that isn't rocking stacks.
Wait, Masato, look at this.
Seen this.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what.
Look at Garchompo's board.
As it's going up against such a big hit from Ripple, having the Garen 2 front line with the 7 Infinite team and the double Cipher 3 back line here. It's so powerful.
He has
let this win streak ride,
mascot emblem.
push levels, and he could be in a spot to threaten for first.
Garchompo has a mascot emblem with a Nasus 3 without stacks on stacks.
Sequence was to watch getting the perfect roll on the Infinite Team crest for the augment, and then the double Sivir shop into having a Sivir from the augment as well for Sivir 3. Already having the Garen 2 as well. 7 Infinite Team, that's just such a strong board. Moving back over to JD Zelinsky, who did push level 8. Looks like the rolls weren't quite what he wanted, however, did find a Vex, a few Vexes finally to get the Riftwalker online. Frontline is okay, but no Echo upgrade. Rocking 2 Fiddle 1s in the front line. And
Nasus 3!
Well. This is not where JD wants to
QSS.
Yeah, never finding that.
What?
2. He had the 2 Jins.
Runan's Deathblade.
Has not found the 3rd.
Nasus
Not
3.
being able to pump out quite enough damage. The double Fiddle at this point is trying
Nasus
to do a lot
3.
of heavy lifting, but we've seen some of these boards be incredibly strong, and he's not doing enough damage quick enough. We're just
Wait
looking at
a
this
second.
Nasus, and yeah, his HP just dips a little
Wait
bit.
a second.
Garchomp Pro has that dog running all over. He is loose and tearing apart JD's board.
Yeah,
wait a second.
4-2.
Uh-huh.
Roll to 0, still on 10.
Nasus 3.
A lot of players actually really
There
just
is
roll
a
0 there. I think
Ezreal?
that's probably, I would say, some good discipline because JD's
For
gonna really able to hit
Kyvix. Wait, is it
everything with
Kyvix
these
who's
legendary
playing it?
units as
No,
well.
it's for
We
Ripple.
need to expend a lot for
Where's
that.
Ripple?
So now we get to a double component carry.
Wait, why is it Ripple? Oh, there is an Ezreal for Ripple, and Ripple got it.
JD taking a
My God.
Rage Blade.
Ripple just got an
Full
Ezreal
items.
for
Be
free.
thinking about Aurelion Soul items at this point though, because that was one of the
Yay.
only upgraded units.
We
on the
love
board.
Loose Streak start.
And Aurelion Soul does just fit itself
Let's go.
well as a secondary damage dealer, especially in the Jhin kind of line.
Bro, Ripple's
Yeah,
board
real
just
quick, we
got
see
like
Dipso
fucking
drop
insane.
From the top of the tables to the bottom here, 20 HP. It looks like he just hit Ezreal 3.
Ezreal
I think that's
3.
what it is.
Yep.
We'd seen in the pip earlier him just missing on that roll down, not able to find it. And so he's been free falling in HP. It looks like his augments are okay, but he found CB as his prismatic and now second win. So just 2 regen augments. Not getting a lot of that extra damage or any of the help rolling down and finding it. So we'll see if that Ezreal 3 is enough. As we take a look at Kindle Gem's board, he's been so strong with this 4 Prankster, still playing the 3 Gadget, and he found a Misfortune 2.
He did not
to back
shroud.
this up. Gonna be rocking double Bloodthirster and a Giant Slayer on this Gnar. That is not even the Gadgetine Bloodthirster anymore. That's just a real one, so looking for all that extra regen.
Yeah, I don't believe he even placed the Shroud at the beginning of this.
He got
round as
Ezreal.
well for Kindle Gem. That might have taken out a couple more units.
He got Ezreal.
But wouldn't have made a fight difference, however. Dishsoap has...
Dishsoap is so
very,
fucking
very
strong.
point. The augments, as you were kind of alluding to, aren't great. Double healing. Ezreal is going
Okay,
to
wait, Masano, look at this board. Look at this guy's board. Look at it.
As we get to look at, once again, Garchomp's board. 6 Mascot, 3 Riftwalker is a kind of Vex focus. There are no hidden items, but Vex only has 1 item. Doesn't have blue buff. All the priorities on this Nasus, who isn't stacks on stacks, so will not be winning rounds consistently. As you see at the top right, it's on win-loss for this whole stage. This is a strange one.
Yeah, I mean, it's funky, but he's getting close to hitting
Oh
a lot
my
of 3 stars
God,
here.
Unwolf
Just
has
the HP
everything.
and power of these mascots.
He has everything.
Might
Unwolf
be
has
enough to keep
everything.
Garchomp alive into a top 4, top 5. He just is trying to get as much average placement as possible because Garchomp played well enough in the first 5 games that he is sitting pretty at 30 points. He will be making it to that top 16, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He's just thinking about AVP and, you know, hey, maybe this composition works together. A little experimenting, found a weird spot and was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go for it because either I'm a buster out here or I'm going to get some extra AVP. Either way, I'm making it to the top 16.
He won.
Working out. You know,
He won.
He's not consistently winning
He
rounds, but
won.
he's winning rounds.
Dishsoap not winning rounds, unfortunately, consistently, has taken another loss down
Oh
to
wait,
10
this Soap is
HP.
10 HP.
Dishsoap maybe contesting to win out on, you know, the...
It's okay. Robinson is on 3 win streak. I don't even fucking care about you guys. Let me go see Robinson.
Now this.
Okay, maybe I don't go see Robin Song.
Positioning differences could make or break their regionals run. Just the smallest of things.
哇，有泰坦哎，泰坦福耶哥，泰坦福耶哥。
Of some of our bubble players, a lot of them seem to be in okay positions to try and make it. JD maybe in the diciest one, missing that Jin, but he had a lot of gold. He went to 8 quickly, and he had 2 fiddles, so he might find like a fiddlesticks 2 and suddenly be in a phenomenal position, right?
Yeah.
So we're looking at Unwilf right now. He finds a Janna. It is windy weather. That's going to be a lot of extra damage, and it's another spell slinger. So this is looking pretty good overall as a board. He's got TG on that Nico. Didn't roll well on this fight, but in general, going to be able to have items on her, items on the TF, and getting
this soap,
onto this VA.
your
That's
front line
exactly
looks
what you
kind of
said
sauce.
Was how this comp really comes online is once it gets that itemization on everybody, and Unwolf is almost there.
Unwolf is almost there. I think the TG
Oh
Nico,
no!
even
Oh
just
no!
He's like fine. It's
oh no!
As yeah.
Oh
just
no!
everything
This soap is
else here.
dead.
3 units, so he is.
This soap
going
is
to
dead.
Be eliminated. -2
This soap
HP.
is dead.
Unfortunate
Uh-oh.
Alright, let's go see 罗宾哥，好棒棒。Alright, look at his amazing face cam, Masato.
I mean, I need to level for sure.
Look at his amazing face
I feel like
cam.
I could beat Spellslingers.
I can't even
I
see
feel like
his
I could
face.
beat this or Prankster. I feel like I could beat this.
I can never see his face.
I don't feel like I could beat this. I kind of need to spread my front line, I feel like.
Uh-oh.
Fighting a ghost.
Uh-oh. Wait, that Yasuo looks so fucking strong. Oh my god. Oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? He's 28.
Okay, hopefully this guy's just not in my pool. Oh, he's dying. He just railed me before he died.
Masato, I'm gonna come watch Robin song, and he's about to go. He's about to die. I feel like there's a tendency that whoever I watch are just gonna start dying.
Uh-oh.
He's gonna lose to this fucking 6 mascot shit. It's gonna be so hilarious if you lose to it. Also, what the fuck was that Yasuo? Mana's in Yasuo? That is so gay. Alright, he's against Nasus. Is Ramen-san gonna lose to Nasus? Let's see. Nope, he's not losing to Nasus. Thank God.
My Sunfire is dead. That's not good.
Nah, it's fine. We're doing this. Boom. Nice.
I swear, if I
Wait,
fight
JD
Tivix again,
died?
this game is fucking trash.
JD is dead. I Velvet. 他不合分裂选无尽给蝙蝠哎。
I need a Mordekaiser, then my board is like really strong.
Alright. Mordekaiser 1 roll. Let's go. 1 roll. 1 roll.
Or a Morgana.
Come on, let's go. Ah. What the fuck?
1, 2.
He's about to play against a Kyvix and then he's gonna die. He's gonna play against Kyvix. He's playing against Kyvix.
Oh my god, bro. Like, there's no way.
Oh, this Yasuo win is so good. Holy shit! No, don't lock. What the fuck do you need LeBlanc 2 for? Was Kindle Jim dead?
Alright, some dude is dead.
Oh, Kindle Jim is dead. What?
Hey!
Mordekaiser?
Hey!
Mordekaiser! Ah.
Bro! What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Fuck this Urgot. I mean, Kivix is winning, taking a spot, top 4 spot. Like, I'm probably gonna fight him again. Like, this guy, I can't beat this guy either.
哦，好强哦 ，Ripple 好强哦。Onwolf 呢？哦，他打
I mean, I'm
Onwolf。
on the correct side here.
我这应该可以赢。You should win this. Honestly, Yasuo has good items. No, Warwick, wrong side. Warwick, wrong fucking side. Okay, it's fine. Nice.
The win.
Huge win, huge win. Oh, Kivix is dead.
Oh, Kivix
hell
is
yeah,
dead.
it's
Okay.
top 4. Alright, come on, come on, come on. Give me a fucking top 3, please. To be safe, to be safe, to be safe.
I think he needs a third or like a or a four or second to like guarantee.
I need
his...
this Shiv on Morgana really bad.
He need another Ashe.
Also, I need really good TG rolls here.
He need an Ashe. He need another Ashe.
Oh gosh.
He needs a Mordekaiser over this fucking Urgot, and he needs an Ashe to replace so he can get Shiv on Morgana.
Or I'm down for just a Last Whisper.
Oh, Last Whisper? Oh? That's pretty good. Mordekaiser?
Morty? Oh, Morgana 2 is still good though.
Mord? Hello? Mord?
Uh-oh.
Mord?
I mean, this is, I don't need more AD, right? Like, the Morgana 2s are fucking good. I mean, I'm down for this. Fuck it. I'm fighting this guy. Fuck.
Can he beat that? Can he really beat that? I don't think he can beat that. Can he?
He has a Zephyr.
Double Garen? Zephyr his Belith? Three-year loss, he's not dead.
Oh!
Oh? Yo, the Nasus is winning, Masato.
Top 3!
Onwolf died. The Nasus is winning.
Are we good?
Jeez.
Oh, he hit Mordekaiser. Morty!
Okay, we win the lobby. We win the lobby.
Nasus carry again.
Lobby wins the lobby. Okay, wait. We can't celebrate
That's
too early.
funny.
We can't celebrate too early because I'm not guaranteed yet. I'm not guaranteed yet.
I'm not guaranteed yet.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's not guaranteed to play the rest of the day. Even though I really hope he is. Okay. He is on. I don't know if this is right side. I don't know if you should be targeting Nasus first. Maybe you shouldn't. So maybe if that's the case, he's on right side. Oh, he's definitely on right side. He just go on Jin. Oh, okay. Wait. This looks like a win. Nice.
I mean, I need to win this lobby. I can get a good tiebreaker in.
Oh, 9 HP. Mord 2? Mord 2?
Daddy, come home. Daddy, come home. I need you home, man. I just need you home, dude. For once in your fucking life, man. Just come home, please.
Oh, wait, but he's
I'm
playing.
pretty sure I beat this guy. He doesn't have
Oh,
any
he's
DPS,
playing Guard Humble
I
again.
think.
Okay, that's good. He probably beats this board, so he gets a second. Second is pretty good. What, that one extra point might... Okay, that's nice. Okay, so the same position. This is good. This is good. He probably wins this. He should win this. Guanjin. Nice, nice. More cast. Even though it did nothing.
I'm stuck on the fucking
Malphite. Alright, it's fine. His Nasus died. Wait, this Malphite heals so much. Oh my god.
Let's go!
My second. More two. Ah. Oh wait, Laser Core Emblem. Zephyr? Laser Core Emblem?
Home of traits. Home of fucking traits for fun.
What is it? Zizirot? Okay. 你在哪儿呢？我在。Alright, more two, and Laser Core part.
This game is too easy. He has 2 Zephyrs.
Aww. Boom.
Alright, if second is not enough, then I fucking retire. Agreed?
我在巴尔的摩啊，Jimmy。Alright.
Should be feeling very good about that second.
Alright, is that enough?
Goodness. I felt like that really came down to the wire there, and it was just really impressive to be able to see both Robin Songs and Ripple Overdrive manage to squeak out some impressive finishes to be able to close out this final game, because this is where it all counts. This is it. After the scores are tallied for this game, we will figure out our top 16 players moving forward to play 6 more games of TFT today. We got a lot of action, but Crowan, what was maybe your favorite moment out of that final game that makes you excited about what's ahead?
I think the moment we realized we were in a top 4 where there were 3 bubble players,
我去拿个喝的。
Robin and Ripple, that's a lot on the line. When you get in the high stakes situation of it is potentially your final game of a tournament and you're making it happen, but there's only so many spots, right? Unwolf unfortunately not able to, make a run as deep as he needed to in that game, did not secure a top 2 because everyone is fighting tooth and nail at that point. It's just when the high pressure stakes really come into fruition, that's when we gotta get excited about TFT, and it was just a treat of a game to watch, even if everyone can't make it.
I know, you both were getting so hype, especially during those incredible team fights that we ended up seeing, so I can't wait to see what happened in our other lobbies as well, because we've got those scoreboards ready for you. So while we follow the action in Lobby C because of just how tight the competition was over there, what? Claire finishing it off with a first place. Casanova, I feel like it's destiny and fate at this point.
It's gotta feel good for Clear, right? I mean, you had such a rough start this tournament, and then to turn it around at least in these last 2 games and have some decent showings, just be like, hey, look, this may be my worst.
Alright, the Robinson made it?
But at least I'll go out with a first in it.
我帮你把 RAM 带来了。哦，是吗？
I still look forward to what
你要不要直接留在我家
phenomenal player. He's been on the rise, and this just was not his tournament. And that's okay. That's okay. We all get one Clear, so we'll see you on the next time, and we'll see you doing much better.
Yeah, to follow that up as well, we've got like Setsuko and Jukyu just having some really good performances as well. Jukyu taking a 7th place in that first game of the day, so definitely needed to kind of keep on keeping on to look at that average placement down the line. But Crowan, Malala also getting a first place over there.
Oh yeah. Love to see that from Malala, a player that's getting a lot of hype recently. Was already in really good position though, so it's definitely in a lock for top 16. A couple players who jump out to me, Kurum and Cottontail, actually, who are both going to be at 25 points exactly after that game. So this cutoff is going to be really, really wild as we take a look.
等你回家速回不可能想太多。
Claire did it with 5 Renegade Jin. So we did see some Jin success, even if JD unfortunately didn't have it in the lobby that we watched in Lobby C.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of verticality here as the 5 Renegade, the 5 Gadgettine, and we saw the 7 Infiniteam clutch out the win there in Lobby C. But the moment that everybody's waiting for, which 16 players do we get to send forward to play 6 more games of TFT today?
The Robinson got in.
And it looks
Let's
like
go! Robinson got in!
Do it, Casanova.
Yay.
25 ended up being the cutoff. Both Kurum and
where is
Cottontail
he?
get to sneak in. Not even a tiebreaker, but wait.
Oh, bro, he's 2 points off.
Right on the bubble, does not sneak in. Our Worlds qualifier player already, but he will be dropping out here at regionals. Kron, I mean, this is awesome.
Yeah, that's honestly really surprising. I think for Wasian, every single tournament this set he has done really well. And yes, there was less pressure. Maybe he's trying some things out, still competing for prize pool, right? And there's, you know, what, 35k on the line, so that's a pretty big deal. But we're still gonna see Wasian again. It's not the last we're gonna see. He's gonna be competing in the Monsters Attack Championship. But man, the players who didn't make it, who've really given their all and really been some heavy hitters, everyone in that bottom 8 has done a lot of work, a lot of preparation for this event. Unfortunately, I had to say goodbye to them. We get to be excited about the top 16 at least, because there's some heavy hitters there too.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because you look at that group that's in the bottom 8 and you see a lot of familiar faces from that big conglomerate study group that has been able to show up to these tournaments, but there's still half of those players in contention. I'm looking at DPay right now. I'm looking at Bosso's skills, maybe not having a great start to the day, but definitely still able to clutch out that top 16, to be able to move forward to those final 6 games that we're going to be playing out today. And honestly, the field of competition, it was already so tight when we had 24 players enter into the weekend, but it's 16 left, and so we're going to take a short break to allow our players to get ready to go through our next 6 games on the docket. We'll see you guys shortly.
还有6场，操 ！Alright， 等个5分钟。
北の方はもう捜査どうしたものか。
洗顔軍のおじさん、父さんの。
ああ、君か。この子の頼みでこれは助かります。それで手がかり、この先の道を見張っている六花の池ですか。あの辺の地形は複雑ですから何事もなければいいのです。本当ですか。すみません。お父さんの。
找爹 Alright, Masato, we're gonna look for dad. Where's our dad? Where's my dad? "我去上个厕所。啊。
ばぬ先の杖というように事前に準備しておけば混乱を招くことはありません。海を泳ぐ魚でさえ進む先を決められるように生きとし生ける者の意志は全て尊重されるべきです。
Wait. Okay. Let me see. Simon, you good? Wait.
禁止。
いいさ。行こう。
寝るわよ。なんけしょ。
風の赴くままに。
So my pick, maybe a little bit of a surprising one, is actually Malala. Because I don't talk to Malala, I don't stay with Malala, I don't, I don't want to watch a lot of Malala's games, but I've been like the biggest Malala fan for quite a while now. Because like I feel like every time I get in a lobby with him, I'm like, oh god, like I start shaking and like I get the sweats, and then he just takes all my HP, and because of that, maybe some Stockholm syndrome stuff going on here. But I've become a big Malala fan, so I'm hoping he takes it.
I like it. I think Crowan would agree with you that Malala is a good player to be able to be a fan of. But I feel like we have so many players that are just so good and be able to kind of put your positivity behind. And so, Nico, I don't know. This might be a tough choice for you, especially as a rioter now. Putting your personal bias out there, asking you the hard question here too. Who do you want to win the tournament?
Yeah, I mean it's hard because truly like a lot of these players are close friends of mine. After we've played together for so long, like years now. But we've already talked about the guy so far, and the person I chose is actually Garchomp Pro because I've probably known him. One of the people I've known in the scene for the longest. He supported me. I supported him back in the day. He's the type of guy who kind of keeps his head down and, like Abby said, is not afraid to try new things. A lot of players are afraid to quote-unquote innovate in tourney, and like playing Nasus like carry itemize without stacks on stacks is like that's something that not a lot of people would be willing to do in regionals, and that takes that kind of gameplay takes a lot of guts. And I respect that. So
without stacks on stacks.
You guys have gotten some great predictions in. Thank you so much for your insight. I want to ask you a couple of other questions though, because we've only seen 6 games so far, but it feels like the competition has been incredibly fierce. So, Nico, has it been living up to your expectations, especially knowing that a balance patch has just come through and just the high level of gameplay? Have you been excited about the tournament?
Yeah, definitely. Part of it for me is seeing like how players kind of approach like the game in a very well-balanced state, which a lot of people are agreeing that right now we're seeing pretty much the most well-balanced the TFT has ever been. Both players and devs alike kind of share the sentiment. And so like seeing how these little tiny micro optimizations can put somebody ahead of somebody else in a game, But also, like I said, like the innovation that shines through, like, you know, something like what Garchomp did in the last game. A lot of really exciting moments in my opinion. So I'm having a good time watching it.
Yeah, I feel like we've been having just such a treat of great TFT. Abby's, has there been anything that has stuck out to you as like maybe like the creativity of the balance patch so far?
No, I think that's such a cool part too. Is that I don't think like there's so much room for creativity, and there have been so many cool lines, right? Not even beyond just like the like comp at the end of the game, or you know whatever 8 units or 9 units are on their board at the end of the game. There's so many inventive ways to actually get there that we've seen over the course of the tournament that it's just been a treat every time.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen, even just in like this last game, just a couple of different ways to tech it in. Like I love being able to see the LeBlanc come in, just to be able to make sure that admin was on the board for the mana. So that was really neat. What is there about like maybe the composition? Is there anything of the compositions that has surprised you? Maybe coming out from the balance patch, something that you weren't expecting to see do as well, Appies?
Yeah, I think there's been a little bit more. I mean, TF Oxford stuff has been good for a long time, and it was expected to still be good, but I've been a little surprised with like how consistently like good it has been, for lack of a better word, right? It's something that like is topping lobbies and is like very consistently top 4 in general, which again it was kind of expected, but in a patch with like so many surprises just kind of waiting to pop out at you, it's been interesting to see that it is maintaining that level of top performance.
Is there a carry that you feel like just hasn't been explored to its full potential yet, Nico? Just looking at the balance patch that has come through, and also the lines that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I don't know if people haven't been exploring it too much, but I would be interested to see if people start like kind of prioritizing Viego a little bit more. He has been recently buffed. His comps are good right now, Oxforce and Renegades with Jhin. People like to throw AP items on Acel right now, and I do think that is quite correct to try and itemize the Acel for consistent backline damage, but sometimes Viego can definitely shine in a comp, so be interested to see if anybody, you know, goes that route maybe. His carry element's really good as well, so we'll see.
Appy, same with you? Do you think Viego could use a little bit more exploration?
Yeah, no, I think the last few days, like last week or so on ladder, every now and then a Viego 1 will just like get to my backline and kill every single unit in it for free. It's one of those things where like it feels good to put items on him and comps that are just kind of running him, stuff like that Oxforce TF thing, right? So a lot of cool ways, and Jhin as well. You playing around Renegade, there's a lot of good ways to itemize him.
Well, it has been such a pleasure to have you both on the broadcast. Thank you so much again for joining us and giving us your insights and your predictions. We hope to hear from you both very, very soon. But now we're ready for a game. So we have 6 games ahead of us, and we've got Admirable and Frodan to kick off this game 1 of our top 16.
We are now officially in day number 2. None of this faux day number 2 stuff that we've been having. 8 players have been cut from the tournament, which means there are 16 remaining. Joining our lobby, Robin Songs, with a big finish in the last one to make that cut through into day number 2. And Dan, when I'm looking at this day number 2, it is pretty stacked on this top 16. It was stacked before this, and somehow it seems like it's even more stacked. I want to know who you're rooting for in this lobby.
Who am I rooting for? I'm rooting for the person that we have on our screen, Robin Songs. He narrowly made it through with quite subpar average placement. Robinson's gonna have to do a lot better than that for his next 6 games, opposed to what happened the first 6 games of the tournament. I'm also rooting for Setsuko. I think there's a lot riding on the line for the tournament, just because there's a lot of expectation on their shoulders, but also there's a lot of rivalry with Disco. Both of them come in locked in at 33 points apiece. And then you have to look at some of the rising up-and-comers. You heard Spicy Apples talk about Malala during the break. You know, Garchomp Pro, this guy's 2nd in points right now, crushing it, and maybe, perhaps, can upend a little bit of those top-tier standings. When people were looking at rankings, Garchomp wasn't considered in any of the power rankings, not drafted in any of the fainting results, and yet consistently putting up results. Can he keep up that momentum for 6 more games?
It doesn't matter who it is at this point. It feels like there's always someone to keep your eye on. I mean, there's a reason that these 24 players are playing in the NA regional finals. That's kind of the way that I'm seeing it right now. But Robin Songs, though, like you said, this is honestly has been, I'd say, one of the weaker performances that he's had in a regionals so far, despite the fact that he consistently finds himself in that final day for regionals right now. But that's kind of in the back of your mind, I think, at this point. For Robin Songs, the goal is the next 6 games. Get through to that next top 8. It's a big difference from what we had on the first cutoff, where we cut off 8 players into 16. We're now cutting 16 down to 8. But keep your eye on that event average placement. That's a big
Is he
factor
selling
because
it?
after 3 days, the
Oh,
player
is he selling it?
across 3 days is the one that finds themselves with a spot at the championship. So for Robinson's here,
He is not selling it.
I feel like that the tomes have been a much more popular take since they added that additional change. That little boost of gold feels like it's been a really big deal.
A really big deal, and also Robin is tailoring for the best possible series of outcomes. He's okay with everything on the left side, except for probably Renegade Emblem. Even Brawler has its use cases if he wants to go into Laser Core. So Robin is in a really good spot.
Robin is holding
this is the kind of
his
power of triple
book.
trait units. You just get so many more opportunities.
Huh.
Starting from 6 traits inactive on the left side of your screen, you get at least 1 tailored augment guaranteed, and it jumps every 2 you're able to get. So 6, 8, 10 plus. So that's what you're really aiming for with Robin. And we'll see whether or not he's able to get the exact tome, or rather the exact emblem that he seeks. Personally, I think he's going to be looking more towards the Gadgeting line. I think that's something he feels pretty comfortable with. But I know Robin also really loves Laser Core. It's been a big part of his climb through ladder, and we'll see whether or not he's able to actually get that emblem that he's looking for.
And I want to ask you a question about this before I jump into some boss of skill stuff. Is I've been seeing a lot of players hang out on level 3 rather than going to that level 4. We've seen in some previous sets it is very aggressive to pre-level, get to level 4, all this sorts of wacky nonsense. But we've been seeing a lot of players hang out on level 3 and trying to hunt down some of these 1-cost 2 stars. What has really been the big difference?
Gadgeting Emblem! Yay!
It's hard to ignore this part of it, so I guess we can jump back to my question in a minute.
Yay!
Wow,
Gadgeting Emblem! Let's go!
They're all takeable. I mean, the reason why I even like react, because even the random emblems that he got, you end up getting a Star Guard emblem, which everyone knows is not exactly a bad one either. But Gadgeting is 100% correct, I think, in this spot. Because I just think that it's really high cap. Not to mention that it's so hard to get access to.
He has a shitter Nico. He has a shitter Nico and has a Gadgeting Emblem.
I think it's correct choice.
Nice.
As for Robin priorities, it's going to be interesting to see what Robin takes off the carousel. The first thing that I think jumps into mind is whether or not you can make Thieves Gloves. Thieves Gloves actually benefits the Gadgeting trait entirely. You get as if you have 3 full items, and you get the full damage amplification and the reduction. And a lot of people usually put it on someone like Annie because it helps anchor your early and mid game while you start to build out all of those backline items for either Sona or Morgana, as well as Gnar for all those bruiser items.
All right, so we can take a look at this now. We're going to be jumping over to Robyvan Kanob's board, who's got the early prep. And I'll tell you what, one of my favorite augments that has come out of the game is preparation. I was kind of enamored by the idea of what preparation was, investing into your bench, sacrificing a little bit of your income in order to get power onto your board. And over time, we have just seen this continue to evolve in strategy, players coming up with all sorts of different ways to take advantage of this one. Robyvan Kanob comes in with a 4.17 average placement and has an early preparation. I think this speaks a lot to how strong his board can get going into stage 3, going even to the final 2 rounds.
Wait, Masato, what'd you say?
In particular, it's just such a massive
out of all the augments he decides to talk about, he chooses prep.
I mean, very similarly in that they will play the meta lines, but they are also willing to do something slightly different. In the round of 24, Godshot was playing things like reroll Nasus within the mascot line.
You get to sacrifice stage 2, hope that your stage 3 board is better. Hope you hit the units that you want early. That is a Gnar with a belt and a chain vest. Okay, Robinson, where the fuck are you? Get the Gnar! Yeah, get the Gnar, yes!
So we start to see
that is Warmog on Annie and potential Titan or GA on it's probably Titan. It's not potential. It's probably just Titan on Gnar.
I'm gonna piece together all these items. I think I'm seeing the most is that Boss of Skills got a ran to it, so I feel like there's a lot on the plate for Boss of Skills to walk away with this one.
You know what's the most insane thing, Masato? He can get like Gnar carry next.
Very valuable items into lots of players in the early stages. And
into like Nunu or some shit.
Defensive items. With Setsuko sitting on built different here, there tends to be a pretty typical line of thought.
Right, he just hit stage 3 Gnar carry augment.
Win streaks, and then as you get to level 7 into stage 4, that's where you start to figure out.
And he doesn't. He's not even frustrated of not hitting. Maybe not hitting for a stage 4 Gadgeting.
Number 2, you just start building threats behind a big front line on built different. I feel like for Setsuko, this is one of the players that I would expect to be able to navigate.
Masato, look at this face. Look at this bottom right face, right?
Most valuable and
All
expected
right.
ways possible.
Now imagine he starts singing.
Plays the game just
All
about more
right.
than
After
anyone
that,
else
now
in the
imagine
league.
he
Right
starts
now,
getting
I'm having a
tilted
tough time
and starts
imagining he's gonna
screaming,
have, a difficult
"Hello."
run with Built Different.
Look at that face.
Going against Boss Skills with level 4. I like a lot of what you said about Setsuko. He is a player that I think has also picked Built Different very often. In fact, I did a YouTube video to try to analyze Setsuko's Build Different games, and I just noticed that this guy actually just picks Build Different almost every time he can, even when he's offered a completely different line that's viable as well. And so Setsuko, it's because it leans into his strengths. Setsuko's strengths as a player is his ability to recognize the strongest board almost at every juncture of the game. And most importantly, this strongest board enables him to not roll. Setsuko is a really big person who believes in his ability to cap a board high, but he needs a lot of gold to do so. And so his specific strength as a player in this instance is to be able to maximize all the uses of his pairs while making gold interest, while being able to streak and not rolling a single time. If he has to, he's willing to. It's not like he's gonna first Wraith in, just send no matter what. And now, as a result,
Robinson
5 streak, 20 gold, the exact spot that Setsuko is comfortable in. It's almost like he's at home on ladder, grind to rank 1 again.
It's one of these things where this is the most dangerous thing you can face in the game. Setsuko is a player who's very willing to play from behind. He's very comfortable playing from behind, and he's still very dangerous when he's doing that. What happens when you have all those factors in place where he's got a pile of gold and he's got a pile of health and everyone else is losing? That is terrifying. That's the worst spot to be in a lobby against Setsuko.
Yeah, we'll see. The downside is that Build Different cap's pretty low unless you're able to use an unconventional 3-star.
Yeah, I actually kind of want to see how
On top
Build
of the
Different
things
plays out
you
this
can also
game.
roll for 3 cost 3 stars, but it's a little bit on the rare side.
The
so
cap
people
of
probably
that
gonna play
comp
more around
is
the aces
really
that
not
you
that
mentioned.
great.
But we'll see, because Build Different does trade off a lot of that late game like synergy power that you're able to get with a huge amount of verticality to it for the early game power and streaking. So we'll see whether or not players like Ripple can perhaps hold the candle in terms of hitting that high cap power level. And speaking of, we also have Boss Skills playing that Lulu reroll, which we all know what this comp is capable of. Does end up hitting things like the
He got a shit at Nico as well.
I'm not entirely sure where it actually falls, but we also
But it's
know
actually
there's
not that
a lot
good.
of augments that this
This
comp
Warmog-
can use, and it really depends on whether or not he
This
hits that
Warmog
really
Pantheon
impactful
2.
3-2 augments, or if
He's
able
rolling down
even
to
get the
like
hero
30 or
augment
23.
specifically.
Wow, this is a great start here for Boss Skills.
GP?
I think this roll down
Pantheon?
has the ability to change everything. This is 6 Lulus. We have.
He's not rolling anymore?
The
Really?
champion duplicator sitting on the bench.
You want to sit with this?
I feel like Boss
That's
Skills
insane.
is in a really comfortable spot to make something happen right now. And frankly, it's not going to take much time. I think the health total here is looking good. You have a decent amount of gold. Your items are looking a little bit sketch, but you have a glove ready in case you need to build like Jeweled Gauntlet onto a Lulu here. And for Boss Skills, I think this is a great spot to be in. A, you're getting to play Lulu reroll. But B, Boss Skills is a player that I think that tends to be a little bit more creative and is willing to play more flexible lines. So when he's got something so powerful, he's like, yeah, no, I'm just going to go this way. I think that's a really good sign for where you would expect your placement to be. And something that I've noticed a lot also with just Lulu reroll in general is that all 3 tiers of hero augments offer something to it, no matter what stage you're at. It doesn't have to be a Lulu reroll. It doesn't have to be a superhero on your augment. If you can get to stage 4 and find a Nunu, for instance, that's one of the biggest spikes I feel like you can get.
Yeah, I do think that it kind of
Men hit Axiom Arc. He hit Axiom Arc. He hit Axiom Arc.
Axiom Arc. This is the strongest gold tier augment you can find in the composition. On average, spikes the composition by almost an entire placement. It's just so powerful. And the only thing you have to really do is make sure you have enough AP to scale it. In the meantime, looking at the bottom left, you're seeing Robin Songs roll down for his Gadgetines, trying to commit to this Gadgetine line and hit a 2-star Gnar. Hit a couple of things like Aurelian Soul pair, which might be worth considering to play. I actually like it a lot if he can play it potentially, maybe even over Morgana, but we'll see. Robin's in a spot where he ends up using his duplicator. He's going to use it on the Morgana to try and grab tempo. So you can see what's happening within a lot of people's specific lines, that they really want to make sure to keep their board strong for stage 3 at the moment.
Also, skill's going to be light on the gold. Says I'm going to conserve this a little bit because I think that my ceiling is very high, and I don't think I have to be so fast-paced here. Doesn't have supers online just yet, but does have a lot of the other pieces ready to go. So I'm kind of curious about this one from Bosso Skills, where, you know, at what pace do you need to be right now? I think that this is a lobby that's looking pretty aggressive right now. Gold is a pretty hefty one in terms of players being able to affect their board. And you don't have that power of the early hero augment, which I would say is one of the biggest things that you can get for a Lulu reroll composition, is you find a powerful hero augment early on. You get to take advantage of it right away, and your direction is extremely clear for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and speaking of clear direction, having this mascot emblem to go into vertical mascots, you have a couple different ways that you can go about it. Some people choose to play like an AP-centric, build around Vex, A-Soul, anything like that. And sometimes you can just play a standard Jhin Riftwalker's curve, and instead of trying to prioritize, you know, playing around Jhin only, you try to think around the defensive mascots and try to outlast a lot of opponents. When we get Robin Songs, the position of this Rammus can be really good, depending on where his Sand Slam is going to land. Oh, and it does end up hitting only the views on the front line, so nothing is going to impact that Sona. And also, Ripple has a severe damage issue now that I'm kind of looking at it. Once his Warwick was gone, he actually can't kill units.
You tell me Robin's best bet was Battle Mage?
And he's going to take at least a loss here.
Why did he take Battle Mage? Did he really have no other options?
Loss at that point of it, going into the carousel now. Meanwhile, Setsuko's board still looking nice, sitting at 40 gold.
Yeah.
Some heavy hits. Malala sitting down near the bottom right now. Bosso Skills below 50 health as well. Taking a look at this carousel. Pretty much a pretty good spread, I'd say, across the players. Lots of available options in terms of what they want to do. This is like one of those carousels where everything is kind of a dead item for a lot of players because there's nothing but tears and gloves.
So we got a quick glimpse. Malala looks like he is also going for Gadgetines, by the way, which is directly responsible for why Robin is hitting less often. We also saw Robovan holding early Nars and Gadgetines, although it looks like he's transitioned fully over to the Laser Core line. Let's check in with Malala. So he does have this Gnar, and with this, almost feels like he is 100% committed to the line and can't do anything else. 5 Nars. Now, keep in mind that gold is not a guaranteed hero augment. It's only 75%. There's a chance for a triple gold at 4-2, which means that if he does, Malala's actually really hoping for the Gadgetine to be offered on gold, but if he misses and gets hero augment, he has an opportunity to just spike Nudu immediately, which is going back to what you're saying. Not necessarily as important for the Lulu comp, but very important if you're playing around Gnar.
It's almost like an alternate way to find the 5th Gadgetine, is that you're not going to be like deep into level 7 going into level 8 with a ton of gold. Right now he's rolling very aggressively to get this composition online. So if you're just gifted a Nunu augment, that is a big deal and a strong way to get the 5 Gadgetine online. There's multiple ways to do it. Just pretty much any way you slice it, there's going to be some opportunity there. So I think a pretty decent spot for that. Bosso Skills taking another loss down to 36 as we get a glimpse at Kurum's board right now. And wow, this one is looking really nice for Kurum. I'd say that like the health total is not ideal for this spot. His tournament results so far has been pretty weak. I'd say this is well below what you would typically expect from Kurum in terms of average placement. But this is cybernetic implants plus jeweled lotus and a decent spread of items here. This is not a weak board by any means.
You know, I like the augment setup. The problem is that he's playing an all 1-star board with a 2-star Ashe. Does end up dodging the Zephyr onto his Ashe 2, and he did hit the early Warwick, so that he definitely has those things going for it. I'm curious about what his exact admin is, so that way we can maybe understand how is the cap of his power level. It seems like Kurum has at once per combat at 66% HP, admin heal 600, which is okay. So I'm actually kind of worried about Kurum. It kind of depends on, because he's also on low gold. He hasn't even hit 50 at the end of stage 3. So I think I could imagine, while he does have really good augment setup like you're talking about, I can also see a world where Kurum doesn't hit Warwick 2, is not able to stabilize, and he's going to just narrowly miss it on top 4 in 5th or 6th place, unless he's able to get something really powerful off of hero augments or the 4-2 gold augments.
A lot of volatility on that side. Garchomp's side, wow. I am loving the way this is shaping up right now. Strong front line, decent units.
Okay, Lulu 3, Gangplank 3. So the thing about this Lulu composition is that once it starts winning, it starts hard stabilizing and winning out for the most part. Oh, and even gets a chalice if he really wants to. Or does he have the opportunity to make an ionic spark? It's a little bit unclear to me as it's tucked away in that bottom left. In the meantime, Garchomp Pro playing the other side of it, trying to look to see if he can hit Vex 3. Vex is an underplayed carry, largely because most people believe Vex is quite poor right now. And so, you know, Garchomp, again, played carries such as Nasus and Mascots or just straight up Vex. Most people abandon itemizing Vex. She is just a synergy bot while playing around Aurelion solo. Will Garchomp's risk pay off?
Good question. I didn't see too much development on the bar on the right side, but I will say that Bosso Skills is probably the player who has hit the biggest spike right now. 3 stars added to the board right now with supers in play. This is scary to be dealing with right now. So I think a little bit of alleviation from Garchomp's side because you have a Dragon Claw sitting on the front line, and now the Belvet's going to start cleaning some stuff up here. Not too many units on the board, but they're tough to chew through at this point. I feel like the damage could be here. A lot of benefits.
Lulu? No healing?
Oh my god.
Boom.
Close, but no
Axiom
cigar.
Arc.
And Skills really needs healing.
He needs healing. If he gets healing, game is over.
To the 4-2 augments.
Okay, contain just laughter.
Really big for some of these compositions.
This is some massive spikes across the board.
有2家要选努努了。
See how this one plays out for Garchomp here. I think a lot of times when you're in this spot, you are looking for Jhin. But the AD items are not here. We're sitting on the AP line with Carry Vex. What are you looking for here to pick up? Are we just leaning more into mascots at this point?
I'd be very surprised if he prioritized Jhin here, given that he wanted to play around Vex and the mascots. I think I would... Oh, he's going for Wrath the Rift. That's pretty surprising to me, but Wrath the Rift is actually quite an underrated like backline carry damage augment. It could be the fact that he's playing around Belvet. So this is an unusual line. You don't actually see it specifically this decision. A lot of times people would rather prioritize going for 6 mascots and playing around things like They See Me Rolling or Contagious Laughter to scale that AP. I understand that he wants to hit Jhin too, but I think he's going to cap way lower because of this. So I'm not entirely sure I agree, but I'm ready to be proven wrong. Garchomp has proven me wrong multiple times throughout the weekend, and I'd like to add to that count one more time.
See me rolling on Malala's side of the board. This is about the peak of what you can get when you're going this direction right now. Garchomp's board holding up pretty nicely so far, but I think this is way too much to clear up at the end. Indeed it is. Garchomp taking a hit there. And I pretty much agree with your entire sentiment on that. I feel like that taking the Jhin support in that spot, it's decent, but it's not your ceiling. But sometimes you can't aim for your ceiling. You're just going to have to aim for what's there. So I'll be curious to see how that develops for them. You know, maybe Garchomp's not aiming for a big finish in this one, just aiming to not be taking bad finishes, and we're talking like really bad. You want to avoid 7th and 8th as much as you can. As we move over to Robyvan's side, we're seeing a Mordekaiser get picked up, and I'd say this is pretty big when you're going to be focusing on brawlers and lasers at this point. It's tough to imagine much more that you could get in this circumstance, I'd say.
Yeah, this is exactly what Robyvan wanted. The only caveat is that he's at 9 gold. He's at level 7, so he's quite poor. But hitting this Mordekaiser is huge. He's not going to lose by many units. This is actually a composition where he theoretically could lose to a lot of units. But looks like he just has overwhelming amount of damage to get past the front line. And Bosso Skills, without the healing, without that Gunblade to let Lulu truly 1v9, ends up taking another loss here. And this is actually a sizable loss. 4 units. Bosso goes down to 12 HP. If he loses like that one more time, he is dead. So he needs to actually complete this item. And potentially a massive carousel with double component available.
This is scary. I am not entirely sure what people are going to be focusing here. I mean, I can see some players maybe focusing on a unit here rather than focusing on the item count here. But you know, the spread of items when I'm looking at them across the board, they look pretty good. Not a ton of components open for players.
Titan for Robin Song.
The creep round afterwards. This is
Titan and Thieves Glove for Robin Song.
Off of this stage here, especially off of 5-cost hero augments as well. We're looking at massive spikes in play. So for Setsuko now, we're getting a glimpse of the board. Lots of 2 stars in play. Moving towards the ace line for now. We'll see if that's going to change up a bit. But right now, I think for Setsuko, it's about improving your front line where you can. It's about 2-starring your board. It's about maximizing your items and making sure you're not taking big losses. And that when you're picking up wins, you're dealing as much as you can.
Malala hit Nunu 2. Wow. Okay, so that probably puts Malala as one of the very likely players to hit top 4. Yes, he's at 21 HP. Malala's queuing up into Setsuko. Setsuko has been very calm all tournament, but it's a little bit hard to stay calm when Nunu is steering all over. They see me rolling. He's just going to get really strong. And he also has a Bloodthirster and Archangels.
Let's all look
I
at this.
Setsuko to be dealt with very quickly. He does not have the DPS to be able to kill this Nunu. And Malala is going to start charging his way in.
Nunu 2星4杠5. What the fuck?
The only player to take a 4-cost hero augment on the lose streak as well. Everyone is starting to get either really strong or fall really far behind.
I'm quite worried for some of the players that are out here right now. And at Kerm's board, this is pretty much exactly what you described as well, is what happens if he doesn't get a 2-star Warwick. But Kerm's decided to rest on the gold here and sack stage 4. This feels like a pretty rare circumstance for Kerm, I would say, to take the gold instead, start taking the hits, and risk taking a bottom 2 finish. This seems like it's a bit out of line for how you would expect Kerm to typically play.
It's entirely correct. He needs to actually find a way to get to 8, and that is his bailout here. Kerm is playing for a little bit more of like a 3rd or 8th style, and that's the position that I think he has to go for.
They see me rolling.
Find a way to get back in this game. He's up into Malala, which is actually not
that's
the
fucking
worst
Nunu
thing in the world, especially if he's able to get this win. Oh my goodness, the Warwick's gonna be able to at least clean up this last unit. Good loss. You can't take too many more of those. But if he takes a 1-unit loss in stage 5, he's still gonna at least have 1 life. And Kerm needs to go to 8, needs to find that Warwick 2, needs to 2-star the rest of his board. And if he can do that, maybe find a way to sneak into top 4. But right now, Robinsong's 10 streak looks like he is good with that 5 gadgeting. Malala is also going to be charging up with his gadgeting, and Setsuko probably is just going to bleed out to a top 4, just having the virtue of a strong build different board. So with that being said, who else can join the top 4? Is it Basso skills with his Lulu win out? I don't think Garchomp's going to be doing it. I maybe think Robovan could get there with his laser core board because it's the stronger version of Kerm's currently. And I don't know what's going on with Ripple Overdrive. The lobby is going to start heating up like crazy going to stage 5.
This is it. This is it's time to punch the ticket and go into full overdrive here. So for Kerm, that's exactly what you're going to see. Warwick 2, big things to put in play. Critical round here for Kerm.
Okay, Warwick pair. It's kind of unfortunate that he found the Nunus. Wish he can find the Mordekaiser. Meanwhile, you see big rolling also on the left-hand side. What looks like to be Setsuko's board with build different. He found a guaranteed. The way you play build different is to just keep stacking a lot of those 4 costs. Aatrox 2.
Kerm is dead. Kerm is dead.
Really badly wanted to play the Warwick 2. Did not find it. Eats a Shroud. Garchomp more than happy to feast on really good matchmaking outcome here. As Kerm's board looks way too weak. I'm pretty sure Kerm just takes the 8th place here unless Basso skills is going to lose. Kind of depends a little bit on how this Vex aims, but I just think that there's a little bit too much meat to chew through. And that's going to be it. Kerm is dead in 8th place. Very unfortunate circumstance, but I just think that his mid-game board is way too weak and was not able to carry that momentum over to a top 4.
It's tough to see, but it feels like that's kind of been Kerm's tournament so far. It's some pretty tough spots and walking away in the clutch moments when it really counts. We're getting a look at Ripple Overdrive's board now. The mascot lean hasn't been too heavy. It's been 3-star, the Rammus for the front line, and then taking advantage of the synergies that this team really puts into place.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that he doesn't have a secondary damage source outside of hoping that he's able to attrition down either through having the Rammus 3 be unkillable or Viego has good TG items. So he's a little bit banking all in on the Jhin damage source. We'll see. Going up against Lulu. Lulu has BT. Okay, so that is one form of healing. It's alternative. It's a lot more selfish. Rammus. Oh no, the Sand Slam misses the Lulu, but she doesn't get the reset because of too much HP. Oh my god, is Basso Skill's gonna actually die here? He does! Wow. What a crazy turn of events. The Rammus 3 just too tanky, and Axiomark never got rolling for Basso Skills.
That is just
what the fuck am I watching on my board? What the fuck is that?
Not able to capitalize off of it. For Ripple Overdrive here is
there's 2 fucking titties rolling
that you can spend gold
rolling across the board.
Stronger. Robovan powering through with just a lot of pressure across the board. 6 Brawler having a Zephyr on the front line to like make sure this Warwick can kind of get to the backline scenarios. The option to move that backwards, adjust the positioning here. I feel like positioning is a lot of the game plan right now.
六斗士哎，我操！
The thing about the Zephyrs, if he keeps on the very edge, is a chance that Warwick actually gets trapped and can't attack anything. I don't think that's happening here, especially it would require his opponent to actually mirror the exact positioning. He's using this to wrap to the back line. Robovan with a fantastic Zephyr outplay on Setsuko to bypass a frontliner and get direct backline access. Well, now will that result in a win? Is the follow-up question. Warwick's Edge of Night has triggered. Now we're going to the backline, trying to take out Jin. Here come the lasers. The big silent flare.
Oh, wow.
Robovan squeezes out a narrow victory over Setsuko thanks to that immaculately placed Zephyr.
And that's exactly the game plan I have seen from this style of composition. Every single time I see a Zephyr like get built, they actively build, I'm like, that's kind of weird looking. That's exactly what's happening. If you can get Warwick to a back line, that's about the best thing you can get out of the Brawler composition. So now, whole items being picked off a carousel. Doesn't look like there's anything super game-changing for the players here. Let's go. It's 5 gold and a redemption. Now we're seeing what they can put together to fight for the rest of these spots that are remaining at this point. 6 players still remain. And for Setsuko, it really doesn't look like there's too many improvements that are to be made here.
I mean, there's still the fact that we're playing 2 Mordecai's was 1. Ideally, we like to get a little bit more frontline. I think the weakness of Setsuko's composition is that he's all in on the Garen and the Echo to stall, which is not a bad plan because there are dual frontliners. But you saw what happened when he got Zephyr on one side and his opponent was playing a melee-centric carry. So Setsuko has to avoid that. The good news, he has so much HP that I'm still very confident that Setsuko is going to nail a really solid top 4. Hold on a second. It's going up against Malala, who we said is going to rampage and come from behind the top 4. Setsuko's hoping that he can preserve HP and kill up as many
MF?
as he can.
MF cast?
Nunu's camping on the backline here as well for this. And this is just not enough damage to really hold up on this. Setsuko's done a great job of making this a soft loss. This could have been way worse, I think. But that's not too bad, I'd say, all things considered.
Alright, 2-unit loss is not even that bad.
It is the unstoppable force at the moment. So for Setsuko, that's probably your worst matchup. Clean up what you can on the rest of the board. For Robin Songs, now you get a glimpse. Still on the Gadgeting side of things, but it's looked like it's gone a complete opposite direction. This was something you mentioned, too. When it's contested, sometimes it changes a lot of the plans. If Robin had camped and gone for just hard onto the Nunu 3, I think this could have been a disaster. Instead, he's decided to focus on Econ. It looks like he's going to push for levels and try to make something out of a Nunu 2.
Yeah, this is Robin playing for first, by the way. If old Robin Songs would be at 0 gold, rolling for not only Nunu 2, but the 2-star Alistar, the 3-star Gnar, and everything. Gets a Zephyr, still prioritizing Battle Mage, by the way. That makes it pretty clumped. Going against Malala, which actually might be okay because he doesn't want to queue to Malala in stage 6. Malala, I'm pretty sure, is the only other person that has a high chance of winning this lobby. So it just comes down to whether or not he can kill off enough units, which looks like it will be. It comes down to Gnar and the Nunu that ends up surviving, and so Robin takes what looks like to be just a couple of his losses. And Robin's gonna drop to 5th place if he can hit Nunu 2, which he does. Massive pickup here for for Robin Songs. No longer on Team Lucas. Sorry about that. Man, it's been years I've been casting it like that style. I'm so used to saying Team.
I thought you were just gonna say Team Robin, to be honest.
Team Robin Songs, let's go.
Check out the handbook when you get a chance. Nunu 2 here is ridiculous. Like, not having to go to 9 and be like, okay, this is my best chance to hit Nunu 2. Now you just get to sit back and go, oh, okay, what else can I do? That is the biggest improvement that was possible from this spot. Oh, that's a big anvil.
Okay, so he sells his Gnar, so it looks like he's going to cap out with
Spark?
legendaries. This actually makes me wonder if long term he even wants to play this
another Nunu
Sona, for example. So he could theoretically just like sell it and put all the stuff onto somebody else.
Play another Nunu
just cap out with legendaries. This is an alternative instead of playing for the Gnar. Robin's trying to go or the rank 1 finish in this lobby, but I don't know if this is strong enough. This was a decent level 9, but not the most amazing. Let's see if it's good enough. He has Ripple, who is streaking in his pool, as well as Robovan and Setsuko.
9 HP, though. These are crucial wins. He needs every single one of them. Robivane, not the best Zephyr. This is good movement from Robinsongs. I'd say it's one of the things he's good at is just fundamental positioning and making sure it's good. Robivane, though, you need everything you can get, and this damage does not look like it is touching the rest of the board right now. The Nunu is just rampaging over what's available. Robivane is not going to kill another unit.
Wow, you know, Robivane just died?
Player. Garchomp's in the same boat, though, so Robivane sneaks out of 5th place here. Garchomp's out in 6th. It was not enough to hold up with the board that was available on this one. Robinson's
bro, these fucking lawnmowers.
Rampage, Ripple Overdrive down to 21.
What the fuck?
We have our top 4 for the first game of our first cutoff point in day 2.
Oh, I took a deep breath for a second because I thought we had pivoted back to Malala's POV, and I thought he queued into Robin's songs immediately after that, which would be kind of tilting if you're Robin, because I'm pretty sure Malala and Robin are the 2 strongest players in the lobby, and if we were just to measure purely off of board strength, they would be 1-2. However, Ripple has impressed. He has stabilized with this 3-star mascot. Is it enough to potentially take out Robin and earn a top 3 spot or better?
Once again, it's just the Nunu versus the world at this point. You know, the rest of the board feels like it's frontline for Robinsongs at this point. And if you take a look at the left, it's another one of those similar battles where Setsuko, as you said, is going to have a low cap on the ceiling, and that is being demonstrated right here, right now. It's a lot of stuff that's on board, but the job has already been done. You preserved a ton of HP. You got a ton of levels extra. There's a big hit, Setsuko. That's a knockout for that one. That's 4th place. 3 players remaining. Robinsongs sneaks into the top 3. 2-star Fiddlesticks gets put on the board now. I don't see much else that Malala can do to really improve at this point other than push a level and add some more stuff to play.
Well, Malala could theoretically just make his bench really powerful and keep stacking. Keep your eye out for a potential double kill here. Malala could kill Robin, and then Ripple is pretty unfavored against both Robin and Malala, so he's going to potentially go up against the ghost of that, and looks like that's what happens. Looks like it's going to be Malala's ghost, which is actually the worst end of the deal. Ripple would much rather play Robin.
The left side of the fight for that one. I'll keep my eye on the right just a little bit as well. My gosh, it's just Nunu's rampaging the board. How do you stop these? Like, what is the counterplay mechanism to this? Is this just like the peak of the peak? Is there any way to fight this other than just ridiculous 3-stars?
Well, range is usually the way you can handle Nunu, but in this case, everything is melee. And it's just open season, but Robin is outnumbered. Oh,
Robin's dead.
It is indeed the double kill that we mentioned.
Wow.
And Malala able to make that massive come.
Wow. I mean, that's wow.
You got 2nd place. Wow, you guys will find out. In the meantime, let's go to the next lobby and see what's happening in the top 4.
So as you look at it, DP was out in 5th, DQA out in 6th, Sox out in 7th, Cottontail out in 8th. We're fighting for more positions in our top 4 now as we reset. This is our first game after the cutoff point. So I'm taking a moment to try to absorb what's happening here. This looked like a 4-cost hero augment in stage 3. This is one of
Gadget Team Belvith.
Unpredictable power I feel like that happens. You have to
Gadget Team Belvith.
It's difficult to tailor a board around this.
Huh?
I'm looking at it right now. It's just
what?
Relatively unconventional looking boards.
Wait, what?
In the grand scheme of things, Dish Soap's going to go out in 4th place here.
All right, so KinderGem also playing a 5 Gadget Team strategy. Yukio, you can see just capping out really high. Another game, another top 3 from Jukio. Is this guy just having the meta read and performance of his life, able to potentially put another victory on the board? Starting to believe that this guy is the real deal. Kindle Gem, Nunu 2 playing Gadget Teams. We have seen just what happens. Being able to get that Nunu 2 online, can replay. Figure out a way to cap high enough to deal with this.
Samira 3
from Juke U. This lobby is starting to get insane.
Samira 3, I'd say, is one of the ones that can be beaten. However, it doesn't make it easy. I feel like there are a few big 4-cost carries that can be defeated. I think that this is one of them because the damage tends to be focused in one spot. However, if you could not CC this champion or pick it off, it's going to be a lot harder. The Zephyr does not land right now, and if you can't shoot this through this front line, this Samira is going to wipe the board right now. Jukyu gets a big cast. wow, that is way too overwhelming. There's no way Replay is winning this fight.
Yeah, Replay would be hoping that he loses by fewer units, which is exactly what happens. Kindle Gem is dead. Replay is dead. Another back-to-back double kill. Juke you putting on the tournament performance of his life. Another first place. Is this the breakout performance that we were looking to potentially match Wajan Iverson? I think so. It looked like Wajan was running away with it this set. Finally, we have a contender of another breakout star in the midst of North America.
I think Jukyu is making an incredibly strong case for himself, that is for sure. But what a way to end our first game of this next set of 6 that we're going to be playing out. 2 double kills? Are you kidding me? A Jin 3 or Samira 3? I almost thought we were going to see a Jin 3 for a second there too, honestly, when we were taking a look over at Garchomp Pro's board. But it was so exciting. I have to go back to what we were following in Lobby B, though, just to kind of wrap up what was going on over there, since this is only our first game. We saw something really interesting coming out from Garchomp Pro as a player. We got 445 as the slate of hero augments for that game. But Garchomp Pro is the only player to pick a 4-cost hero augment. Admirable, what's kind of behind the decision-making process when we do have that as your choice? Everyone else went with a 5-cost carry.
Well, I think there's 2 like big ones that come into effect there, which is number 1, there's not an emblem, there's not like a spatula item that can really define a 5-cost champion and really change it up. And you're on Vex as your primary source of damage for that, and you don't have items lined up for really something else being there. So if you're going to lean towards Nunu, that's going to require you to change, I think, a little bit of the composition around. And you don't really have the mascot idea. You would be turning the Riftwalkers into mascot at that point. So if you're going to aim for Nunu at that point, you know, there's a lot of players who are hunting down Nunu in that lobby as well. You may be stuck on a 1-cost Nunu, or I'm sorry, for a 1-star Nunu for that entirety of that game. So I think it's part of the deterrent that's there. And then the Jin just gives you a Jin right away. Like maybe you get that little bit of a power spike and you can make something happen from it and maybe squeak out a 5th place, a 4th place, what have you. For everybody else, they had a strong aim for a 5-cost hero augment. And that is why they have absolutely 0 interest in a 4-cost at that point. I would say that at that spot is the one player in the lobby who's like, I can justify taking a 4-cost hero augment here. And so they settled on that rather than try to dig deeper.
That makes sense, and so that's why we asked the insight here. There were 3 players that went from Mordekaiser Obliterate, though, a supportive hero augment. Dan, it didn't really look like it was working out for them. How important was that hero augment to those players, and why do you feel like they might have missed the mark in order to get into like a top 3 scenario?
Well, I mean, hero augments are really, really important, especially because this set in particular with set 8 seems to have kind of brought back in how legendaries can cap out a lot of the boards. You're looking at how Infiniteam is really core to how, or rather Ezreal is really core to Infiniteam, or you look at Nunu, really core to gadgetines and mascots, or other things similar to that. So hitting those hero augments can pretty much, like Mordekaiser, right? You saw people instantly take that in order to play around the laser core. So if you have that hero augment, it's really important that you lock it in. You know, we said our piece about Garchomp. I'm pretty sure that's something that even he will admit is a weakness of his, which is when things aren't lining up for the 3-cost reroll and then everyone else spikes really high. Garchomp said that like that's where other people get their edge because they're playing around 4 and 5 costs, and he's stuck here playing Vex 3, which is not particularly very strong unless you're able to snowball that lead or get the right augments to support, which didn't happen.
That makes a lot of sense. I just want to give a big shout out to the TFT dev team though, because nothing makes me more happy than seeing the hero augment names like Nunu. They see me rolling. I don't know. It's like, that's so fun. That's a great naming scheme we've got going on there. So thank you to the dev team for getting such creative
They see me rolling.
and to our players for treating us with such a great game number 1. Here are our lobby breakdowns. We did get a chance to see the end action there for lobby A, as well as be able to follow the action happening in lobby B. So these scores shouldn't surprise anybody, and that's why we're gonna go through them pretty quickly here so we can get ready for game number 2. That's right. We still have 5 more games to go in this gauntlet of TFT that we're playing today for day number 2 of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. So we're going to take a short break and go ahead and get ready for the game. We'll see you guys on the other side.
something that feels like it's in there. No, it's not like, I don't know. It's like I can feel it at the top right corner of my eye. And it feels like there's like a hair in there or something. I don't know what something's in there. I just want to see. Yeah, I hear eyelash. Your eyelash is like and it's like such your eye, right? You're right, right where you said center place. Oh, where?
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. We are starting to get our Day 2 games underway with our top 16 players. And now we've got another one upon us. We've got Casanova and Crowan taking back over the casting for this one. We ended up getting a chance to see the tail end of Lobby A, which is going to be the lobby we're jumping into for this game. But Crowan, is there any other context that you can give us there for what was going on?
Yeah, it was pretty interesting lobby. Specifically, something to note was DQA just kind of lucked into a Twisted Fate 2 randomly, didn't have to roll any, but pushed level 8 still really aggressively, rolled down, didn't really hit a front line, was in a lot better spot than Dish Soap, who was running the same composition, both running Ox Slingers, but Dish Soap actually ended up outplacing DQA just because DQA had never found the Nico, didn't have that setup for multiple carries that Ox Slingers does really thrive on. And we actually had more comp contestation than we usually would see. A couple players playing Jin, both bottom 4ing with Cottontail and Deepay. And that's interesting because it was a comp that was considered S tier coming into this event. It was really on the rise, especially in ladder, and a lot of players have it on their radar. Not doing quite as well as we see the cap of other boards, especially like we got in the tail end when Infinity Team gets online, especially with the Samira 3 from Jukyu. It's just not going to come close in those matchups.
Yeah, that was super cool to see. It's not every day we get a chance to see a 3-star 4 cost, that's for sure. Maybe we'll get a couple more on the bingo board as we take a look towards our next game, but I want to focus in on the players that are in this lobby as well, because Casanova, something that's really sticking out about the top 16 is just kind of how new they are to TFT. Like, looking at 2 of the players in this lobby, specifically Jukyu having the tournament performance of a lifetime, and then Kindle Gem as well, just kind of starting to break out.
Last lobby?
The Mecha Cup performance. Those are 2 players that were relatively unknown.
What was it? It was
yeah, I think that's big. I mean, Kindle Gem especially, right?
It was both new players.
Think much of Kindle Gem until it got late into the tournament when he was really popping up in every lobby, just grabbing first after first. Playing some really excellent TFT, and so it's exciting to watch him. Jukyu as well, continuing his massive streak.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how these players do as we have game 2 upon us.
Jukyu fucking cried a little bit from the carousel. That's so funny. Yeah, he literally just made his duck cry.
Jukyu, who I wanted to expand more on.
He had Nasus Rod and Gangplank Rod to pick.
And how we have some newer players, and Jukyu is one that we need to talk about because he popped off on day 1, and now in the top 16 he starts it out with a first place, getting that Samira.
Vayne and the Vex.
Had a really good set, honestly. We look at some of the placements that are not as amazing. Defender Cup and Mecha, 54th and 28th respectively, but had a 9th in Corrupted.
Double Bliss Train.
There's a big asterisk at his mid-set finale performance.
But he probably should hold
quite well. He had qualified to the top 16. He had made it. But due to technical issues of him playing from a cruise, he ended up having to give his spot away. Malala ended up taking it all the way to his 2nd place. But Jukyu is someone who made top 16 of mid-set finale. We don't know what he would have done with that. Could he have won mid-set? Could he have made it to the top 4? Who knows? Who's to say? But he has had a good set. That is what is, there is precedent for this performance. He has had a good set so far, and now he is absolutely taking high roll positions and just murdering with them. He is getting so many top 2 performances in this tournament, and he is not slowed down at all.
Definitely. That's something interesting to think about, is how could Jukyu have done at the mid set, right? We could have been talking about Jukyu as the breakout performer of the set as opposed to Weijin in a different world, but we're not in that world. Jukyu had to fall out because of technical difficulties being on a cruise, but still it was playing so well.
He's so fucking rich.
Well. I wonder what the prep was like from Jukyu, because still
he is so fucking rich.
kind of how JUQ likes to approach these situations. It looks like this one hands off the keyboard as we get a 1-1-2 here. Augment, something like time and a half can be very good. I don't believe I saw a sword from JUQ, so usually if you are going to go that direction for time and a half, you're going to want a day early Deathblade.
Winds of the Wanderer.
Winds of the Wanderer, we saw that come out from
Is he gonna take this? Probably not.
On in the first couple of games, but not going to be the you know, snap pick that it was in the last patch. JUQ, no matter what, yeah, I think he's likely to, honestly, in this situation. Re-Energize could see some play,
get paid,
but you know, with Mech's Mirror kind of falling out of the meta. Cyclone, we got a really fun game from Cyclone yesterday with Roby Van Knob, who was playing like 4 Hacker, Wukong 3. Doesn't take that line, however, is just going to take the other Yasuo Augment, the Exile one, and maybe go a duelist direction. Have to see. Maybe could still just go Laser Core with that as well. It's going to be serving really well for that Warwick, and we've seen Laser Core pop up a decent amount.
He killed one. Does he kill one?
Yeah, I mean, Krun, so we were talking about, does he have a sword for time and a half? I only saw the rod, and I was like, I wonder if he's got a sword somewhere. No, he just only has a rod, and he had 20 gold here on 2-1, so gonna be getting a lot of economy there for JUQ, and we'll see what he can do with that econ. We've seen him play so many different compositions. We've seen such a big variety. He started off with that reroll game with Lulu, with the undergrounds in early. We've seen him play the late game compositions. We've seen him play a 3-star 4 cost, right? So JUQ has a lot of different ways he can go. Spirit can be played with
DQ. It looks like he's looking to like some porn website. Look at his face.
And we'll see which way he goes.
Yeah, JUQ just, you know,
it's so fucking red.
His average so far is absolutely nuts. He's at 2.29 average over 7 games. He's gapping mostly the whole field. Malala is actually the one that comes close at 2.86 right now. But then it's a huge gap from replay, Ripple Overdrive, and Kindle Gem all tied at 3.86. So talking about averages, yeah, JUQ is in a phenomenal spot as we do go over to DQA, who is not too far behind on that average, is going to be at 3.71. Actually, so it's gonna be close there. Did not do too well in that previous game, only got a 6th. So he's gonna have to look to do a little bit better here because the points are reset, right? And it's even harsher of a cutoff. 50% of the field gets cut as opposed to just 1/3. Going into day 3, looking forward. Have to see where he lands with that.
Yeah, jumping on with Deepay. Gonna be Infiniteam. This is a breakout performance qualifying in via ladder. There was a lot of hype behind Deepay. He came into Mecha Cup swinging before kind of falling off towards the tail end of the tournament in lieu of a lot of his practice partners really finishing the day there. But Deepay still somebody a lot of players are looking at to be a strong performer at this tournament. He's made it into the top 16, and we'll see how he continues on here against Dish Soap, who, hey, he's got some rocket grab going on here. Everybody's gonna have to be paying attention to when Dish is in their pool.
Oh yeah, and players are going to be, right? That's not something that you generally overlook in a tournament with as high stakes as the regional final. You're gonna be doing your due diligence there and hopefully not getting any carries hooked, but it's still a good augment because it forces other players to have to play around it, not getting the ideal positioning. Even if you're not hooking a carry, you still get to manipulate the fight in that way and position yourself, you know, just so with that in mind. Going to be able to still win streak out at least the first few rounds. Dish Soap as well, the only player to do so, as first pick part in this carousel does go to DQA and JUQ, and we have a double component one, and that's going to be pretty massive, especially for JUQ, who only started with 1 component.
Yeah, help him get some kind of item slammed down, right? We see DQA also just started with 1 component. We see just the tier there. Yeah. JUQ with the rod, and hey, both of them are, guess what, losing early because they don't have any items. Wow, would you look at that?
Crazy
That's
how that
incredibly
works.
Surprising how that happens. But now they've got the potential to at least slam something, try and catch up. But of course, everyone else is still getting an additional item, so it doesn't actually make up any difference. Just a matter of if they can slam something impactful.
That was really interesting. I'm glad we got to see all those items there because there was only 2 players who had actually slammed an item, I believe, into carousel. And usually in tournaments, talking about, you know, a lot yesterday, the tempo of how people like to play, it's going to be a lot quicker than the average ladder game. you usually see more than half the lobby slamming items, but that's not the case in this game. Maybe it's a bit of low roll of like, oh, I want to greed out for a better item. But if the whole lobby's doing that, then nobody's really getting punished.
Yeah, I want to note real quick, Dish Soap's admin. Every 5 seconds, your team will heal 150 health. This is a really strong early game admin for win streaking, because that 150 HP in the early stage of the game, incredibly impactful. As this gets later, completely worthless. So we will just see him using this as a way to win streak. And hey, this fight is actually looking a little bit rough. It does look like Dish is going to lose this one. I don't know that the Lulu can get through. This Ram is going to pop in, replay, end that streak. So that's gonna hurt Dish not being able to streak into Krugs.
Yeah, if Andy could get another cast off, maybe it would have been a bit closer, but no, not able to. And the healing, like you mentioned, is super good in the early game, but there was already a Sunfire slammed at the opposite side of the board, so that cut that healing, you know, in half. That was the difference of that fight. If a lot more healing got to come through, Dishop's front line would have been so much more tanky. Maybe like it would have been like 3 frontliners actually still alive at the end of the fight. But even
is at 58 gold.
Isn't going to be super prioritized. Is still able to do a lot of work with that Gunblade,
is at 58 gold.
Dish
oh no!
Feeling very good about
no! DQ is at 58 gold. Never mind.
On the board, level 5 Aatrox, Sunfire. That's going to be pretty scary, especially looking forward into stage 3.
Yeah, but so far we've been watching these hooks from Dish Soap. It's not actually getting any value targets. Everyone doing their due diligence. Everyone scouting. Not getting caught off guard by Dish. Still having a strong board though. Still going to be able to fight through a lot of this. Kindle Gem though, with the laser focus on that side, having that Ashe doing plenty of damage with the Renekton in the front line, but still this healing seems like it may be enough. Just a couple more casts. It's a lot of damage from the Ashe.
Lulu?
Actually, Ashe might be able to get through the Lulu. One more cast does get it. So Dish going to be able to get that win over Kindle Gem, turn things back around.
Yeah, that was a little bit of heart scaling coming through there. If there wasn't 2 heart being played, I don't know if Lulu would have actually done enough damage there.
I don't think so.
So just goes to show how heart scaling can even be good in the early game when not that many casts go off. And we haven't seen too much heart flex actually come out in terms of looking at the comps in general. There's actually so much flexibility that some of the comps that we expected to see a lot of were just kind of not, and we're actually seeing things that we didn't expect to see come up a little bit, just because, I mean, we've said it on broadcast a lot so far, but this patch is just in a really good state. TFT has probably, you know, is probably in the most balanced state that it has been just overall in general. Shout out to the dev team. They've done a great job with this one, and we get to just see so much action and so many things, again, that we didn't really expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to get the variety on the cast when we get to see a bunch of different compositions, and it also just helps with, you know, people being contested. Instead, we might see a bunch of unique compositions instead, and everyone trying to work towards it. It comes down to positioning, who can actually hit. A lot of interesting scenarios, and players like Jukyu have been heavily rewarded for that because he's been able to execute on so many different lines. And I think that continuing to see players who can do that, can execute on these different positions, that's who's rising to the top, right? There's not a great way to just force a composition over and over again anymore.
No, definitely not. We're going to be seeing a hacker Draven actually getting sent to the backline. That is the League of Draven Augment. I feel like we haven't seen that in so long. The stats aren't very good right now. It gives Draven the bonus AD, and he has a little bit of chance to gain gold when he gets a kill. But Draven reroll has been out of the meta for a very long time. I wonder if that's actually something that
I mean, isn't this guy just 8th?
The Cottontail had it, right? Yeah, the Cottontail actually was.
Isn't Cottontail just 8th? He's playing Draven.
Great. There was what, a Quicksilver and a Hodge there. Generally, you're going to want things like I
mean, 他那个 Cottontail 已经第8名了，就德莱文是不可能拿第8名以外的名次吧？他也没有说3-2、3-2 2星德莱文，或者3-2那个3星德莱文。
So at least somewhat recently, but it has been a minute since Draven has been heavy in relevance. At this point, though, Cottontail, you know, having the carry augment for it, it's either played Draven or played down an augment, essentially. I guess you could play mech and just have... Well, no, it's the carry augment. No, you can't... It's play Draven or be down an augment. That's where we're at here. It's not even the support augment to just give crit.
And you don't want to be playing down a hero augment unless it's like a 1-on-1 augment and you just use it to like massively streak in the early game. Then you can consider that, but no, not going to be the direction that Cottontail will be looking for. Probably Killogem taking that Tiny Titans, which is why you see the 1-on-1 HP going to be gapping lobby and HP, at least for now, but that's going to be much necessary because the rolls were coming through on level 5, playing laser focus Ashe, so was trying to hit that tier 3, but I believe it was only on 4 Ashes there, and you really want to hit that early, have that carry your mid game, and then allow you to reach the point where you can actually find, you know, Warwick 2 and even Mordekaiser in the late game, but pretty far away from that point right now.
水银
Very far from that, but we can see those
水
kind of
银
quick
正义
start
青
coming
雨
by
是吧
some big rolls coming through for Kindle, and of course having that HP buffer to get there. I like the Tiny Titans pickup in that position.
What is
Check
this?
on board with Sox. We have seen Sox playing a lot of tempo so far in the tournament, but this time we've actually got a carry Fiora, the grand challenge. Got some items slammed. This is pretty spicy, Kron. Do you have anything to say about this composition?
The grand I'm just for the perspective, just talking about the Draven augment and Draven carry augment and how that was pretty poor on the stats. This Fiora carry is even worse on the stats actually. Not by that much, but it's still notably worse. There's only very, very niche scenarios where this Fiora augment can actually pop off, and it's probably if you have an early Fiora 2, you're happening to run some duelists, you just slam items on her and use it to kind of tempo you into some duelist reroll kind of angles. Sox is not quite in that spot and actually has Ludens as well. So this is going to be Sox, you know, not totally playing down a hero augment, because going into Oxlingers, right, you still play Fiora to give you the Ox Force, to give you the duelist for TF. She's just not going to really benefit from the hero augment that much. So it's going to be playing down kind of half a hero augment, we'll say, maybe a bit more than half even.
Yeah, I mean, because we said Sox likes playing tempo, right? This grand challenge, I think you're probably right. He probably had 2 Fioras. He saw this and he was like, okay, well, I can tempo into playing TF or something later on. I've got items for it, and this will help me stabilize HP, maybe win streak a little bit, and go from there. And it looks like that is the position that he's in with this grand challenge Fiora. As we look at those items, right, those don't look like Fiora items, really. No. They look like Twisted Fate items. So yeah, I mean, that certainly is where we're at. It's very interesting to see that line. I mean, Sock's a very creative player, and yeah, still continuing to play tempo. We like to see that from Sox. However, it hasn't netted him a ton of HP, as he is near the bottom of the tables, but it is close between 7th and even 3rd.
Yeah, I almost let myself get baited for a second, seeing DQA have the potential for a Kaisa 2 in the shop, and actually rolled over it and sold the pair, but was punished by rolling to 0 and not finding a single TF and only finding 1 Nico. Upgrading that Kaisa would have paid dividends, I think, as DQA really wants to preserve HP in the latter half of 3-5, but I think recognizes that he's in a kind of weird spot and needed to maybe high roll a little bit to come back in this game. DQA did, I will just say, made probably a mistake in the last game, pushing levels too fast, and this time he might be making another, you know, kind of mistake here by not taking the upgrade that his board might have needed. He did win that last round, however, it's not like he's weak. Going to level 7 does just give the power of having more units probably than most of your opponents, and Kaisa still isn't a bad carry in stage 3, even only at tier 1. The 0 gold, though, is going to hurt him a lot, as he's looking to beat a stage 4 and maybe not even on a single TF.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I totally get that, and you can see where his head's at, right? He's just, I'm playing TF, right? I'm playing TF, I'm playing Nico. I don't want to make this Kaisa, I don't want to spend the gold, I want to hold on to my gold, but just being down a carry is going to be really tough for DQA. We'll see if this can still maintain him. His front line is actually, you know, not bad this time around. He does have this Annie with the Burning Spirit. He's got the 2-star Alistar, 2-star Fiora. At least for stage 3, headed into stage 4, it's not terrible, but certainly going to want to find more. That's an interesting spot to place that Kaisa.
Yeah, it works out though. I mean, scouting the matchups, right? You know, you're going to be facing one of the 3 people, and this is probably good positioning for at least 2 out of the 3. And DQA is in a position where he needs to be taking some risks in this game to come back. So I actually really, really like that decision, and it pays off big into this round from Sox. Probably going to win. Even rolling into the Syndra very early as well, having 4 Star Guardians to be getting a lot of mana, throwing in units, and allowing, you know, the real units on the board to survive, chunky other players by a lot more, and Sox takes a pretty sizable hit there for stage 3.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, it's such a spicy twist to that Kaisa, but as you said, right, we saw him scouting, we know he was looking around. It seems like
我真心觉得 Replay 刚刚，那 DQA 刚刚应该把凯撒2星拿下来的。 你4阶段2星凯撒打工绝对是没有问题的，而且你血量那么多，血量那么少。你要去低逆命其实有点危险。
Real Kai'Sa reroll player, and I'm actually really excited to see it because I don't think Kai'Sa should just be shunned from the meta right now. Still, if you high roll a Kai'Sa line, she's still going to be good. Maybe not like first place or like top 2 automatically good, but especially with like hold the line Rel being a super tanky front line, having +1 Star Guardian, this is a spot where she can thrive. In the bottom left, we do see that laser core reroll come through, but the Ashe 3 is still not there.
Ashe still eluding Kindle Gem. He finds the Renekton. He's looking at 6 Yasuos, 6 Blitzcranks. Actually, no, it's even more Yasuos, right?
8 Yasuos.
8 Yasuos. He's very close to Yasuo, but still a ways from Ashe.
Ah, that's rough. Hit the Renekton.
玩凯撒的人没有凯撒2星。
GQ versus replay. GQ at 50 gold, level 7, triple item Aurelion Soul. And we got to hear a little bit of, I believe it was Aniko during that kind of mid-game segment with Necro and Aniko saying that Aurelion Soul carry is correct, as I think Necro asked, like, oh, what carry, you know, would you want to itemize? Should it be like Viego? And he's like, people are itemizing Aurelion Soul, and that's probably just a good thing to do, because it just does so much damage, even only at the tier 1 that we saw there.
Yeah, looking very good. Juki, we were talking about, hey, what direction is he going to go with the augment he picked early on? We were thinking, oh, is he going to go duelist? Is he going to go lasers? But Juki,
think fast.
In a position
think fast. Okay.
We'll see where that ends up, as we've got a prismatic augment, and this is a think fast for replay. Break down this reroll for me.
I mean, it's just going to be clicking all the Star Guardian units, finding MFs if you're able to as well. Kai'Sa only needs to benefit from 2 quick draws, so it's going to be skipping the Nilas. It looks like really just focusing on the 3 and the Kai'Sa 3.
One off
as well, because we can actually maybe go up.
Nice.
And Kai'Sa 3 comes through still with 36 gold left.
Oh, MF2?
Massive.
Why did he skip MF2?
Shouldn't be doing that. Really does want the Rels though, so it's kind of maybe hyper focusing on that. Just needs 1 more.
Wow,
and here we go. Finds
MF, Nico 2, MF2. Okay.
3 times the charm.
Never punished for replay. That was a 0 mistakes think fast right there. Quote me on it. Replay in a phenomenal spot after that one. That is the value you want to get out of think fast.
Yeah, and you said, hey, Kai'Sa from a high roll position where you hit that Kai'Sa 3 early on, still going to be a very strong composition. And hey, think fast to do it, but we hit this Kai'Sa 3 at 4-2. I would say that is early on enough, especially with that Rel being alongside it. And replay is going to start chunking some people with the power his composition has put together. There's Draven 3 as well that does exist, so it is Draven for Cottontail, it looks like, and it's been doing okay. Cottontail win streaking. It looks like he hit this early enough. He is on a 7 win streak playing it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I didn't expect Draven to have that much power. I don't know exactly when he hit it. He did take Windfall, which is a bunch of gold, but he's pretty rich right now. Is going to be in the position to potentially level up to 8 after this carousel. I don't think he will do that, but just to put it in perspective, that is, you know, generally the case from players who aren't playing a reroll style composition. That's just, you know, natural tempo of the game. But he's on Draven 3, on Pike 3 as well, and throwing some tanky items on the Pike with that staying power can get multiple casts off in a fight. That's just going to be huge, but this is going to be a really important matchup that's telling of which real comp is stronger. And the Draven's in the backline though, and that's going to be dangerous for Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, Draven with the Pike, both 3-star versus Rel, and the Kai'Sa 3-star, but the Draven, as you said, gets backline access, gets to take down the Kai'Sa. The Rel just going to be remaining against both of them, but the Draven is low enough that the Rel might be able to do enough, and replay able to win that, even though the Kai'Sa goes down to the Draven. It just took enough time for Cottontail to kill that Kai'Sa, but the Draven fell too low. But Cottontail actually only hit that Draven 3 on 4-2. So that means this streak has been happening on a 2-star Draven. It's possible that Pike was earlier, but the Windfall is what let Cottontail get to the rest of those upgrades. And Draven showing up strong. Cottontail has so much HP to work with, and he's already hit. So now he just gets to level up and try and scale this composition into an endgame.
It might have actually been more value than Think Fast, and it's kind of weird to say, right? But I think he hit Draven, and it didn't take all the gold that Windfall gave, right? So he's able to save more, as Think Fast doesn't give you gold per se. It just allows you to reroll, and the units that you click on is the gold saved. So it might have actually netted more gold. I'm not sure, because there was a lot of units from the Kaiser reroll that were picked up. It's maybe analogous, honestly, as we do take a look back at Jukyu, who is playing threats. Jukyu has consistently impressed, playing so many different lines of play, is no stranger to this one as well, rocking a Belveth with the IE, going to hopefully find some more items for her later, but needs to find some frontline. That Garen upgrade is exactly what he needed. Rammus as well. The only unfortunate thing is the carries are still all 1-star.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what were you saying about frontline? Because there's Garen 2, there's Rammus 2, there's Shen 2, all hit immediately after you said that. But yeah, as you mentioned, the backline still leaving a little bit to be desired. It is just a 1-star Aurelion Sol, 1-star Belveth as well, but they do have a lot of time to work through these enemy teams. However, Deepay here with the 1-star Jhin doing a lot of damage, doing a lot of work, not quite gonna do enough though. And Jukyu able to take the win on this round, still just using that Spirit of the Exile with threats. He's just like, okay, well, I'll just give attack speed to a bunch of threats. This is also a fine way to use it, and it's working great.
That's value.
Yet another line that we're seeing from Jukyu.
TF2?
Yeah, here we go. Here's Sox playing that tempo style of Fiora, carrying the items for a TF who is finally TF2, and now Fiora just gets the treat of any tank items that are left over, because she still will be able to get a lot of auto attacks off. She does benefit from that duelist, and will be able to, you know, start chunking, doing a little bit of damage, probably not ever more than the TF. And Sox is on a 6-loss streak. Hopefully this TF2 can turn it around. Nothing can get CC for a bit as well, because Sox would take the Verdant Veil.
Yas 3, Bliss 3, Renekton 3,
but is,
Ashe
you know,
3.
still going to have value, especially when we go into a Yasuo that's trying to CC. But the Fiora has a lot more uptime than she would have usually had.
Yeah, TF actually finding his way onto the Ashe. This is big, but Ashe turning around and just bopping him down. Kindle Gem has hit at this point all of the 3-stars online, and now can the Prankster do enough? It cannot.
No.
Sox is going to take a big hit here from Kindle Gem, and you know he's going to be on 1 life remaining. Unfortunate to run into Kindle Gem after he has finally hit all of the units he was looking for.
Yeah, Sox on single-digit HP. Any single bad matchup is just going to send him out in, you know, I don't want to say 8th maybe, because DQA is sitting on a similar board, but only stuck on a TF1 and an Eco 1. I feel like we've said that a lot this weekend. Oxlingers being probably the most contested composition, probably the most popular, and with that, people stuck on level 7 are just not able to hit. DQA has fortunately saved up enough gold to where he can go level 8 and have better odds to hit, but with TFs already out of the pool, it's still not going to be a guaranteed thing. The items are good, however. He has a free Thieves Gloves from the Band of Thieves, and then Lucky Gloves as well.
Ooh,
so
wow.
he TG rolls, wow, and hits another TG actually there, and could put that on a Viego. I think that's gonna be fantastic, and then can Archangels the Nico on a Syndra pair. Did hit the Nico
pair.
too. Ego pair. Probably should sell the Syndra and keep on rolling. I think at this point the Syndra 1 is going to be doing enough work. Hitting Syndra 2 is actually not going to change that much, but selling a Viego pair or a TF pair would feel bad as well, so that's probably just why he's sitting on all of them.
Oh no.
It's a Kindle Gem who's hit so many 3-stars.
Yeah, all the upgrades are there. I mean, we'll see if the TF1 and the Nico have enough damage to punch through this. It's going to be really tough to get through all that HP. And as you can see, it's just not quite happening yet. We'll see the front line finally going down. And now it's up to Ashe. There is a little bit of time here, but Ashe does so much damage. And wow, DQA actually able to sneak out a little win there. The Viego surviving all the way through.
Sox is dead.
No. That'll do
Go
enough.
down.
Masato, Draven is 76 HP. I'm a little bit scared.
Really tough to come back from grabbing an 8.
You know why I'm scared? I'm scared that I'm gonna get baited thinking Draven is playable.
Start this kind of you know, top 16. He's in danger. Needs to really pick it up, because again, the harsher cutoff is going to mean there's a lot less room for error. Similar things with Deepay, who did go 5th last game as well. The bot forward start the day is scary. and is running into that kind of similar issue that we talked about of running Shiv Morgana, but then actually Last Whisper Jhin means that that's not going to get as much value as we would have liked to see. Being stuck on level 7 on a 4-loss streak does do a good job of dodging the hook from Blitzcrank, but can Jhin get the job done?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. That Aurelion Soul having some fantastic items, and we start seeing those meteors be dropped on the Jhin. He might just evaporate. Here comes the next cast. Where will they land? It looks like there's plenty of units left, so DP should be just fine. It's going to be a win for him going up against that Ghost.
Ghost board maybe paying dividends there. Replay though, the Think Fast Kaisa line. I was excited about it, about the potential of what that comp could still do in this meta, and the Think Fast was just the cherry on top. I think Replay has a real shot to win this lobby with a line that a lot of people had honestly written off.
Yeah, I mean, this is the player that Frodan had as his dark horse at this top of day 1 when we were talking about it. Replay's had a phenomenal set 8. I know he mentioned there were some nerves from Replay that he was seeing on day 1. He wasn't playing his best, but he's able to sneak in to the top 16, and he starts it out with, you know, that Think Fast. And yeah, maybe someone could say that there were some nerves missing the MFs, but also, as you said, he was focused on the rel. He got there, never punished, finds the MF. Perfect play on the Think Fast from Replay, and he does get there. And even with missing that MF 2 times, I do think that it was a good Think Fast. He was very, very quick, and he did hit everything he needed.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it's not like he missed anything. Even though he missed, you know, some on the individual roles, he doesn't actually feel the impact of that at all. So kind of in a vacuum, we can say it was perfect. Dish Soap dropping to 4 HP there, losing to the Ghost board of the laser focused Ashe, is in danger right now. Dish Soap went 4th in the last game. Wants a better placement to be able to reach the top 8. I think a lot of people are looking at a player, specifically Dish Soap, to be a favorite to win it all. Would be quite the blow to see him go out on a day 2. It is very early on, right? I'm not trying to write anything in stone, but still, these trends, you need to be starting off strong to get that momentum moving forward.
It is funny to think that we are on game 2, right? This is the 4th game we played today, but it is only the 2nd game of the top 16. So it feels like we're getting closer to that cutoff than we really are. We still have plenty of TFT to go. So even someone like Cottontail, who did go 8th in game 1, has a good shot to make it all the way back and make it into that top 8. And he's doing great with this Draven. He's made it to level 9 at this point. He has been losing a couple of rounds, but still very healthy at 48 HP. See how the positioning is. That looks great into Replay's board.
Yeah.
We'll see if he ends up finding the win off of that, as Dish Soap is taking on Jukyu. This is both of the Aurelion Souls going back and forth against each other. Jukyu with that extra attack speed from the Yasuo augment versus the rocket grab from Dish Soap. But it looks like Dish might be in some trouble here, waiting on the next round of meteors, but it's Jukyu who casts first, and he's going to take out Dish, and that's a 7th place for Dish Soap. You talked about this. He is someone with so many expectations on his shoulders. Taking a 7th here means there will be a hill to climb for Dish Soap in the rest of these games.
He's definitely playing a solid line, but from an unideal position. He was playing kind of heart flex for heart, but didn't have like a heart emblem or anything to put onto the Aurelion Soul, so he wasn't benefiting really, you know that much. It's still going to be.
His Mordekaiser has 2 redemption.
Yeah, just kind of outpaced by.
Mordekaiser 2个
I'll say the
2救
high
赎
roll of the rest of the lobby, especially looking at players like Kindle Gem, Replay, Cottontail even as well. You know, just talking about the meta real quick, we never expected, I think, to see a Draven pop off and be kind of dominating the lobby, and yeah, we get to see it right now, diving into the backline against Kindle Gem and, you know, taking out the Ashe here soon after he gets through the Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just the Pike and the Draven on the Ashe, and there goes your carry. Goodbye. Now all my strong units are untouched. Look at this win to happen through, and Kindle had pretty much capped out his board already, was lucky enough to find a Mordekaiser on 7 for more of the laser core, so he is still very powerful, but still not going to be able to take out this Draven, as he does just rip through this Mordekaiser at the end, and Cottontail going to get even more money to continue to try and add some big 5 cost,
纯爆率
2 star for this board.
纯爆率爆伤，完美爆伤，德莱文。
A 15 HP gap. Players running away with the lobby, of course, are Cottontail and replay with these phenomenal reroll kind of boards. You don't need to play just these standard push level meta compositions to have a good chance, especially again with comps that people didn't expect too much of. A testament to how good this meta freaking is right now, as replay is saving gold to push 9 and maybe find an MF3 as well. It's sitting on 5 MFs. The items are just a Titans and a Zephyr, so nothing too crazy, but it just goes to show how good of a spot replay is. Half the front line isn't even upgraded, but doesn't need it. It's because the power of that Rel 3 with Hold the Line.
Yeah, very, very strong. This spot is so good for replay. As you said, he does have the potential of MF3 with all those extra misfortunes, and he can make it all the way there. As we're going to take a quick look at Deepay as he rolls down. It looks like he found an Aurelion Soul 2 there just at the end as he goes up against Cottontail.
Oh, no.
Jhin is so vulnerable here. Here comes the Draven. It's the League of Draven, and he's taking everybody with him, farming all of these rewards. The gold popping out of the bodies because this is a free fight for Cottontail, and that's going to be a goodbye to Deepay in this game in particular. Deepay going to be dropping out in 6th here as Cottontail claims another victim.
That he does. Going to be going out, and it looks like 6th place, minus 12 HP. And I think players actually aren't very used to positioning against Hacker anymore, because it's not like we're typically sending Dravens or Nars into the backline. If we do see Nar Gadgettine, it's generally played without Hacker. So we're like, okay, my carriers are probably safe in the backline. But then Cottontail says, no, they're not. Jhin and Aurelion Soul got absolutely deleted by the Draven, punishing that kind of mispositioning.
Yeah, it just goes to show that when you have a spot for Draven, it still can work out. Cottontail in a position where he may be able to claim first. We're going to see it once again, jumping onto Jukyu's Bel'Veth. This is at least the carry that will be able to get away from the Draven, can try and run out of there, potentially have a spot for Jukyu to stay alive because he was on 3 HP. He's dropping pretty quick here, but the Draven is fighting that Bel'Veth, and the double Hodge is enough regen that the Bel'Veth is just going to solo in, but not quite able to finish the job. Draven has axes, need victims, and he claims yet another as Cottontail takes down Jukyu.
Such high expectations for Jukyu, having a phenomenal performance so far over the past 7 games. Does go bot 4 for his 2nd time, but that is fine. He's still going to be in a very good spot, especially after the 1st place in the last game. Shouldn't be too worried there, but even Titans of this tournament can bleed when they go up against these crazy compositions. Still replayed Cottontail holding hands 1-2, only 1 HP separating them. DQA and Kindle Gem perhaps the next victims very, very soon, as DQA has squeezed into a top 4, kind of redeeming himself as opposed to last game not top 4ing from a really solid position, but with the same comp though. So DQA really leaning into this, and it's because it's just so dang good.
Yeah, he's been heavily forcing this composition, but it is working out for him so far. He had such a great top 24, and now in the top 16. He's just looking to cap off a top 4 in this one, see how high he can go. Probably trying to outplace Kindle Gem, which would be this fight, and it looks like he might not be able to do so. That Ashe still doing plenty of damage, in the Renekton in the front line, tanking it all. So that is just going to be a 4th for DQA. Not able to get it done against Kindle Gem, and Kindle Gem, at least grabbing that last placement, might be tough to get anything past Cottontail and replay this.
Their Star Guardian emblem
once again takes the match.
有一个新手转。
It was only by like a Rel left alive, taking out the Draven at the end. Didn't get a chance to see kind of how close that one was, but boding very well for Re.
新手转，然后女枪，虽然他女枪装备很差。
Level 9, Kindle Gem's probably like, all right, I'm good with 3rd place this game. Get me out. Let's go next. As yeah, Re
有办法把装备转掉吗？
About 40 gold, 6 misfortunes. Still gonna be rolling, can slot in whatever, but for now is playing 8-star Guardian. Don't see that much vertical star Guardian, but that's exactly the position to do it in. Cottontail level 9, significantly less gold, but Fiddle 2 in fact as well. That's gonna be really scary.
Yeah, with Giant Slayer and Jeweled Gauntlet, that's going to be doing a lot of damage and maybe helping get through the rel on the side of Replay with that Giant Slayer. I think that is going to be significant.
This positioning.
From Kindle Gem. It's going to help against the Draven, but how much is it going to do so? It is going to be a lot. The Renekton tanking up both of the 3 stars from the side of Cottontail. That's going to buy so much time as the Ashes now turn onto the Draven, and Kindle Gem actually going to dominate this fight heavily, taking Cottontail, going to do a big chunk of damage to him, unless this Fiddle has something to say about it, but not quite enough. Cottontail going to take about 20 plus damage there.
I'd be eating my words. I thought Kindle Gem might be satisfied with the 3rd, but he says, no, we can go higher, actually. We might be able to... I don't know. It's gonna be a lot harder to beat Replay just because that corner everything position against Cottontail is gonna be so good. But that's a Mord 2. We have potential Aatrox 2 coming through. One more Misfortune. Looking for it. 8-star Guardian is basically the equivalent of 2 items, and he finds the Misfortune 3. Replay. If he wasn't already strong enough before,
he has 2 ace.
He's gonna be so much more powerful now.
He's don't give a fuck about ace.
This lobby win. This is a victory march, but first has to get through Kindle Gem.
Yeah, Cottontail found the ghost, so let's see how this Misfortune does. She doesn't have great items, but at least, you know, it is a Misfortune 3 at the end of the day. It's still going to do a lot of damage, and with the 8-star Guardian, she's going to be regenning that mana so quickly, going to be able to cast so much, and it is plenty. Kindle Gem going to get absolutely deleted. Cottontail going down too, but that should be Cottontail in second. Replay claiming this lobby with a Misfortune 3.
Oh boy, we got the Lechari on top. Probably honestly didn't even need that to take the win, but at least we get to see it. That was really real fun game, Nekra.
It really was. I knew it. I knew we were gonna see another 3-star for cost. It just had to be there, especially given just how wacky this particular lobby has really been. I felt like we got a little bit of a call out there at the end of that first game for maybe some of the more unorthodox approaches that these players were taking, and now we really got a chance to see it in action. Do you have 8-star Guardian on your radar at all, Casanova, coming into this tournament?
So, I mean, I didn't think people would really be pushing for the chase trade on Star Guardian anymore, seeing as how Kaisa was kind of pushed out of the meta. But I was with Crowan where I was like, well, it shouldn't be off the table. It should still be an option for you to go, right? It's still a strong enough comp if you can hit early on. And we see Replay going for that, right? He had a very good situation for it, and then Think Fast came around and just accelerated it. Took it from what was maybe a spot that he can take a top 4 with a Kaisa composition to, hey, I'm the favorite in this lobby to win, and I need to make sure that I capitalize, and he absolutely did. So going up to 8, no, I expected way more Ox Force in the Spellslingers category, but this time around, once you're at least going in that line, yeah, you want to chase for 8-star Guardians. It's super strong.
When you have a 3-star rel, why not, right? Hey, I've always really liked Hold the Line. I felt like you were able to make some great use out of it there if you were Replay, but what about another hero augment that I feel like maybe off the radar a little bit, coming back into play here? Crowan, talk to me about Draven, League of Draven. What was going on there? What did Cottontail see?
Yeah, Cottontail just saw the line. I honestly, I would be really curious to look at that augment choice and see if he used a lot of rerolls there, felt like he was forced onto it just because there weren't that many other good choices, maybe, because I don't think you would feel happy about going that in a spot, especially having like a Quicksilver and a Hodge. They're not the most kind of stereotypical Draven items that you think about, but had a very early hacker, was already sending an early Draven 2 to the backline, so the spot, if there ever was gonna be one for it, that was it, right? Wasn't able to clean a lobby win, where if Replay had, you know, maybe low rolled a bit, you know, didn't high roll as much, could have actually claimed a lobby win. But I think that's actually a really good testament as a player to what Cottontail is, right? At the start of set 8, one defender, there was a lot of hype around him, but then kind of dipped off a little bit. So it's really exciting to see him be able to play spots that aren't quite as easy recognizable and still compete with the best of the best.
Oh, for sure. I mean, hey, this really is the best of the best when it comes to TFT, and boy, have we had some incredible incredible games here for our top 16 to start. Let's take a look at how Lobby B did as well and get a chance to catch the action over there. But Malala and Basso Skills putting up some great finishes over on that side of the board as well. I mean, hey, this is I think maybe a good discussion point as well to talk about the fact that these players that are competing at this point have played 4 games and they still have 4 more to go, Crowan. And a player mindset like that, stamina has to come into question. And so if you're a player that's kind of competing for the rest of the day knowing you still have 4 more games ahead of you, what's the mental like? How do you keep yourself strong?
Yeah, this is kind of uncharted territory for TFT players. Not playing 8 games a day, because I'm sure all of them have done that on ladder, but ladder is a different beast, right? You got to be thinking about a lot more when it comes to tournament play. I think there's a lot more kind of mental expenditure there, I guess, if that's a phrase, because you got to be constantly scouting, constantly top of your A game, knowing, okay, what are my outs? Who am I going to be fighting against? Who am I going to be positioning? What are my, what am I going to be transitioning into? There's just so much. 4 games left to go. It's probably, you got to just be taking it 1 game at a time. Hope that you're still, that you're going to put yourself in a position to whereas you can maybe slack off a little bit at the end game, but it is just, like you mentioned, a battle of stamina here. And so starting out really
Aatrox 3
to start off this is going to be huge, but wow, okay, 3-star forecasts. Necker, I guess you're just the blessing of them, it seems like today.
Hey, I'm okay with it. Casanova, how you feeling about seeing a 3-star Aatrox over there?
I think it's the forecast I've seen the most 3 stars of recently, actually. I've been seeing it so often. We got one in Mecha as well, but I wanted to quickly add to Crowan's point as well. Both Crowan and I played another game professionally before this, and what is so big is you could play solo queue for like 12 hours a day and it would be fine, it's whatever, but you go play a best of 5 match and suddenly that exhausts you more than the entire 12-hour solo queue day you played before. And these players are absolutely feeling that same thing, right? They all are used. We've seen all these TFT players, they play 12 hours, they go crazy. But going in today and playing these tournament matches is going to be so rough, and the fatigue is going to get there, and just seeing that mental fortitude is so big. And being able to find some 4-cost 3 stars is going to be really nice to help that mental bounce back, because you're going to be on cloud 9, you're going to be feeling so good.
Sometimes you just gotta high roll a little bit. But hey, it's your competitive experience, which is why I ask you these kinds of questions, because it does help to be able to put yourself in players' shoes and just know that there's a lot more to the game of TFT besides high rolling, besides finding these more creative lines. It really is also about the marathon that these players are going to be playing as well, with all of the stakes on the line. Top 16, 2 games down, 4 more to go to determine our top 8 players, and also where some of this $35,000 prize pool is going to be handed out. We're going to take a short break to get ready for those games as we also reseat the lobbies, so we'll see you then.
别再折磨我了，别折磨我了，快快别再折磨我了，会死的，1天1次就好。原神没有问题，双人成型1天1次就好，不可以超过太久，否则我的理智会掉下去。我的理智会掉蛮低的。哦，不过我今天不但要看完那些比赛，因为我得看法国和特殊中国，应该是可以这样把得到分数删掉。 看白兔的故事日写版。
干嘛？你要看？他普攻感觉好奇怪，这角色普攻感觉超怪的。你看，
你有白兔啊？
没有没有，
这谁的号啊？
这是我的号，这是那个秘境里面测试玩白鼠。
看白鼠贼烂。
啊，他很烂吗？
听起来我也要播。
啊，你要不要去拿个椅子？你去拿个椅子嘛？那你要干嘛？啊？哎，去拿个椅子嘛？干嘛？好像没啥屌用，好像往这边推是不是？去拿椅子嘛？开门，芝麻开门！好耶！这样，他大招蛮帅的，就是你看大招。
是他大招蛮帅的，但是他的伤害没有很高。
对啊，不就是一个盾吗？他是个辅助，不是吗？
他长得一副主 C 的样子。
他长得一副主 C 的样子，笑死！不好看的就不能当，就不配当主 C 了，是吧？真离谱！去拿椅子。干嘛呢？嗯，为什么不能移动？奇怪，啥情况？
没有用。
这不是这个。那哦，好，原来是这样。 是要下去吗？
他还有几场？
还有4场。
那要到10点钟。
对，应该差不多。因为昨天有2场跑到了今天。
为什么？
因为昨天出问题了。昨天出问题了，所以他们没有打完，所以把2场挪到了今天，大概就多了一个半小时。
我可以在你看完的时候把我的网页做完的。
加油！
但是真的是好看。不再是。
啪啪啪啪！
它真的太好看了，适合养着。
对啊，他好帅啊！拜拜。
あなたの意識も
使ってくれ。
大丈夫。心配し。
こんな時
Oh.
になんでこんなことを
Hey.
人っていうのは長く生き
Boo.
ボー。
もう一度
Monsters attack.
お前の声が聞きたい。
Yeah, Pengu.
Here's a little bit of time to get some rest so that we can get through our next 4 games that we have ahead of us. Still have 16 players, whittling it down to 8. And to bring you through the action for this next game, we've got Admirable and Frodan back on the desk for this one. And this next lobby, now that we've reseeded them, I feel like has some really, really big names and stories that we want to touch on here. And so the first thing that I want to point out is that we have some veterans that aren't doing
他变僵尸，他爸变僵尸了耶。
那77跟他有什么关系
？77跟他就是同样的角色，只不过胡桃表示很干，我的这一单又没了。胡桃表示很干，我的这一单又没了。
And so far in this one, Deepay is not having like an incredible performance so far, sitting at 7 points, and Dish Sub also pretty much not what you ever expect from him, sitting at 7 points in this one. So that is like a big difference from what we're seeing in the last one, and we're having a much heftier cut in this one. We're cutting 50% of the field, even though it's still just 8 players. So you're going to need to hold up your potential a little bit more, and when your first 2 games are not incredible finishes, it can start to change the dynamic of how you want to play and what risks you're going to be taking.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely some tough competition out there, as well as some pressure, as you mentioned, the 50% cutoff that we do have here. But there are some players that are continuing to live up to the hype here, Dan. And I'm looking right now at Malala and Replay, 2 players that are sitting at the top of the overall standings right now.
I mean, what can you really say? Malala's been a player that has been on the come up for quite some time, but by his own admission, he's got a reputation as being a choker. He's a person that has been in the lead multiple times, and he has to make sure to bring that all the way to the finish line. But he seems to be in good spirits. I was watching his stream. He was rocking out to music. hanging out with his friends, and also kind of memeing a little bit in chat. So it looks like he's in good spirits. Replay, what a turnaround from the beginning of yesterday where it looked like it was going awfully. And now we might see an opportunity for these two players to cement that lead.
I think so. We're gonna jump into this next game and see what it has in store for us. So, Admirable and Frodion, have fun with this one.
Jump into the lobby. Game number 3 that's taking place here. We'll be halfway through after this game is done. It felt like just a cluster on the side of the belt, and then trying to figure out, well, maybe I can't get this one right now. There was so many players going for a belt off the carousel.
I mean, belt's pretty solid as a defensive item. It's considered to be the most flexible defensive component that you can have because it makes into one of the stronger damage amplification items in the game in Guard Breaker, as well as, of course, offers you really strong tempo items. You're looking at early game Warmogs, Sunfire, and things of that sort. So we'll see who ends up benefiting from things like that. In the meantime, Setsuko's going to go with a tried and true bow star. Setsuko has always been a AD specialist, but he's been working on his AP game slowly over the sets and now has turned into quite a monster of a player. He's right now in 5th place with 10 points after just 2 solid top 4s. We saw a built different game from him earlier. Able to land a nice solid Samira mech game in 4th place on the off-stream lobby. What can Setsuko do? Ooh, a Rammus pair, but he chooses to hold instead the Infinite Team, and that makes sense because it offers a wide assortment of early game strength. And look no further than this Renekton 2 as being a really strong option to build off his momentum.
Yeah, 2 offensive components to go with your potential laser core start here as well. You know, Setsuko, I'd say that this is one of the players, so I feel like despite the fact that they've been at the top of the game, has also seen big improvements in a lot of spots as well. You know, you look at some of the previous tournament performances and it felt like there were so many bomb out spots in tournaments back in like set 6, some in set 7, and just suddenly it's been like night and day almost, despite the fact that it just really hasn't been that much duration of time. And I feel like we're not seeing that much difference in the play. We're just seeing a difference in the performance. Thrill of the hunt to go along with this now. So you have a 2-star Renekton, a 2-star Ashe, a Rammus in play, and a Thrill of the Hunt with a lot of offensive components to start things off here. This is looking like a fantastic start.
Yeah, the question would be like whether or not Setsuko wants to play around Titans or Edge of Night as his first item. I'm pretty sure this is a hard commit to a laser core. It's just a very, very good start for it. I'd be quite surprised, especially with Thrill of the Hunt, because Thrill of the Hunt helps the lasers just stay in the fight, because the last unit that has all those laser drones accrued up will be able to get those executes and therefore get the health reset for you to have crazy swings as the last unit. So Setsuko probably going to lean into that. Ends up trying to choose what his last weapon of choice is, level of 4. Obviously wants to go on to a tempo start. Goes against Malala, who's going to just take an easy Zephyr, try and kill 1 unit, but Malala might not do that. We'll see. Laser core stars have probably been one of the surprises of the tournament. I put it at the very bottom at best tier, but I feel like with each passing day, I'm moving it up more to just be like a top 3 composition in the game currently. What do you think?
I mean, I just think it's just been fantastic the whole way through. I feel like if you can 2-star some stuff, that's really the most crucial maneuver for me. Even if your items are not fantastic for it, I feel like that just like raw power onto the board has really been what spells out that composition and its success. I feel like if I'm stuck on 1-stars, I'm very questionable about it. I feel like if I can 2-star some critical units early on, I feel a lot more comfortable about what's happening. I would agree with you though. I would put it at the bottom of the S tier, but it's just its potential throughout the entire stage of the game holds strong if you can get the critical points online at each step.
Sounds good. Let's take a look at how people's augments are shaping up. You see a couple of people taking trait bonuses. So you have, for example, D-Pay to Defender. We have Basso skills right here taking his admin. And I do think Basso is, like we said, one of those more creative players, but he's been sticking to his guns. He's been playing a lot of Lulu, a lot of Gadgetines, and as a result has given him pretty good point placement. He finished 2nd in the lobby last game off stream by playing the Gadgetine Gnar. He almost made a comeback, by the way, against Malala, but then Malala chased Aatrox 3 with the Brawler emblem and was able to land it.
What the fuck?
Whoa.
Speaking of landing it, what is this from Socks?
Well, it's a lot of 2-stars.
2, Renekton 2, and he also has another Renekton pair in the shop. Looks at his admin. Unfortunately, none of them are particularly strong for the laser core, but maybe he can think of another solution.
Well, we've seen the Brawler laser core come into effect sometimes. as being a potential comp. I'm going to find it tough for him to not go with the 2-star units in a situation like this, and then maybe have an idea of where you can start getting your income rolling on this one. We've slammed Runons early on, not a terrible item, I'd say, in the composition's just a pretty reasonable item to be making. But I think that Sox wants to stop this downward spiral of the losses, or at least soften them if they're going to keep coming in. Sox so far has led the day with a 7th and an 8th place finish, so things need to really turn around quickly. If he finds himself in a bottom 2 again, that is just nightmare scenario for Sox at that point. So at least looking for a top 4 here. Ideally, you're looking for a win in that spot. I think he's set up for a spot where he can find himself in a top 3 if things keep going his way.
Yeah, Sox seems to be two-tricking the tournament. He wants to play Ox Force Spellslingers or Laser Core, and both of them can be quite opening dependent. But his opening is leaning towards the strong side. I think his admin itself is not particularly strong, but we'll see, as there's an opportunity to potentially pick up a sword and make Edge of Night with the Runins, making some good Warwick items. Yeah, I do see some people choosing to prioritize... Sorry. I was just going to say that I feel like some people prioritize Titans as well, which is what looks like Sox is gravitating towards.
Yeah, I feel like Titans is one of those strong items in the more hybrid style compositions where you're trying to get some tanky stuff, but you're trying to get some damage rolling as well. And just in the hybrid comps where you're dealing a lot of magic damage, you're dealing a lot of physical damage, and you have to get things rolling, and keeping things on the board is an important note. I feel like that's where Titans is really shining its strength, is in those kinds of situations. For Dish Soap has been heavily prioritizing AP a lot, and with an early Archangel Slam, it starts to spell out where this direction wants to go. Now, for Dish Soap, this has been, I'd say, 2 mediocre finishes to start the day so far, and pretty easy to keep this turned around. Like, if you just keep finishing in the middle of the pack, all you need is one big finish to really turn everything around. But I think Dish Soap's looking at more than just, having strong finishes and making that cut. I feel like that Dish Soap is a player who I think could pretty reasonably focus on average placement over the course of 3 days if they can keep making it through from day to day.
Oh. Makes sense. And just slowly but surely kind of piece it together. I did not get a chance to watch Dish Soap. Admittedly, I almost feel like I trust Dish Soap a little too much. I feel like by not pulling his POV, I'm like, he's probably fine. I'll probably watch his VODs like the day number 3, but you're right. He's on the outside looking in. Needs to start picking up a little bit of that momentum. Speaking of momentum, DPay trying to secure a 4 streak with his 4 defender opening with 3 Star Guardians. And DPay is a player that I think is not being talked about very much because he's kind of just like in the midfield getting by. I think is a player that has put a lot of effort to improve specifically this set. He's now challenging Disso for a win streak. Disso looking at his admins. Not entirely sure what he picked, but he did have some AP ones, some potential mana options. Either are okay for the line that he chose. And now we get to see whether or not he's queuing up against DPay. I'm pretty sure he'd prefer to just play against one of the weaker players like Kindle Gem. That way he doesn't have to worry about it. But if he goes up against DPay, whoever can get the win might end up shaping the rest of their game.
Does that mean it's Kindle Gem in this fight right now? These are some of the most crucial rounds you can have as well. When you're on these early 4 streaks, and if you pick up the win here, you're suddenly on a 5 streak with a spot where you're like, hey, you know what? I don't think this is the best board I really could have put together by any means, but, you know, whatever works at this point. So for Dish Soap, this is looking like a pretty clean win against Kindle Gym here. That is a massive win for Dish Soap. DPay also getting the big win here now. And these are 2 of the players you just highlighted on this. Dish Soap needs to put together some strong finishes, which is absolutely a way to do that is with 5 streaks. And with DPay not being talked about a lot in this one, you know, when I talked with DPay before the tournament, one of the biggest things that he talked about was his confidence and his preparation and his dedication that's had coming into this tournament. But the other thing he highlighted as well was just how stacked the field was, where he just absolutely had the expectation that this tournament would be insane. And honestly, that's what we've been seeing from players so far. I feel like that there's very few spots where you would look at a player's spot and be like, and it's just a big question. I feel like for the most part, players have been reaching for the stars in a lot of these lobbies, but frankly, I think it's something you have to do when the field is the strength that it is.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, and everyone has to find out what their own edge is. Looking at a player like Kindle Gem, what is his edge? I think the fact that he's kind of unknown and he's capable of doing almost anything in the eyes of the players. There's certain people who are very public about like what they're trying to do. Like Sox, for example, is like, I'm gonna play most of my games as Ox Force Spellslingers or Laser Core. And then Kindle Gem, who coming into LCQ was for the most part just kind of or Mecha Cup rather, just playing all Kaisa and trying to find an edge through just being better at that Kaisa line, while of course getting the rolls when they needed. But coming into this tournament, you know, Kindled's like, well, I can't rely on just one tricking Kai'Sa. What can I really do? And shows a lot more range to his gameplay and thoughtfulness to his preparation. Let's see if he's able to continue to stack that advantage, or stack his results. As right now, he's a pretty good advantage at 12 points, sitting at 4th place.
It's a good thing that you bring up finding that competitive edge, because that was actually one of the questions that I was most surprised to get an answer from Kindlegem, was that they said they didn't really think that they had a competitive edge over this particular field, so that they had to branch out and really open up the options more. If your goal is literally to play Kai'Sa every single round, and then they nerf Kai'Sa to where it's much more rare to be able to piece together a strong composition like that, that is a major detriment to the game plan coming into it. So silver augments at the start, I feel like that despite the fact that these don't really demonstrate high power level, they still have a pretty high gap across for what they can offer potential. We now have a 2-2-3 hero augment here, and this can boast a lot of different results because everybody feels like they're going to be hunting down something different in this scenario.
Yeah, so Kindlegem could stay on the Infinity line and take Recursion Matrix. It's a very stable hero augment. In a lot of cases, even Recursion Matrix outperforms a lot of the 4-cost Twisted Fate augments in Infinity Team line specifically. That being said, Kindlegem, I believe, only slammed the Giant Slayer, which means he can play anything he wants. Not entirely sure if he even favors the AD or AP line, given that he has this Rod. Ooh. And he's going to go for Mana Tempering. Mana Tempering is the preferred Sever hero augment on 3-2, only because time and a half is so late. It feels like you missed your window to make significant amounts of gold, and Mana Tempering has better scaling. He also has preparation, so it's a little bit awkward, and I feel like Kindlegem's kind of stuck between not having high tempo in stage 3 and hoping that his preparations can lead to a really good stage 4 result. But even if he ends up hitting that big spike from having preparation and 2-star Sivir, will that be enough to meaningfully seize the advantage on stage 4 when he needs to stop losing? He expects that he's going to lose a couple more fights here. Sox, on the flip side, slammed that Titans like we talked about, aiming towards our Warwick, and instead playing a little bit flexibly, right? We saw Ruden's Titans, Twisted Fate. Those are not items you expect to see on that unit.
Yeah, I want to revisit that spot from Kindlegem. Answer it. I'm going to let a couple rounds go here and then bring it up again, but that felt like a really difficult choice if you're going to follow through on Infinity and Recursion Matrix versus a more scaling augment in Mana Tempering. You're trading a little bit of that power now for hopefully some of that power later. We'll see how that ends up working out. On Ripple Overdrive side, pretty strong start to the day. This is looking at 10 points. You're picking up strong finishes for this. And Ripple Overdrive has felt like that they had some rocky spots in this one. Killer start to the day yesterday. Then two finishes in a row, and then bounces back and makes it through and into the second day. A reasonable start to start things off here. And honestly, I would say that this is looking pretty great in terms of where the items sit and where your units sit right now. It doesn't feel like you're going to have to invest a ton of gold to keep your board pretty strong, and your items are synergizing well with the Annie support augment to go things. This looks like a pretty clean Spellslingers line. It's just going to be where you find yourself with what Spellslingers.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people look at Battle Mage and start thinking like, well, what do you want to play with Battle Mage here? The reality is Battle Mage is just a lot of momentum and early game stats and tempo. And so he could just simply play this Battle Mage and then sacrifice most of its value on the backliners, like play Twisted Fate, play Nico, play Aurelion Soul, whatever he ends up hitting, and just keep them in the back 2 rows, because it is only, what, 15 AP that you get off of the silver, if I recall correctly. So it's not that big of a deal. I think that's good recognition. I think too many people are enamored by like getting full augment value. Sometimes the hardest thing you have to do, but the correct thing in TFT, is learning when to give up value and not try to squeeze out every single unit into that Battle Mage front 2 rows.
It's like that scene in that Indiana Jones movie where Indiana Jones keeps reaching for the Holy Grail, and his dad just says, "Let it go." Sometimes you gotta let it go.
That's right. That's right. And I think that's ultimately what a lot of these players have to constantly wrestle with. Take a look at Deepay, who's not exactly letting go of his win streak. He did level to 7. He does have justification to roll here because he theoretically could hit Kai'Sa 2 or Nila 2, which would be a pretty significant damage spike or frontline spike for himself. He does, and I agree with this roll. This is a very difficult spot. I'm always hesitant about it myself because if you miss, you just feel like you gave up a really valuable interest threshold from 30, so that way you don't hit 50 by the end of the round. but a really tough call there. And that might look like something really obvious in hindsight. Well, yeah, just roll to hit Kai'Sa too. But there's so many players that would not and greet it and hope that leveling's enough.
Hey, you don't know what the result's going to be on that one. So this is a risk versus reward evaluation on it. There isn't going to be certainty to it. And I think those are some of the most difficult calls in TFT to make, especially when the stakes are this high. It is going to pay off for DP. We don't know if that was the difference in the fight. But hey, I'll take it at this point. A lot of players went to 7 on this one. You still have strong interest. The 9 win streak is certainly paying you a ton of gold here. Why wouldn't you try to protect that?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad that he didn't go too hard into it. I mean, obviously he rolled 1 time and he was rewarded for it. This roll here would be a lot weaker. I would suggest against it. I like his board, 4-star guardian, 4 defender. And now we might see how DP chooses to play the retooled Kai'Sa line. Speaking of really weird lines and how they're playing it, is this a behemoth Alistar that we're seeing?
It is a behemoth Alistar that we're seeing. And to boot, we also have a future sight on this. So a big Zephyr landed to cut some of the damage out of place. Is this enough for Malala to break this ever?
Maybe. I'm honestly not entirely sure how strong Behemoth is, but it looks like it's doing a good job tanking. The single target damage from Kai'Sa is not ramping up onto the Alistar. I do worry about the damage sources from Malala. I feel like Malala doesn't actually have real carry. The Twisted Fate trying to ramp up. Looks like he's at full power. And it just comes out to whose front line can hold out a little bit longer. Oh no, the Lux misses. That is really bad. And so as a result, DK loses his streak. And let this be a lesson. Don't trust Lux. That unit is just so unreliable. Live by the wand, die by the wand.
You got Zephyr'd! You're so disoriented after that. Imagine being thrown into the air and then having to land after you have no idea what's going on.
Oh, come on. He equipped her for maximum success. She had Archangel staff. She was ramping the whole time.
That is true. You have to have your wits about you if you're wielding that much intellect. I will say that Behemoth has been one of these augments that I rarely see anyone pick. I feel like every time I see a top player pick it, it feels like they just soar to the moon with this. I'm always confused by it because I'm like, how good is this? I think it's an excellent question to raise, but for Malala here, it ended up being a big damage source, and against DP specifically, 4 defender was not contributing to that fight very well.
That's a good point. A lot of the damage was AP. Pretty much almost all the damage was magic. As you take a look at his bottom left, you see Kindle Gem rolling down. I think Behemoth Alistar is particularly good when Alistar becomes extremely stat intensive. So you're looking at like the triple stack here with vertical mascots. Another variation you actually might see it, stay with me here, is you get the mech emblem and you turn Behemoth Alistar into a mech. That's right. And then you have you sacrifice the units and you get Alistar to basically become a budget Garen, and it actually becomes really difficult to kill. So I've seen it happen a lot in China. They consider it to be an S tier build if you get the stars to align. Maybe Malala is about to show us why Alistar Behemoth is to be feared.
This was another big Zephyr from Malala as well. And Malala's Zephyr quality has just been out of control so far, knocking a fully stacked Lux in the last round to break a big win streak, getting Warwick into the air that's holding 2 Titans for this one. This is plenty of time for this team to really build up, knock down the board, and then let Behemoth take over in this one. This has been great positioning management from Malala so far. Oh my gosh, we're ending it with a prismatic augment as well.
So he roll. Oh, if he wants to, he could take Think Fast and roll for the Alistar 3. I think that's a little bit too late, though. Oh my God!
Wow!
Dog's favorite son is right before your very eyes. Level 7 naturals, Twisted Fate 2. No roll necessary whatsoever. If
Yes,
he
let's go ahead and level
take
then.
high-end shopping instead, he did not. It was just level up. It's just that easy, folks.
So what do you do from here now? I mean, you're looking at sword, rod, glove.
Oh, I mean, you can slam, for example, a jewel gauntlet onto a unit, but I think right now he doesn't have to. He's actually, his baseline power is so high. I think instead he wants to make it about scaling AP. Alistar's really good at stalling, and then as a result, you will be able to ramp up and get a lot of time for things like this Twisted Fate to actually get a bunch of AP. He ends up slamming the jewel gauntlet though. Looks like he feels like he needs a little bit extra damage. I think that's totally fine as well. You can just play. You actually can just play 4 Ox Force, 4 Spellslinger, and not even have to go into the mascots long term.
Well, I'm looking at the other side of the board here too, from Ripple Overdrive, where that's a tome that has produced 2 Ox Force emblems as well. that's going to be a hefty board to deal with later on. But this behemoth is like, it's like taking over the game.
Absolutely, he has so much tempo, and he set up his board very intelligently through 4 mascot as a way to bridge his mid game. Whether or not he stays on 4 mascot, we'll have to find out, because there's a couple different variations that you can think about. But I think Malala has played this early mid game fantastically, and is now, because of his unconventional line, been rewarded with a 4-3 streak. Checking with Kindle Gem, who is struggling. An 8th here would be disastrous and would open up the standings significantly. He did take high-end shopping, and he has an Ezreal in the shop, but it looks like instead he's going for a laser core setup with mana tempering, hoping that's going to be enough.
I am a little bit worried about this one right now. It just feels like there's a lot of 1-stars lingering about. It feels like your items seem to be lacking right now. A lot of stuff is spread across the board, and it doesn't feel like it's synergizing super well. Warwick feels like they're pieced out fantastically here. But against this position, it's going to get the job done. You notice that very little gold has been spent on Ripple Overdrive spots, so they're cutting down a little bit of the damage here, still taking some big hits, but they need to make something happen pretty quickly and capitalize off the fact that you've got 2 tomes online. How do you make the most of that one? Kindle Gem picks up a win. Ripple Overdrive drops down to 33, down in the penultimate position for this one. And as you get a glimpse of the items that are built here, players are starting to get a lot together, I think. And this lobby might be a pretty tightly packed, I'd say. The silver augments feel like that they are really beneficial for most of the players across the board.
Weather is sunny. Satsuko beelining for that Janna with a tier. Satsuko, are you playing more of that AP strategy? He's got Deathblade and Death Cap, so a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Just take a look and see what's happening around here. Checking with Deepay. Doesn't have Shiv quite yet. He's probably gonna have to oh god, he's got another sword, another bow. It's kind of awkward here. And with his prismatic augment, he didn't hit anything substantial. Band of Thieves 2 is like the definition of an average prismatics. I'm not sure how strong Deepay's board is going to be here scaling to the late game. I think he was hoping for a +1 Star Garden emblem, perhaps.
Wow. There's just so many pairs here. We have a spot that's open on the board. You're going to fill it with Echo. Yeah, I'm not so sure about this one. This felt like it was going okay, but this did not feel like a solid turn for Deepay in this one. A lot of pairs get picked up. You're starting to work on the 3-star Kaisa, but this is still not a ton, I'd say, that's in effect right now. Now against Ripple Overdrive added quite a bit to the board into this round as well, and it is showing with this one. My gosh, Deepay feels like they could be in trouble here if they can't get something rolling.
Deepay's actually in big trouble. His itemization, he's also greeting because he wants Gunblade on his Kaisa, so he's not slamming Giant Slayer, but he's going to have extra components that might result in something awkward like a Last Whisper, so he has to really figure it out. Big damage being dealt by Malala's Twisted Fate, but it looks like his greed, right? He's at level 840 and not rolling, is starting to catch up to him in terms of board strength. Hopping back over with Deepay, if he's able to find a good, steady 6-star Guardian, 2 Defender dynamic, I think he'll be in a pretty good spot. If he can hit MF2, that's also a potential way he can stabilize. And speaking of stabilization, Satsuko has hit a Rammus 3, so I'm intrigued about what's going on his side of the board. As Deepay finds a Syndra that is huge, potentially, if he can get the 6-star Guardian in. Oh my god, Deepay's exhibiting a lot of dizzy behavior. I think if he recognized that there was an opportunity for him to go 6-star Guardian there, he was a very little bit slow on the gun, and as a result, his Garen defaulted, got deployed to the battlefield instead.
Still might be kind of okay with this one. That's binary airdrop on the other side for Dish Soap. And Dish Soap's board is not looking shaky at all right now. And Deepay, I feel like, has had some pretty rough rounds in terms of the actual play itself. This is not what I expect to see out of Deepay's play at this point, and I feel like that's 2 rounds where he cost himself perhaps a lot more damage than he should have.
Look now, Satsuko is streaking. So is Sox, by the way. 2 players who are very scary to kind of put them in the driver's seat. Lala has fallen down to 3rd, taking 3 what looked like to be really, really bad losses, because he was very healthy going to stage 4, and I think he ran into a giant wall where when he stopped winning, he started losing instead by a lot. However, looking at the gold count, Malala's got his eye on the prize. Is he perhaps instead looking for an opportunity to fast 9, or will he roll down into a really massive Riftwalker's potential pivot? He has a couple of options here at his disposal. I'm not entirely sure what he wants to do here.
I feel like how deep he is into level 8 right now. This is pretty easily go to level 9. You have level up at your disposal. Why not use the gold in that sort of way? And that's exactly what he's going to do here. We've seen how much legendaries can define the endgame boards and just completely warp the way that your team is going to play. A lot of pairs, nothing coming together so far right now. And if you're losing this badly in a couple spots, it's time to put something together and put something together fast here. You start to see some of it change out a little bit. I don't know if 2 Urgots is really going to get the job done right now, but, you know, just take what you can get for a round and start to piece this together, because this is a lot on your plate that you have to deal with.
Okay, so he suffers the Riven. Malala's hoping to stabilize here. Oh my god! What region am I watching? Is it North America or is it China Regionals? 2 Jewel Gauntlets onto this Twisted Fate. And Malala gets a very big win, but quite frankly, he got a free win because Kindle Gem's board, we know, has been weak all game long. Got a little bit of a momentary reprieve. Taking a look around the board here, Ripple Overdrive, trying to stabilize this. Right, Jackson almost got the win, but he ends Sox's streak and says Setsuko is now the only player that remains that's on fire.
Not too much of a surprise to see at the end game. It feels like Setsuko is always the player that you're going to want to pick for those scenarios. But Malala's got to figure this one out right now. This was a locked shop for these legendaries at this point. So where do you take this?
So I thought he wanted to go into Riftwalkers, make a copy of an emblem of a mascot with Zac, put a better frontliner than just Oxforce and his Fiora, but I think Malala may have accidentally done something that he knows he shouldn't have, which is level to 9, roll to 0, and be stuck in the position that he's in. Because now Malala is at the mercy of his level 9 natural shops and doesn't have the gold to justify it. Speaking of being at the mercy, Bosso Skills right here might actually be out if Sox actually gets this win.
This is a big round for Bosso Skills in this one. It's an admin boost at the start of combat for attack damage in this one, but the 2 main champions right now are 1-star. It's Warwick, it's Mordekaiser. Bosso Skills to 1 HP, but you know what? That's enough to win. You just got to have everything come together, and it's got to be perfect for the rest of the game outside of that. Now, perfect doesn't mean you're winning by a heaping pile. It just means that you're winning in general at this point. Dish Soap taking a loss. Kindle Gem picks up a win. Ripple Overdrive picks up a win. And you're starting to see some of this come together for the boards right now. Setsuko, though, this is a very scary position for everyone else in the lobby. When Setsuko has got a strong board, a lot of gold, this is not who you want to be playing against right now.
Yeah, and he has Armadillo, which ends up being okay in the portion of the lobby because there's a good amount of Laser Core Warwicks, for example. We know that Kindle Gem has AD. Looking at Bosso Skills' board, seeing if he can stabilize, but he's holding so many pairs, and I think Bosso Skills probably has resigned himself to 8th place. This does not look like Bosso Skills will be able to play beyond anything except for this 8th place.
Same side as the Twisted Fate as well, so this Warwick's about to absorb a lot of heat right now. It is not able to get through these Ox forces. The main damage is down, the rest of the team is down. Ash 1 is down, Bosso Skills is down, 8th place.
Unless Kindle Gem, no, Kindle Gem can't take as much damage in order to go to the negative, so Kindle Gem takes a 7th place. These are 2 players who honestly were just giving free wins to the lobby. They were just losing a lot, and their board state was kind of struggling. Malala's starting to struggle as well, and if Malala ends up bot 4 from here, I can't help but wonder if what happened if we just rolled on 8 instead. I think Malala probably got a little bit in his own head. Not to mention that he had the opportunity to take a different item, but then double JG on his Twisted Fate. Like, he could have, for example, gone for a static Shiv instead when he has no MR Shred outside of the Skylines casted by Mordekaiser. We'll see, though, as we do have a couple of potential big swinging items here. Not just with the items on top of the anvil, but the anvil itself. Let's see if Malala can pull this around, or Ripple, rather.
The emblem's coming into play. Everyone's got the team pretty much set in stone. None of those emblems are playing into it. So for Ripple Overdrive here, I am looking at this, and I can see this going a number of ways, which is, number one, do you ever want to group in Chalice of Power? That seems like a risky one. You want the static Shiv and try to shred some of this. Seems reasonable. You want the Shroud and try to disrupt players. I go with the Shroud here. Wow, Malala's board is looking a lot better after a couple rounds. Still feels like something might be missing here. Double Jewel Gauntlet is certainly, it's always going to put a question mark above my head. Lands a good Zephyr from Malala. Oh, this fight is looking really dangerous. Ripple Overdrive, I will say. This front line is not going down quickly, but the damage is solely focused from TF's point of view. So if this TF cannot shoot through this line, this is going to get disastrous real quick. And I'm talking about Malala's TF on this one. And so now the TF's starting to absorb some heat thanks to the
Oh, the Nico.
Yeah, the Nico just being able to throw burn everywhere onto the field. And just, there's too many Ox Forces to get through. Malala taking another big loss on this one. Dish Soap taking a loss as well. So we have 2 players right on that chopping block. Ripple Overdrive on a win streak now. Another 2-star legendary for Malala, and it's time to trade out. Says, you know what? Enough is enough. TF gets sold, and that is a pile of gold that's on the board right now. Where do you put these items to deal the damage?
On the 2-star legendaries, so Fiddlesticks definitely feels good. Probably Jewel Gauntlet on the other Nunu. Then we're kind of splitting up the carry situation. Oh man, Malala's probably panicking a little bit. Needs to scout this effort. Goes for the D7 corner. If you can land on Twisted Fate, going up against Dish Soap, the winner of this will potentially get to play for a top 4. Dish Soap does have the binary, but outside of that one shroud, doesn't seem to have anything particularly super important. That Nunu started working to the back line. Here comes the Undertow, pulling a bunch of units, and the legendary soup combination looks very devastating, but Malala just lacks the DPS to get past the Ox Force units. And I think Malala has fulfilled his own prophecy. He said all he has to do is to not choke his lead, and choke he did. Malala, what was that?
You know, sometimes you get inside your own head. I know exactly what that feeling's like, but when you're sitting at first place, 5th place, I'm sorry, first place, 6th place, you know, not too bad of a start to the day. The game itself, yeah, that was not pretty, but you know, you got to look at the overall standings at this point. That game's in the past. Don't worry about that one. Bounce back from it. Keep your wits about you. This is an 8-game day that the players having to battle through. You cannot afford to dwell on those thoughts at this point. For Sox, meanwhile, this is getting closer to what he's hoping for, but this is not what he needs. He needs big finishes right now after bot 2 finishes to start off the day. So if we can get something in the middle of the field, you know what? That's not the worst, but he needs something big. This may not be the game he's going to find it, but he's on the right track for this right now. Go to 9, get an extra unit in play, hope for the best at this point. The rest of the field, though, is looking very strong, so I'm pretty worried about Sox's spot right now.
Yeah, and he has Ripple and Dish Soap, which are matches that could be pretty ugly depending on where the positioning lands, because he doesn't have Edge of Night to drop the aggression against Dish Soap's Twisted Fate, and Ripple's also playing TF Ostlingers as well. Going up against the ghost of one of these players, and it looks like whoever he played against either didn't. Oh, it's the binary airdrop from Dish Soap. So Sox is praying, hoping that his opponents is not actually that strong on the ghost variation. It depends on whether or not this Warwick can survive, and this Twisted Fate locks onto the Warwick.
The Warwick not taking heat yet, though. That was really the important part. It was right as these front lines crumbled that ended up happening. So that's enough for Sox to get through that round. That is a big round for Sox. He absolutely needs those. Dish Soap takes a big hit, falls down to 2 HP at this point now. Ripple Overdrive maintains a win streak. So now, this is the round. Dish Soap has to have wins here. He started off the day with just 7 points. That's bot 4 and bot 4. Not the worst bot 4s you can take. This is the spot, though, where Dish Soap has to be piecing this together. He's found himself in the middle of the pack. Still not the worst. But if he can turn this around somehow and pick up a couple wins in a row, this could be the difference between making it to day 3 and not.
Yeah, and one of the things that you can't help but notice, but I think Dish Soap's binary airdrop items have just not been that good. And that's kind of the double-edged sword that he is on. Let's see what items he's able to get. This is the rematch the opposite way. The matchup against Sox's Ghost. And I don't think the items are particularly that strong, but the Ghost should give him an opportunity to get this dub, unless this Warwick can chew through the front line really quickly, which it looks like it's struggling a little bit. Oh no, it all of a sudden fell. And Dish Soap might end up just going bot 4 from here. Another bot 4 for Dish Soap.
Deepe squeaking out of top 4 thanks to the HP advantage that's been granted there. Wow, let's call it a top 3 for Deepe. That feels like a miracle, I'd say, all things considered. That was looking like a spot where top 4 was you're happy with the result. Top 3 in that spot, woo! Give it to me.
I couldn't help but note that, like, a lot of things just went really poorly for Dish Soap. His second win didn't kick in at a really important time, and his binary airdrop items are not great. Maybe something down the road he'll probably think about having a 3-item carry guaranteed instead of hoping that he hits the exact item he wants, but that is in the past. Setsuko versus Ripple Overdrive, 2 of the players who've been closing out games a lot. Who's going to get this edge and potentially get a pivotal Game 3 win?
Big shrouds from pretty much both sides at this point. I'll tell you what, though, the Rammus went untouched in this one. Great spot for the Rammus as well. Anytime you can delay damage, you're going to be pretty happy with that one. Oxforce playing a big role in this one. 6 Oxforce on the side of Ripple Overdrive. So look at this Rammus that's pulling a lot of weight in the center of this board. Is it ever going to stop casting? Feels like it's jumping off the top turnbuckle every round. But the TF on Ripple Overdrive side has pretty much gone untouched. It's breaking through. Now Setsuko is having to deal with the damage from that one. Setsuko gonna fall down. Ripple Overdrive continues the pressure the entire game. Double Tome is the carry for that one. Ripple Overdrive.
I feel like the tomes, the emblems, all of the crowns, the hearts, whatever you can come up with in order to add an extra trait to your champions has really been so valuable for our players to be able to get their compositions up and online. So I kind of love to be able to see that happen again. But maybe for some of our players that, okay, I got to touch on this a little bit. You said that DP got a little bit bailed out there to be able to get a third, maybe a bit miraculous. Admirable, could you give us a little bit more context of why that third place was surprising for DP?
For me, it was so surprising because it was just in the end, the late game stage where he was just like fumbling rounds. It seemed like he had so many ideas that he could follow through on, but he just couldn't find the right answer that he wanted, and so instead he's just ending up with weaker rounds. So at one of the rounds, literally, Garen comes into play from the bench when he could have put just pretty much anything in play to help the board at that point. It seemed to follow up in another round after that. It's just what's going on through your head when those rounds are taking place. Like, this is the regional championships that's taking place right now. You need to be on your A game. So when you're fumbling those rounds, other players are able to take advantage of that. And it was like Dan said, we had 2 players who just really couldn't get anything rolling. It felt like they were feeding rounds to the rest of the lobby. DP for a couple of those was the one giving away those rounds. When that's happening, I feel like that's a massive detriment to how you're going to execute your game plan. So being able to have 2 of those rounds in the late game scenario, some of the most critical ones, and then still walk away with a 3rd place in that one, you got to feel pretty good about that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, for the players that were having so much trouble getting their compositions online, what was going on there for them? Was that kind of just like a player error, or was that just the rest of the lobby really getting the gears turning faster?
Was it?
哎呀，
So
他们像看鬼，
talking about the
看
players
像他妈
that
像
were
鬼故事一
flaming,
样，我操！
and yes,
我夜间光，
Malala, as
我夜
we were
间光
talking
线，
about, unfortunately,
他妈差点把他们把我吓死了，
a little bit too much, man. I feel like at this spot,
差点把我自己给吓死了。
so much gold, and you have all that HP lead, and he decides to fast 9 on 5-1, roll and hold legendaries, and even when he hit the legendaries, he ended up dying anyways. I think there's a lot of regrets going into that game in particular. Honestly, not the prettiest game of Teamfight Tactics I've ever seen North America play, but that's okay because that's what regionals is about. The pressure is just mounting, and it goes into like a bunch of the other players' categories as well, right? You mentioned Admiral's talking about how Sox needs to do more than just the top 4. If he goes top 4 for the rest of the day, he's out. He needs to actually go for top 2 and above. And so the stakes are really, really high for some of these players. So I don't blame people for making mistakes. TFT is a really hard game to play perfect. I do have to say, though, that we saw some uncharacteristic mistakes that I hope gets cleaned up throughout the weekend.
Yeah, I hope so as well, because we'll at least have 3 more games. So Admirable, you put it so nicely that we still have a couple of extra games for these players to really try to get their act together if they're starting to fall a little behind. But Dan, remember those 2 players that we hit on before we went into game, Jukyu and Replay? 1st and 2nd place. They don't miss a beat.
Huge. Yeah, it's huge because right now there's a little bit of a micro competition going on between average placement, and Jukyu and Replay potentially could kind of enter that conversation. Jukyu another 1st, again having a great weekend, breaking out. Huge 3rd place from Kurimex. Kurimex was also in the Sox boat, and now he's kind of got a huge revitalization, right? He got injection into his arm. 3rd place is good, but not good enough. He needs to continue to pile up those 3rd and 2nd places in order to get back in the standings. And on the other side of things, Robin Songs with an 8th place, which is just something he does not do. I don't know what happened in that lobby, but I hope Robin can pull it around, because a final lobby without Robin Songs feels wrong in North American regionals. We've seen him pretty much every single time. I feel like we need to see it one more time. I'm not ready to say goodbye to Robin. And I don't know what 8th place does to the standings, though.
Yeah, well, we're gonna check in on those in just a second. We can at least look at the composition that Jukyu used to win that lobby. Admirable, what do you make of this?
I'm telling you, there's just too many teams to know everything that's happening in this set. Monsters Attack I don't think it's the ideal way to present it, but let me tell you what, there's just too many teams. The idea that you could know everything in the game right now, it's just impossible. And honestly, I want to take that even a step further into having mistakes in rounds, into making mistakes at critical times. That is not a flame. That is a recognition of it. The whole point of this competition is to see who's performing the best. So when somebody has those mistakes that are in those situations, honestly, that's kind of expected. It's virtually impossible to play this game perfectly. It's virtually impossible to know everything that's available in the game. The goal of it is to maximize the opportunities that are there and take advantage of them. So if you're missing some of those spots, that's bad news. It doesn't mean you're a bad player. It's not flaming a player, just pointing it out. For instance, I make a lot of mistakes when I'm casting, all right? Go ahead and flame me about it, but I mean, my gosh, what do you got to do to prove yourself at a certain point here? We're talking these top 16 players in North America right now. The game is hard.
You bring up a great point. The game is difficult, and we are just human. And that's just kind of the nature of being human, is sometimes you just aren't perfect. Unless maybe, I guess, you're Jukyu and Replay, in which case maybe they're just robots, and that's why they're at the top of the standings right now. But you were asking about where maybe an 8th place for Robin Songs could potentially put him, and it looks like he's just right on the outside looking in, but the competition's close here, Dan. Doesn't look like anybody is particularly mathematically eliminated yet.
It's getting really hard for some players like Garchomp and Socks, and definitely.
世の苦しみを根絶せんと、一人のクス氏が誓いを立てた。だが、たかが人に人心と優れた医術があろうと、天才にはかなわない。医者となって数年、親しい者たちも病に倒れ死に瀕した。陳緑の谷の奥には100病を治せる薬君が住むと伝えられている。クス氏は一人山を訪れると、そこで力を使い果たし、息も絶え絶えの白蛇を見つけた。
契約を結んで私と共生すれば、人を救う秘法を伝授しよう。だが忘れるな。それはやがてあんたを蝕む。
クス氏は人を超える力で生死を逆転させ、奇跡を起こした。だが別れの時はまた訪れる。ただし世を去ったのは正気を使い果たしたクス氏であった。事切れる前、クス氏は最後の患者であった愛弟子に契約を引き継いだ。その弟子は己の命を使い、より多くの命を救わんと決意し、一人また一人と代々が同じ道を歩んだ。契約を継いで以来、歴代の師が選んだ道と、これから自分が歩む道を疑ったことは一度もない。この方法で弟子の夫を救おうとした時まで。これは真をのみて勝をとどむ邪法、自然の摂理に背く毒術だと。大切な人を救うために、もう一人の大切な人を犠牲にしたくないと哀願された。その時初めて気づいたのだ。死が去った時に感じた痛みと、病床の前にいる家族の痛みに違いはない。契約により散った命も救われるべきだったのではと。この契約は薬なのか毒なのか、その答えを見つける時間がわしには残されてない。この難問は 長生と共にお前に託す。お前がこれを解く違法を見つけられることを願おう。
何度も何度もいくら念を押し彼らの体を整えてもこの結末は変えられなかった。あんたはどうだ？答えは見つけたか？
もし私が契約をしなければあなたはどうします？
そうだね。残された時間で薬訓山に戻りゆっくり寝よう。そして旧友とあんたの師匠たちに会いに行くさ。
では考えるまでもありません。救われるべき命を私が救えるのなら手を差し伸べない理由などないでしょう。
また同じ答えを。まあいい、目を閉じなさい。この契約はあとどれだけの人に受け継がれるのか。
いいえ、私が最後の契約者になります。
契約を継ぐ条件には気質も含まれ。
しかしこの秘宝を自分に待ち受ける運命をまるで飛んで火に入ろうとする蛾のように。
それじゃあ
私長生の秘宝はあくまで病を転移させるだけ。理想のため命を捧げた師匠たちのことは尊敬し。
でも
毒とは何でしょうか。平常と異なる状態が百毒と百病を全て研究し尽くし、私の後に続く人たちが契約により短命で。その通り。
真の不死はかつて魔人たちでさえも手に入らなかった。
ろうそくの火を。
ヤク先生、お兄さん。それと長生にパイも。まあいいか、食事の方が大事だしな。たまにパイモンが羨ましくなる。腹を満たす。
私たち人間がまさに。
Close from start to finish. No one was really kind of like blowing away the rest of the competition, so they weren't able to go 9-5 legendaries. So Jax was just able to kind of take out these average boards where GQ kind of high rolled, found Lee Sin 3, Vi 3, Jax 3, had a Zeke to be buffing it up, and most importantly scoped weapons, which enables the Jax to really pop off and be in that ideal scenario. So that's where GQ found the win.
I love that. We gotta have to keep seeing some of that creativity. So yeah, I guess 6 Brawler with Jax. We've got 3-star Kaisa. We've seen all of these Gadgeting comps continue to do well. I don't know. Casanova feels like everything is kind of up in the air here. It is the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals after all. But there are also some great players that are behind these compositions, and so I feel like when you take a look at the lobby that we're jumping into, like, who's standing out to you here as a player to watch out for?
The two big narratives for me are Robin Song's trying to make it into the final day of regionals once again. Rodan was saying just before the break, it'd be weird to see him not make it there. He's been there every single time he's made it to regionals, so we're really looking at him to turn things around after that 8th. He's kind of far away on the points. Just needs some really good games in the next 2 to make sure he locks in, but also DQA trying to be that first person to make it 3 times to Worlds for the North American region. I mean, DQA had a fantastic day 1. Has been a little bit softer here in day 2, but he's still having an okay day overall, and just looking to cap it off, make it to that day 3, and still give himself a shot to do that. That would be such a huge accomplishment to be that player, and he's kind of always been that guy. You know, we were talking about him at the start of the weekend. Sometimes he'll come in and just flop. He won't have a great performance, but sometimes he'll just show up and dominate everybody. And DQA is such a fantastic player and so exciting to watch. So I'm looking forward to watching him here in this lobby.
I love that you brought both of them up because Nico and Appies also had high praises to sing for Robin Songs and DQA. So let's go ahead and jump into this and see what they can accomplish in this game number 4.
Thank you so much, Necra. Game 4 of the regional finals here in day 2, the top 16. Crowan, we're jumping on board with Robin Songs. We just mentioned he's never failed to make it to the final day of a regional, and I don't think he wants this regional to be the one that keeps him from it.
No, he definitely does not, and this is still within reach. Robin is sitting on the outside looking in right now, but it's only really a 2-point gap from that 8th place, being tied by DQA and DPay right now with 13 points. So again, still well within reach. Robin just needs to have a good next couple of games. Maybe can afford one subpar bottom 4 game, but the rest of the 2 need to be some heavy hitters.
Yeah, and we'll see how he starts checking his admin right out the gates. We'll get word from production on what he ends up grabbing, but anything sticking out to you here, Kron?
Honestly, did get a chance to
That's
look at
okay.
the
We'll see it in a bit.
So yeah, no.
We'll see it in a bit. We got Infinite Team rolling for Robin at the start, at least setting himself up to play it in the early game. It is pretty strong early on when we do get, especially if he finds a Pantheon too. A lot of gold for Robin actually off the first bit here on the creep rounds. Only 1 item, so he is able to sell up to 20. Built different offered. Trade sector offered as well, which would be a way to capitalize maybe on some of this extra gold, get us pretty strong board together. But yeah, is Robin a built different player?
I don't believe he's very comfortable on that. I know Fred was talking about how like Setsuko is super comfortable with built different, but I don't think that's something that really jumps out to Robin as a snap pickup. Is playing 2 Infinite Team, could go Sure Shot Crest, get a Sivir and play that kind of angle, but with just 1 rod, that does feel a little weird. Whatever he picks is probably just going to be something to lose streak and farm some gold. It is going to be the Sure Shot Crest, however, as you do just get to play 3 Infinite Team, maybe kill a unit or 2 with that extra Sivir, but really Robin Song is going to be focused on economy. This is a style of play that he's going to be pretty well versed in. Nothing new here, but he is going up against Jukyu, who is rocking that built different.
Yeah, ends up going built different. This is yet another composition for Jukyu to play. I don't think he has a built different game yet in this tournament. He's played so many different compositions and somehow keeps finding new lines to play. He is just like an encyclopedia of TFT compositions. Seems like he can play everything, and he's been so successful. This is just so, I mean, just so cool to see him even just picking that out the gates. I don't even care how he does in this game because of the fact that he has just played so many different things. He keeps showing the depth of knowledge that he has.
Definitely, and I think it's really interesting to compare that to, say, a player like DQA, who we were talking about. He's a veteran, right? He's going to be able to, on average, play so many different comps, but DQA has been heavily leaning towards this Auxslinger line, game and game again. I think he's played it 3 games in a row, at least so far, from the top 16. Definitely had some games of it yesterday as well. And that's just different approaches to TFT fundamentally. You can play it very narrowly. I think famously from NA, Milk is a player who goes to Worlds and just forces Kled every single game, right? Thinks that that's the correct way to play TFT. Granted, that meta was a lot different, but DQA kind of taking a similar vein there, and really carrying that forward. Jukyu, however, is outperforming DQA while taking the other side of the coin and just playing everything. I think it's like 6 unique comps at this point. Maybe this game will make it 7.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Jukyu's got to be Mortdog's new favorite player. He's playing TFT correctly, and I think you know, it's exciting to watch a player come play correct TFT and do so well, especially just somebody who we didn't have the highest expectations for coming in, blowing everybody out of the water. He's absolutely impressed me. I feel like he's impressed everyone on the desk, and I hope that everyone in chat is impressed with Jukyu as well, because this player has been very exciting to watch.
Oh, 100%. Definitely very impressed what we've seen from Jukyu, but I'm also impressed at Kurum's ability to come back on a day after having a subpar game or 2. Time and time again, it feels like Kurum is in high stress situations where he starts off, you know, the top 16 with an 8th place, and it looks a little rough. But Kurumx did finish third that last game. It was a narrow third, but it bodes very well. This is Kurum in his comfort zone, and I think he can do exactly what he needs to bring it back and make it into the top 8. So not very scared for him. Again, comfort zone for Kurum.
Yeah, one thing I actually want to call out, we see Kurum
Robinson.
This is a lobby.
He has a rod while playing Sure Shot, so it's a little bit sus.
It's going to make the tempo of this lobby very high. Hustler being able to spend all that gold a bit earlier because you still get the same amount of interest no matter what, and then Built Different just being so powerful in the early stages of the game because of all the stats that it's giving. This is going to cause people to get hit a little bit harder, have to accelerate their level ups, their roll downs a little bit faster to make sure that they're not taking too much damage. And I am very curious to see how this is going to impact the overall flow of this lobby in general, because this is a couple of very fast augments.
Oh, definitely. That's something that we should keep in mind. I think that's a great thing to call out as we get into just stage 2, right? We haven't seen the full effects of it yet. Start to see who can try to run away with the lobby, but with a lobby this high of a tempo, I don't expect to see any players 100 HP win streaking. It might be like the last game of the same lobby, although it was off stream. It was very, very close from start to finish, and that is a time where a comp like Jax can actually come out and have a good placement. And
6张机械让我卡住。
Yeah, already going Brawler direction and having 6 Blitzcrank here onto 5. Gonna get Brawler Belveth to help carry, finding a Belveth on level 5. Very strong early game carry. No items for her, so that will slow it down a little bit, but she's still, you know, a powerful unit to be playing this early. Roby in a very good situation to try and continue this win streak out through Krugs, and we'll see if he matches up against anyone else who's powerful. Kurum just went to 6. So that's another person to watch out for if Roby had ran into him. But there's the built diff, only on level 4 here for Jukyu though.
Yeah, Jukyu not win streaking. It's on 98, so does not mind. It's gonna be generating econ 20 gold in the bank as we see. Roby is pretty poor right now, has a choice to make, and it's going to be maybe selling this second Blitzcrank 2 to make 10. And that's the thing about stage 2 carousels that feature an egg, is that the economy for everyone is going to be a lot slower. Not able to sell a 2 or 3 cost unit, make those econ breakpoints, makes it so much harder to reach the 20, 30 and so on thresholds. And this egg payout's gonna be in several rounds, so you don't even get the benefit from that until you're kind of already at those later breakpoints.
Yeah, interesting note on the Hustlers as well, right? They continue to keep their economy advantage because everyone else didn't get that extra gold, right? So they're sitting there continuing to generate the 3 that they were getting anyway, and they can keep that tempo high. So it does actually help them quite a bit. They still get this egg later. They get the benefit of their augment right now. So it is just a nice thing to note about this augment and how it is interacting with the lobby, since we do have 2 of them with Kurum and Replay.
Yeah, let's go even further into that line of the 2 Hustler players. Kurum is on the outside looking in. Meanwhile, Replay, the other player, is sitting very, very much in the lead right now. Already 22 points on the day, going 2-1 and then 2 again in the last game. That's just kind of an insane, and this fight's insane too. But the Velvet might get it done, does cast again.
Yeah.
And yes, Roby carries the 5 streak into Krugs, and that's huge because it's a hard lobby to do that in.
Yeah, I mean, Kurum went to 6 trying to hold on to that. Of course, he is Hustler, so going to 6 is not losing him anything. He's completely fine doing that. Was going for that aggressive play, but yeah, not being able to continue the win streak after going to 6 still feels bad, even if, you know, you're not hurt in your economy too much as far as the spending the money went.
Robin started the game off with the sure shot, still playing the infinite teams. A lot of money, however. He's not going to be hurting as much from the egg on the carousel because he was already able to reach, you know, 20 econ breakpoint since 2-1. He is going to be pretty ahead
what
because
the
of that. He's
fuck
to go
are these items?
Next round if he wants to be
what
on 50 gold.
the fuck?
That's a lot of rods,
what the
however,
fuck?
Which is
what the fuck?
Okay.
What the fuck?
A TF carry in the infinite team.
No.
Generally, you know,
he has a sure shot emblem.
But,
what the fuck? This has to be a gunblade.
Or 7 infinite team.
He can't even slam. Oh my.
Thinking about if he wants to still stick in that direction.
What the fuck? That is not good.
Getting into, say, like a mech Samira.
What the fuck?
And just playing infinite teams as a kind of route to get there. He is saving gold, not leveling up to 6. Is okay with continuing the loss streak. And maybe even, dare I say, playing for that potentially a 12.5% prismatic and getting level up? Maybe? Min-maxing really at its finest.
we'll see. I mean, end of the day, right, that's the benefit of this play, but it might not even be the angle that he's going for, right? It just stays open to where that is so strong if he's able to find it. However, Robin, in this spot, with all these rods, I feel like the Samira would mean he needs to find like an Aurelion Soul to go alongside with it. He would need to find some AP carry. He just has too many rods to not find some kind of AP threat to go along with this composition. So I like staying in the Infinite team. However, personally, you know, staying open has been working well for people, and we'll see if that works. 2-3-2 as the option. Robin immediately grabbing that time and a half. He's got the swords to do it. Just doesn't have the Sivers, so we'll see how this roll down goes.
Yeah, he's not picking up the Sivir from the orb, which tells me immediately he wants to find a Sivir 2 on these rolls, keep that one in the orb, and find Sivir 3, right? That's going to be the way that Infinite Team players with time and a half are able to make it into level 8, level 9, have a lot of econ, and contest lobby wins that way. He's rolling really deep, was so rich, but is not hitting the Sivir 2, has just hit one Shen only, now a pair of Shens. Finally the Sivir 2, but again, not quite what Robin wanted there.
Yeah, that roll down did not go great for him. He skipped a Lucian as well because he was heavily looking for that Sivir. So while he's close to this Lucian 3, still going to be a couple units away from it and very far from hitting the Sivir 3, completely out of gold here, and maybe not even going to be strong enough to win these fights. Roby's still so strong here. Level 7, the Belveth has just some weird items, but have some items on it, let's say. These are some of the items of all time for Belveth, and they are helping Roby win this round at the very least.
Oh, you mean this isn't best in slot Belveth with the Hodge, Ionic Spark, and Brawler emblem? Really?
Well, Hodge is great for Belveth.
Yeah, Ionic and Brawler, just, you know, tempo. Roby, I think was on level 7 there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
level 7, 100 HP, carrying the win streak forward, punishing the rest of the lobby, and players like Robin are now, you know, on 3-3, already at 43 HP. Not the matchup he wanted to run into. Looking at Jukyu, we get to see how well Jukyu can work playing this build different. Has a death cap, has a shiv, kind of AP lines, but yeah, it's nothing too crazy, especially already having rolled down a lot of gold. Is sub 20 right now, not able to make econ at all unless he wants to sell this Sona pair, which I don't think he's going to want to do.
Yeah, he's a little broke, but at least found the Morgana too. I think that's going to help kind of bridge the gap here. Hopefully make him not completely lose out on stage 3, seeing as how he doesn't really have the HP to support that. But we'll see. The Sona needs to find that Sona too. I think that'll make a massive difference. Sona did have heal queued up there, so the cast not great and ends up losing that round. But as you said, yeah, I mean, it's actually quite a good loss. Keep the income coming because you don't have a lot of gold and not lose too much HP there.
Yeah. Robin and Garchomp in my first picks here. Robin might just snag that sword in the Belveth, not only denying it from Roby, because that would be nice to have a Belveth pair, but also going to make a lot of use out of that. Time and half Sivir, already having some Deathblade as well. Just wants to stack as much AD on her as possible.
开直播考完试是一起，是的呢。考完试了，考完试就没事了。
as well. Roby with just those tempo items, the with the bramble and then just those
这罗宾哥
items with the Hodge and the Ionic.
啊，刚刚那3杠2低的
Aurelion Soul 2.
低的不太行啊。希维尔来的好少。
With this Sona carry augment, got the power grid. We'll see if Garchomp can make this happen. He's had a really rough top 16. Phenomenal performance in the top 24, but fell off a little bit here in these first 3 games. Looking to turn it around, and this is a start that can do so, right? Having this Aurelion so early, given time, he's still got 30 gold.
Garchomp Pro 是什么鬼？爱心龙王，然后龙王2星了啊！
It looks like he's gone win loss.
啊？
He may have
什么
just
鬼？
hit this Aurelion, and that can start to turn things around heavily. It's got good items as well.
这2星龙王是什么鬼？
To be a good game as well. Garchomp had a phenomenal day 1, landing in 2nd overall on the day. But this needs to be the time where he comes back and has some of that day 1 kind of success. Aurelion Soul is able to do it.
这唢呐是电王唢呐。
Rain down from the sky and rains down damage on a replay. Garchomp able to make 30. As we see another round, the egg's almost hatching. Next round it comes through, and some Duelist replay, but it's going to be support Malphite augment as well.
Yeah, support Malphite augment, very powerful, interesting to
好
be
可
without these
惜啊，
duelists,
他没有
but
出
we'll
亚
see if he
索
can add in the supers. Is he gonna go supers with this build? I mean, it
他没
seems
出
like
那
it, right?
个
But he's level 7. He's pushing levels.
I mean, there's no
VN.
way. This has to just be
Just play the Malphite.
a pivot point. I think this Malphite is going to be fitting into a Jin composition. I think the Fiora is just kind of carrying items there for now. And it's weird to see 6 duelists.
Re-replay 应该是想要去玩Jin的。
We see the Jin, the Vex, and the Pike on the bench. Re-replay is going to make that transition happen at 4-1. And the Guardian Spirit's going to enable Mascot. It's going to buy a lot more time. And just, be healing the team whenever they cast. This isn't a bad transition at all. It's just kind of unorthodox. So I'm actually really curious to see how he manages that at 4-1. Already having a lot of the pieces, it shouldn't be anything too crazy, but still, I'm gonna be curious to see how efficient it can be. As the egg pops, it's still a ton of gold for everybody.
Yeah, well, everyone's economy sucked, so I guess everybody's gonna take this injection of gold, and we'll see what they do with it. They all got the stimmy. Everyone getting the big bailout from Mortdog, because their banks were empty. But we'll see what everybody does with that. And yeah, seeing Duelist use as a pivot point is just interesting, because usually it's a tempo composition. A lot of times you duelist throughout the day, so. Getting to this point is just it's different, right? Not always seeing 6 duelists is something to go into a different composition.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like it's Robin in the bot left trying to find the Sivir 3 is 2 away now because 1 is
还没，还差3张，还差2张。
on main screen DQA. Once again, surprising no one going into Oxlingers.
Yeah, he's holding Jin pieces on the bench here. I don't know if that's just denial, what he's thinking with that. It feels like it's denial at this point, but he doesn't really have a lot of money to be doing that, so I imagine he's just going to sell these off at the end of the round, was denying them during the roll down there. I missed when he picked them up, so may have just picked them up to try and stop people during that roll down phase.
DQA carrying a Lux at the beginning of stage 4, not where he wants to be. And this is where I think we have to talk about, does DQA over fixate on the Oxlingers? It's obviously a very good comp, but you're not going to be in the position to run it every single game. Maybe it's just too hard of a force. He did make a top 4, albeit barely, in the last game. Spellslinger Heart presented to him, though Heart as well, but Spellslinger going to be prioritized a bit more. Does give a free Annie as well. There's already an Annie 2 and probably not an Annie 3 coming through.
Nope, too broke. Everybody's too broke. Actually gonna reroll that, and Future Sight now on the table. Good. Second Wind is another option, and that's gonna be the one that's taken.
There's a Nico, but where's TF?
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem when you pigeonhole yourself into just playing the one composition. He finds a Nico, but he's not finding his carries. He's on level 7. He's seeing a lot of 4 costs, but he's only looking for 2 of them.
Oh, there
he goes. He finds the TF. He's finally there. So it's starting to come online here at 4-2. And he does have some decent front line, right? He's got the Annie, he's got the Alistar, and the Fiora upgraded as well. Maybe he can put something together, especially with that second wind helping this front line last even longer.
He only has 8 components. He is only on a Nico pair. Nico doesn't have any items. 1 TF. Can't even think about going to 8 and playing the Echo, so he already just sells that one off. DQA is not in a good spot here. It's gonna be really surprising unless he kind of high rolls from the spot to get into top 4.
Yeah, and Garchomp still having an Aurelion Soul 2 that he's had since 3-2.
Garchomp
stomping all over DQA because this is a different.
感觉北美镜挺火的，很冷静。北美镜啊。
Take quite a bit of damage here.
确实近啊，跟其他
We're gonna take a look at Robin's board. Robin
跟其他地区比起来还行啦，其实也还行，近都大概蛮常玩的。
From the Sivir, but he's only on level 7. And this board does not look like it can avoid losing all the way to level 8, especially when someone like Roby is still at 100 HP, potentially in the fight pool, and he has been an absolute menace throughout this.
No, this is really, really scary. He's forced to sell the Belveth Rocket TF, which does give.
Roby 的那个斗士过度也太可怕了，13连胜。
champion duplicator as well, but can't really use.
以前卡盖伦，现在卡进，确实。
It looks like Robin's
盖伦现在没有那么火
for an 8th place, and that'd be back-to-back 8ths for Robin. That narrative of Robin never missing a day 3 of regionals might be quickly coming to a close.
Yeah, right here against replay even. This fight not even looking good. Both the Sivers caught. And this could just be the 8th right here, and it will be. Robin, back-to-back 8s here. Such a rough situation. And he'll have 2 games to make it all up. He may be in a situation where he has to go 1-1.
Masato Robinson is dead.
It's gonna be that situation. I mean, 1-1.
He's not making day 3 now.
Some crazy amount of luck to come
through. He has 2 8s.
Some high rolling next couple of games because he's out even before the stage 4 carousel. That is not said very often. He had a super rough game. The pieces just did not come together at all. Top 7 now. As we're looking forward, there's still going to be other players on the bubble. Kurum X is one who needs a very solid game as well. Cottontail, another one. They're just separated by a point. Garchomp, again, another one. But behind a few more points. Levels to 8. That Aurelion Soul's been carrying him for so long.
LeBlanc 3 for Kurum.
Oh, that's huge. A lot riding on the line.
这龙王2星太过分了。
The stakes are
这
so
期待
high, Cass.
Bro, this guy has a level 7 ASOL 2 and just been winning like since stage 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
For no fucking reason.
Kurum, we're gonna get to see that LeBlanc 3 in
LeBlanc
action.
3星.
It is just in the back line here. That is just gonna be the admins rolling on for Kurum.
This is.
So we see just plenty of damage, a lot of HP on this board. Brawlers alongside the admin with
this fucking admin shit is so fucking broken.
It does have scaling HP, or if it is,
what the
see
fuck?
A 5-second ticking there, but I'm not sure which one it is.
Yeah, might be the HP. Hopefully we'll get Snoration soon.
那个 AI 是
Ruby is still on 100 HP and continues to be.
Oh my god, 那个 AI 是每秒回来。
Into, you know, neutrals once again.
Oh, that's why he has been win streaking. Oh.
Warwick 2, level 850.
Okay.
This is an insane high roll this game.
Okay.
As well. Ooh, this is a great spot for it.
Oh, wow. Huh?
Brawler Aatrox once again rearing his ugly head.
这不你说的 AI 型是的，对 AI 那个 AI 型配上每秒回来。
In a position where hey maybe that happens again, seeing as how he's 50 gold 14 win streak, already has it 2-star, so we'll see if the game lasts that long because Roby's hitting people so hard.
李星2星，雷文2星，你知道最可怕什么？他还有可能打赢这一家。
No, not having the ideal defensive items on.
Oh wait,
but
maybe his front line's
not enough. As the last one,
他前排够弹吗？
really like Edge of Night on him, but even things like
他唢呐没有蓝 buff， 所以没有电池效果。
is going to be serviceable. Roby trying to get that full win streak through the full stages. LeBlanc has something to say about it.
LeBlanc, let's go. Boom, 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 boom.
So tanky,
boom, 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 boom. 啊 ，close， 差一点哎，那个质量打这个差一点。
So much damage. So too much health to cut through. And we did get confirmation that Kurum does have mana per 5. That is the one he's getting on that LeBlanc, letting it get those casts through. And so that comp looks so strong, but it still loses to Roby.
15 win streak, 60 gold, level 8. Oh boy, other players have a lot of catching up to do, and that's going to be fantastic for Roby, who is near the bubble, coming into this game at 7th place, 14 points, but getting a top 2 here is going to make him real comfortable as we get into the last 2 games of the day. Cottontail, 10 points, needs a big one here. Laser Core Brawler on this board. I feel like brawlers are finding more popularity as we get, you know, deep into game 2, you know, coming out with the Jax, but also there's sometimes multiple laser core Warwick players per game.
Yeah.
And full defensive Warwick.
Full defensive Warwick. Hey, it's laser core, right? let the lasers do the damage. Warwick just gotta stay alive, but Cottontail's been able to hit the Mordekaiser is so impactful,
加木刃三防装
DQA, hey, we see a Giant Slayer slam, 2 of them in fact. I think these are good slams for the current lobby with all these brawlers that are existing. Jukyu, maybe not one of the people he was looking to hit with these Giant Slayer slams, but maybe he's strong enough to win this. DQA has found the Twisted Fate 2, trying to shred through this front line, but look, actually itemized Viego. This was talked about by Aniko when he came on the desk. Let's see how it does. It's in the back line, getting the resets. Can't reset on the Ox Forces though, but one more cast. No, still not doing it. TF gonna be able to do enough.
Ooh.
And DQA stays alive, dealing some damage to Juke. DQA really needing to not go out in 7th here. He needs to have a nice game. He still is kind of lower in the standings.
Maybe there's a way DQA can claw up to a 6, dare I say even a 5th maybe, but being on level 7, not having any gold, he's upgraded all of his units, but still has a long way to go. One bad matchup is just him going out here. Good thing is the items are fantastic. Morello's on Nico is really good as well because of just how she applies her damage. Is going to be bouncing around kind of everywhere in the front line, the back line. TF having really good items, maybe best in slot for this lobby because there are multiple brawler players. So what DQA has, I think, can claw in 1, maybe 2 more placements, but we gotta see how these matchups actually play out.
AI Garchomp would be a good start, seeing as how Garchomp Pro is one of the lower HP players, but he has found another item for that Aurelion Soul that has been carrying him so heavily throughout ever since stage 3.
It's gonna
be tough for DQA to fight through this. The front line, that Lee Sin is actually so incredibly tanky, and now finally he gets through it, but another cast from this Aurelion could find some snipes on the back line, but there's still plenty of units alive. It's not quite going to kill enough. Garchomp going to take a hit, but he almost cleared everything away with those meteors. And so DQA doesn't deal too much to Garchomp, but both Garchomp and Jukyu within striking distance to go out in one fight. So DQA might be able to claw a placement or 2.
Yeah, that could be a possibility, and it's going to be huge if he is able to manage that single-digit HP for DQA, but pretty much one lost territory, like you mentioned.
7的人442哎，是真442哎，就4个羁绊而已，442。
So we see.
Positioning is the name of the game here for DQA. Scouting out who he's going up against.
哇 ，AI。
And there is going to be
AI 回蓝，
She's so incredibly
3星勒布朗，然后右边海克斯还有回蓝海克斯。
A lot of HP on this though because of the brawlers, so these giant slayers should be online, helping to shred through the front line, make it in.
Great,
that is a lot of tankiness coming through. The Annie's staying alive even longer. She's tanked for so much, tanking even more from the LeBlanc, but the next cast is going to start hitting squishies, and DQA is not long for this world. Here comes the cast, and here goes DQA. DQ fell, but DQA fell harder. 7th place there for DQA. 6th for Jukyu, who can afford that. DQA, however, might not be able to afford that 7th. He's going to have to claw back in these last 2 games.
Man, that was almost perfect second win value for DQA as well.
等一下 ，Champro 不会 ，Champro 不会拿3星龙王吧？这个东西应该不是3星龙王对吧
？Way beyond what I thought was possible.
Champro 是不是离3星龙王很近啊
？As we get a greater champion duplicator on the stage 5 carousel, we saw that bailout Setsuko to start the day off. A crazy game, and it's gonna be huge for Cottontail.
等一下 ，Champro 在干什么
？A Mordekaiser 2 with
他是要追3星龙王
composition, and that is when these laser core endgame boards can get so scary.
That might be enough for Cottontail to make it to level 9, right? He's sitting here at 50 gold. He gets a big upgrade with Mordekaiser 2. He's still sitting at 37 HP. And yes, he's still got a bit of a road there, but because his economy is good, he might be able to just make it to 9 and look for more upgrades. So Cottontail starting to become a major threat in this lobby. Going up against Garchomp Pro, hasn't been able to find any major upgrades in a while, but we still have the power of this Aurelion. It's still doing a lot of damage, and Cottontail, even though that Mord is 2-star, it only has an Infinity Edge. The crit is still matters quite a bit, does a lot to that front line, and now just the Aurelion left. Ascension has procced, and here comes Warwick to tear him to shreds. Dog meat Dino, get rid of that dragon. There we go.
Yep, Garchomp going out, and I don't actually know if it would have mattered in that fight, but I kind of got flashbacks to World Soju because Garchomp had exiles there, but I don't think any of his frontline was actually benefiting from exiles there. Maybe some tournament jitters, forgot he had that.
Like World Soju.
Get probably one more cast off at least. Again, maybe not the difference.
Like set a world.
To see. But again, this is
wait, is this set a worlds or set 7 worlds?
So we will be seeing some mistakes come through.
I don't know.
Yeah, Garchomp Pro has been struggling here in the top 16. A 5th is not terrible. It's going to start trying to help him claw into a position for game 5 and 6 is possible for him to claw back.
Rovinov only lost once this game.
Such great performances.
What is his AI
in this regional? We know it is possible. We've got our top 4 Crowan, Roby, Replay, Cottontail, and Kurum X. And it's Replay versus Cottontail here. Cottontail, of course, looks like he is saving for that level 9. See if he can still find some wins, but that is a Nunu 2. Very strong for Replay. We saw him running all over some lobbies earlier, especially with the They See Me Rollin' augment, but even here, these are some great items for the Nunu. Doing a lot of work for Replay, and just gonna have to deal with that Warwick now. He does have
这个狼人是真的
drones and doing plenty of damage, but can he get through this Nunu in time with the Jin?
Oh.
No, he cannot.
Nunu, man, Nunu's so
推土机给推死
without
了
the, They see me rolling. He's still rolling over everybody. The Jin doing a ton of work as well, being Jin 2 having 3 very, very good items as well. Cottontail takes a loss, but it's kind of expected, right? Because he is, as you mentioned, saving up to go to level 9. Already on Mordekaiser too, though, so it's just going to be to play something like a Fiddlesticks, make his board, just that much more scary. It's still fine. A Fiddlesticks to tech in is going to be no slouch in any situation. Warwick has a lot of defense, and it's also gonna, I think it's really good because it benefits from the thrill augment, because there's no healing, just the can't be CC'd, gonna drop the aggro at the edge of night, and just the stacking defense of Titans.
哦，电刀 nice.
Thrill, and then gets just that flat damage amplification from Ascension once that procs, and this board is going to be, the fights are going to be going very, very long, so I actually really like this augment setup from Cottontail.
Nice, and he's able to find Nash, gets those items off, can start looking to move them around, trying to find what is going to join this board, trying to find either Urgot 2 or Fiddle 2. Those are the ideal pickups, but also able to get that shit over to Morgana. We know how powerful that can be. Getting a Hodge over to the Mordekaiser 2 as well is very strong. Going up against Kurum X here. LeBlanc, see where the targets go, but also how much damage is this Mordekaiser gonna do?
哇，这辛朵拉怎么偷到了一个硕宝啊
？Taking so much HP off of Kurum's units, and now that LeBlanc firing into Warwick, but he has too much regen, and also being able to use that Edge of Night to great effect.
质量被暴打
actually gonna get cutscene for
被暴打
17
质量
here. It is stage 6. That damage has ramped, and there were plenty of units left on Cottontail's board.
对，我觉得三星勒布朗有可能有点选择有点高。三星勒布朗要求好像有点高。
However, but still a solid finish, especially after going 8th and then 7th.
质量被暴打。
The top 16 going 3rd, 4th is significantly better. But Roby Van Knob just took the first loss in stage 5 and has only lost, it seems like, twice in the entirety of the game. His board
AI 是什么？全队加血量吗？这看起来好像全队加血量啊。他机器人血量太多了，这应该是感觉是全队加血量。他非AI 血量很高，然后机器人血量也很高。
He's got a really good chance of hitting one of the two, especially.
所以感觉应该是全队叠加永久叠加血量。
Cottontail is contesting that Warwick, so it feels more likely that the Aatrox will be the one that comes online. But we'll see as he does eventually start to roll down. But he might still be able to win some rounds here. It does feel like he is kind of the weakest of the 3 at the current moment, but he's still so powerful that it could come down to just positioning against a lot of these boards. And that Nunu.
两星努努好不要脸啊！我操！这努努是真他妈不要脸。
Yep, we're chasing the Nunu, but can't take it out. The BT is huge as well, getting all of.
That's amazing. 竟配上努努，这是我没想到的。
Kind of naturally in the shop, and like you mentioned, it's gonna be a lot more likely to hit the Aatrox 3 as opposed to the Warwick.
狼人要追3是吗？狼人3星或2杀4 3星的话，他就吃了。这2张牌3星，而且他有一个那个 duplicator， 尤其是那个剑魔3星，剑魔3星很强。
This game might be looking to go into stage 7. As Roby finding one of these 4-cost 3 stars, as well as Mordekaiser 2, might be enough to secure lobby win, but we're still a few rounds away from that, I think.
Alright, going up against Cottontail once again. See where that Mordekaiser build
lands. Wow, the Mordekaiser
damage coming through with those crits, but there's a lot of HP here, so that flat damage not chewing through enough, and there's a lot of regen, so Roby actually finding his way to get a big win over Cottontail. Not even close in this fight, and that's going to be a lot of damage down onto Cottontail. Looks like Roby's just going to be fighting against Replay for the most part in this one. Cottontail kind of falling off beneath these two.
怎么克制狼人？两星弩弩带银血剑。
Out getting first pick party in the carousel. Something like a Shroud would be okay.
The Brawler Aatrox OP.
Especially thinking about.
I mean, he has the thing is he has Brawler Aatrox really early, and his AI is stacking permanent stacking HP, which makes it even more broken.
It's gonna be a great late game item, picking up things like Shroud and Zephyrs off of the carousel. Roby getting last pick.
And you know what's scary? He's been win streaking the entire game because Brawler is because Brawler is so good early game. So now he's just looking for Aatrox 3 or Auric 3.
Still staying on 30 though, not panicking. But yeah, this Morello's does give more AP to Mordekaiser. He's going to apply that.
He's 61 HP, so he has the HP to try to look for it.
So I don't dislike that at all. I think that's actually really good recognition of needing anti-heal, especially thinking about it landing on the Nunu.
What a display here from Replay. Top 16, 22 points. He is leading right now, and in the top 3 of this game, extending his lead today over Juku, who fell out in 6th. Replay with a phenomenal tournament after such a rough start in the top 24.
Boom!
Pulling it all the way back and now playing out of his mind. And here he may fall to Cottontail in this fight. It was a huge cast from that Slayer now, making all the difference. And yeah, wow. Just deleting Jin there. Cottontail gonna stay alive a little bit longer. Has some fight left in him with this more too. With that Giant Slayer being added.
那这样的话 ，Roby 看起来很不错，他是全场唯一61滴血的。
Damage is already insanely high, so when you get a percentage increase on it, it gets ludicrous. It gets insane how much he can do.
Wait, why is he rolling here?
Mordekaiser from just an IE mord. Like,
one off. Oh, 差一张。
And the Hodge goes on there, and it's like, ooh, okay, he's gonna be hitting a little bit harder. And now the Giant.
Okay, 他想要卡20块，那没有问题。
Peak Mordekaiser 2, what you need to be winning some lobbies, denying Mordekaisers from Roby Van Knob as well. As Roby is going to be fighting against Replay right now, and Roby still 2 Aatroxes off. Replay is strong. Is the Morello's gonna be the difference in this fight? Potentially if it lands onto that Nunu.
Yeah, I mean, have to deny the
Boom!
Nunu. Nunu is dogging out to Mordekaiser. He gets away. Now I'm looking over at Cottontail. Want to make sure he's not falling here. He's actually in danger. And yeah, the Mord is down. Cottontail looks like he may fall to the ghost. It's up to the Warwick, but there's a Warwick on the other side. Are there enough lasers? Is there enough healing? It doesn't feel like there is. He does get a little bit from the Thrill. One more Thrill. Is there enough? He has the Omnivamp originally from the unit, but Cottontail falls to the ghost, not able to hold on long enough as we see the Nunu rolling around and scooping up that entire board.
好 ，Roby Van 将会拿到 Cottontail 的所有狼人，然后3星狼人、3星剑魔，然后结束游戏。狼人最好的 AI 是啥？开局获得 AD 或攻速吧。开局获得 AD 或攻速，或者是每过5秒获得 AD 攻速。或者是如果你是那个叫什么斗士开的话，你是很棒的斗士开，然后你有前期就有狼人的话，那应该是叠加血量。如果你有前期狼人的话，叠加血量很棒。
This roll down is going to be massive. Roby could just close it out here with one more.
Roby 有没有办法？3星狼
Another Giant Slayer potential. But no real good units to put it on.
这也鸟盾了，对。
No targets.
Block it.
卡4费。OK， 剑魔3了，但是他还先不要拿，因为他要看能不能追到3星。
Duplicator at this point, but he's seeing if he can get more. Rolling all the way down. Not finding it. He's got a couple more rolls.
魔都可以上2星 ，nice。那就3星了，可以。哦 ，Let's go。
Mord 2, Aatrox 3, Casa. Roby can finish the game right here.
3星剑魔斗士转。
What did I tell you about this Aatrox unit? We keep seeing it get 3-starred.
哦，那个血量是黑色的，那个血条是黑色的。
The Morello's this time gonna apply to that Nunu. Not gonna be healing enough with that Bloodthirster. He's trying though. He is trying to stay alive, but the Aatrox 3 will not be stopped. Look at all the HP on that unit, all of the healing, and the damage is there from the laser core. That's just gonna be Roby mopping this up. Replay at 17 HP, but it's all gone. Roby Van Knob able to find a win here, coming in from the LCQ and popping off here in the top 16.
What absolute clinic of a game from Roby Van Knob at the top from start to finish. Necra, that was beautiful TFT.
It really was beautiful TFT, and I love to be able to see that from a player like Roby Van Knob as well. Someone who popped up on the radar a couple of sets ago, maybe didn't get a chance to be in the spotlight for the most recent set, but is back and in quite full force, may we add to that one. So great win for Roby Van Knob to be able to get through this game number 4. But for the rest of our players as well, I feel like it was a fight for second place in that lobby. That's for sure. And so, you know, who were the contenders that you were looking at, Casanova, and what were their paths to get to that?
我想要打一把，因为我再不打的话，我要掉分了。我要再不打的话，分就没了。
Replay has just had a fantastic tournament. I call that on the game. He had a really weak start of day 1, but he turned it around. He made it into the top 16, and since then he has been running away. He is now contending for that average placement spot very heavily. I think he is leading that by maybe a decent margin now that GG
还有2把， 今天还有2把， 然后明天打决赛。
Really setting himself up to try and lock in a world spot as long as he doesn't completely bomb out in the top 8, because at this point he's pretty much just locked himself into the top 8 with that second place performance. I think in fact he probably has.
Yeah, there's still 2 games left, and so maybe a couple of the other spots are still up for grabs, but we'll have to wait to do the math later because we're not doing it right now. And especially when we got some big shakeups happening for our 6th game for our 4, I feel like I don't ever want to set anything in stone before we actually see what's going to happen there. But let's talk about Nunu and Willem for just a quick second, Crowan, because we ended up seeing it do some amazing things when players were able to pick the carry augment for that particular champion. So, like, why did it work so well on this particular composition there for replay? Was it just the mascots, or kind of what else was going on?
Yeah, so mascots fit really well into Jhin lines, as you're naturally going to be running some with the Vex as you need for Riftwalker, and you can just, if you want, have your Zac just make another one for free. So it's kind of a natural progression there. Usually when we see Nunu's kind of running away with lobbies, it's going to be in that Gadgeteen line. You know, you get that they see me roll and come through, and it's like, oh, okay, nice, this is free, as the Nunus clean up the rest of the lobby. Not in that situation though, but recognizing I have some extra items to put on it. The BT is going to be fantastic. A little bit of you know, Omni Vamp to be healing back up, a little bit of some tanky items as well. The Nunu is basically just a secondary carry, almost primary. In fact, I'm sure some of those fights Nunu was doing more damage than the Jhin, I believe. So just really good recognition of hitting those units, because usually Nunu is one that you would just skip. When players think about legendaries they fit on their endgame boards, it's okay, it's gonna be the Urgots, the Fiddlestickses, maybe for playing AP lines like the Syndra, but there are spots for Nunu, and that's probably just the spot for Nunu.
I think one of my favorite things watching these Nunu boards is when the fights are also going as long as they are.
Oh wait, what?
How big does that ball get? Like,
Masato.
it's massive, and it's just absolutely
Wait a
stomping the
second.
competition, rolling them flat.
等一下下，我有4吉祥物开，我有可能可以有4吉祥物开。我这边选什么啊？双对子悟空还是潘森路西恩？双对子悟空还是潘森路西恩？这压到键盘了，我压到键盘了吗？攻。弓腰带。 装备，腰带 ，nice， 腰带不错，腰带非常好。我没有回蓝装。啊，我虽然有那个。我要去玩挑战吗？我要去玩挑战吗？啊，有点可惜，我原本想玩吉祥物的，能够出派克的那种见者有份的话，我就会选。但我这边有钢普2克2星，然后配上有牛，我觉得我应该可以连胜，这装备应该是可以连胜的。给钱呐、啊！给钱呐、啊！给钱呐、啊！只他妈给1块！好小气，可惜，要是我抽到维古斯的或者是其他的话，我真的想去玩挑战的。我真的想要去玩那个虚空镜吉祥物的。抢多少？3块。有什么东西我可以开吗？有什么特别我可以开？应该这场就挑战，对不对？神臂有重伤，这也是一样的。他和日雅、电刀、金克斯、德莱文、镜，所以挑战一家同行。Nice， 给钱，让我吃10块。Nice， 石头感觉不赖说，如果石头的辅助的话，我会想拿；但如果石头主 C 的话，我就觉得还好。石头的辅助我是有点想拿的，但尤其是石头主 C， 我就觉得还好，因为我不可能去低石头3星嘛。我如果要去玩那个吉祥物的话，我肯定得上8，我肯定得走牛的3星跟维古斯的3星，我没有办法在6等低。也许有某种超音的玩法可以玩，但是我不知道，我不知道有没有那种玩法，所以我就不想去选了。也许有吧，就配超音，然后去走石头3星 ，maybe。石头吉祥物第2是吗？真的假的？给钱，再给2块，再给2块，再给1块。哎，可惜哦，没事，有吃到20，可以，有吃到20，完美。这其实不应该出现的。2-3，如果你是2-1拉4人口的话，你这边2-3是绝对不可能吃得到20块的，理论上是应该是这样。我们这边可以选青羽，或者我们可以选分裂，或我们可以去拿剑，然后看我们可以开出什么装备来。啊，剑没了。或者我们可以拿锁子甲，看能不能开鸟盾出来。哇，好吧，真拿锁子甲去了，看能不能开鸟盾。东西我可以用 ，nice。哇，我鸟盾不要给钢普朗克吧？哇，我有点不太想给钢普朗克哎，这样多少差多少？350哦，咦，差的有点多。好了，我先丢。你们觉得我会输吗？为什么我觉得我会输啊？好像不应该这样玩的，这样玩是不是错了？这样玩是不是错了？这样好像输了。 就刚看的比赛吗？哦，是吗？输了，维克斯，哎，没开出来。不是那个墨菲特，不是墨菲特，那个不是努努镜吗？那个不是努努镜吗？那个墨菲特没啥关系的。波比2星。我先看一下 AI。这场35盘，致命之护盾。没关系，我们上纲我们经济很不错的，经济血量都很不错，你就其实就还可以接受了。如果这样想的话，哦，石头人强化开了吉祥物配置高天带努努。哦 ，OK， 那我懂你的意思了。那确实，哎，我这边可以吃钱吗？这样4块，好像吃不到。嗯，吃到了，我操！吃到了，我操！哎呦，我操！居然吃到了！等一下，为什么我要拿？为什么我要买这个？为什么我要留这个？这2个都没有留啊！我要玩挑战的，这应该是可以赢的吧？对吧？对吧？这是可以赢的吧？他们应该会往这边走，对吧？会吗？其实我不确定，钢普朗克有可能往左边走。OK， 好，没事没事。刚石头人强化是石头人辅助吧？石头人主 C 是应该不是石头人主 C 强化吧？勒布朗可以走，其实凯撒也可以走。哎呦哎呦，第二个鸟盾不错，这可以吃棒子，这是很棒的，可以把棒子吃掉。我现在比较担心的是，哦，反正也不会出那个钢普朗克。哎，为什么我要升级？有没有人可以跟我解释一下，为什么我刚刚要升级？我是不是脑子抽了？为什么我要升级？诶，等一下，我在干嘛？为什么我要升级？我在干嘛？啊，辅助 ，OK， 对啊，如果是墨菲特辅助的话，我刚刚也会拿的，肯定没有问题。可以让我把50块吃回来吗？要求会不会有点高？其实凯撒是可以留的，可以配那个叫什么来着的尼拉，但是有 VN 的话，一定就是用 VN 了。德莱文残虐之刃，我吃到50块吗？并没有。Hello， 搏命前锋，贸易大亨，贸易大亨的话，我就会想要上人口，我就不会想这回合敌。太行打铁铺，我们要赌一下挑战转。Fuck。Oh, what the fuck?我插了谁？我插了个亚索，操！我不能上安妮的，我忘记了，我没看到我看到逆命，我没有注意到。可以的，这波你要不要走啊？不行，你这个对子有点重要，不能走。Nice。32。如果我想要狠一点的话，我是可以上人口的。 如果我想要狠的话，是可以上人口的。这样32我可以吃到10块，对不对？可以接受其实。但是我应该晚一点升人口，我不应该这样吓别人。然后等一下走那个再走一个日轮。然后我是不是应该把这些前排拉到第2排啊？吃那个聚集性强化的效果。3阶段、4阶段应该是可以接受这么做吧，5阶段应该就不行了。对，给钱，杀到足够多的人，给足够多的钱，我就可以能够吃20块吗？啊，可惜，差啊，凯尔2星不管，反正没有那个决斗转的话，凯尔也会换 VN 的。话说我刚刚有没有低过 VN 啊？我是不是有低过 VN？ 我感觉我不小心低过 VN。哦 ，What is？ 哦，没了。啊，没了！我的鸟盾不要，我的鸟盾手下留情，我的鸟盾啊，没了，好吧，那边选电刀吧，选电刀好了，虽然就1块，有点可惜，我电刀逆命没关系。Warma give Oxford isn't it better？ 但是我的主坦是尼拉呀。我总不能说我要把装备拆掉，对不对？我总不能说把装备这样拆成2半，因为我的菲欧拉或者是安妮不一定会带3件装啊。我已经合了一个鸟盾了。那一子好可怕啊。But yeah, normally Warmog is better to give it to Ox first. Yes. 给钱啊！算了，尼拉不追3，反正我们也要追 VN， 我要直接上8，然后追逆命2星的。等一下，我刚刚不是说要吃狙击镜强化吗？我怎么又没有吃 ？Is there anything I can use? No. What if I just do this? 这是可以的吗？对啊，这是可以的吧？这应该是不行的，对吧？应该往前站一个。哇，他逆命对子哎，好可怕啊！我被魔斗凯撒给制裁了，因为我那个愚蠢的站位被魔斗凯撒给制裁了。Oh no！ 我被魔斗凯撒制裁了。Fuck！ 他魔斗对子哎，应该这是2星不了的吧？Is there anything I can play? Just this？ 我好像被魔斗凯撒给制裁了。我狙击强化刚放这边的话，应该是可以赢的。不是，我把前排正常的放前排，应该是可以赢的。我看他逆命，对他逆命打我安妮身上，被扩散伤害打到逆命上去了。扩散伤害打到逆命之后，魔斗凯撒一个大招把逆命给解决掉了。啊，就一个装备吗？哈，好，这下好笑了。我这个要喝什么？水银。这下好笑了，我要喝什么？它是 ，OK， 它是普通德莱文。我们应该可以上8，我们应该可以正常上8，没什么问题。 should be an easy win.嘟嘟嘟，公里胡刃，公里胡刃，公里胡刃。我少了，我降到30块。我上摩甘娜，但是我已经有电刀逆命了。但是摩甘娜有那个减魔抗，我可以玩厄萨斯，但其实感觉还好。我打这一家会赢，打这家一定会赢，打这一家不一定。打这家哇，他进2星，好吧，也不会赢。那我没必要升人口，因为反正我升不升都会输。好吧，吉因克斯3星那没事了，那我也会输。吉因克斯3星的话我也会输，那我还不如乖乖等着呢，反正我81滴血。我现在的问题是我8人口要上谁啊？我8人口要上谁啊？对不对？我8人口要上谁？可以上费德提克，可以上那些5费牌，那些我知道。可以5费牌的话，我知道是可以上的。但是如果没有5费牌，我要上谁啊？痛。好，2人口还可以接受。剑魔没有那个决斗转，其实也还好啊。剑魔没决斗转，其实也还好啊。我可以上什么星光吗？上艾克，调一下时间。最好的就是费德提克嘛，打控制。德莱文3星，波兹加死了。2家进。442转进442。但是这样子的话，我需要维持那个4决斗哦。但4决斗的话，我就没有6决斗那个减伤哦。有一说这个公里虎刃逆命是有点可怕的。哦，这个不错，我可以上珍娜魔法使3魔法。这场天气是什么？叠加伤害是吗？好。啊，我的珍娜没了。那好了，那现在问题来了，我出什么装备？攻好了，其实你说要拿锁子甲，然后合双锁子甲给你拉，其实也不错。但这场外面全部都是 AP， 逆变2星要求不高吧？这一则有用吗？没有。站哪边感觉不太对，但我也不是很想站中间。这个攻应该不管怎么样都是逆命的，对不对？有没有可能是什么泰坦嘛？泰坦前排，有可能哦。那我再等2轮吧，等2轮看装备是什么。Leona is good, but how's Leona ever gonna cast? Leona 会开技能吗？感觉不太会啊。Oh, because with this. Oh yes, Leona is good. You're a fucking genius. Oh yes, Leona is fucking good. Yes, you're a fucking genius. Oh yes. Oh wait, you're a fucking genius. RFC blue buff Leona? Oh wow. Okay. I see. This is good. 我可以玩这个吗？ OK。 我是不是可以上9啊？我们要追尼拉3星还是上9啊？哦，我们3组对子哎。我们要上9还是尼拉3啊？我上9，我51滴血，我这场肯定是可以上9的。但是我有足够钱能低到雷欧娜2星吗？但是我在8等低感觉好亏啊！我逆命已经2星了，我唯一要低什么？亚索2跟范2，不是很想低。还有尼拉3星啊，可以尝试追尼拉3星，但是我觉得没有必要。51滴血，我不如上9吧。锁子加194。好，现在问题来了，这装备有点尴尬。而且不是有一点点的那种情况，是非常尴尬。You guys know what? OK， 有人想到更好的装备吗？我觉得最好的应该是这个。I know this looks like trolling, but this might be the best items, low key. 这应该是最好的装备了。我知道这看起来很怪，但这应该是最好的装备。上9改快4魔，你们觉得我可以开到那个8绝吗？有办法出现8绝吗？反正我们上9了。啊，没有把福一哥杀掉，好可惜。33D， 哦，我好像不能上9哎。我靠，我好像不能上9哎。费德提克打控制会比较好一点。雷欧娜杀不到人，没有雷欧娜2星的话杀不到人。但打这一家的话，雷欧娜蛮重要的。我装备不是很好啊。Wow, I'm just 19. 哇，我头有点晕。哇，这2张都没有2星吗？我知道刚刚可以上珍娜的。啊，可惜啊，这2张都没有2星。Am I dead? I'm not dead. 雷欧娜配上这个，主要是我逆命装备实在是太差了。就这个泰坦，破防者还行啦，但泰坦真的泰坦真的不太行。哦，要是能够活过1轮的话，我们就前4。哎 ，you fucking！ Oh wait, Syndra is useless. 开到你了，开到你了，雷欧娜去打你了 ，nice。嗯，等一下，我为什么雷欧娜开技能没开出来？啊？为什么雷欧娜刚刚技能没开出来 ？What？ 为什么雷欧娜技能刚刚没开出来？有人有看到吗？我雷欧娜技能没开出来。What？ 还有没有用 VN 是不是感觉不太够啊？感觉需要饭跟那个跟匿名一起 C 才有办法。这种冲9的玩法感觉好像很怪。就如果要冲9的话，不应该开6决斗。Anyways， 没关系，死得快我就可以过来看比赛了。这样减多少？减30分吧，40分。哇，减50那么多吗？啊 ，whatever。
Who rolled deep and DP couldn't even find Vayne 2, and all of a sudden a spot that looked really strong for DP, I don't even know how, but it looked like his board got weaker.
He just missed everything. I think it's perspective at this point. Like it feels like everybody else hit something, and what did DP hit? Like nothing really came up from here. We're looking at an MF trying to pull all of the weight for this team. Big hit that DP is going to take. As we go into the third augment here on stage 4, Ripple Overdrive takes down to 5 HP.
等一下，这是什么东西
I'll tell you what, Dish Soap has not had trouble putting
等一下，等一下，我看到了什么 ？Use but echo die.
Okay. These do not feel super good for what your team's trying to do. It's going to take a
爱心爪
Interesting. Second win has a lot of nature in this one. We just talked about how important
爱心爪
tanks online were, but it's pretty tough to just turn down a free heart.
7等2星福耶哥
It makes some sense. Yeah, why not?
我觉得刚刚那个玩法的话，我其实就应该，我上9之后就应该把一些，我感觉我不知道哎，我在8等第一感觉很奇怪，8等第一不开6决斗感觉很奇怪，但上9开6决斗又很奇怪，所以我刚刚是不是应该就应该在8等第一那个尼拉3星啊？但我觉得主要问题其实也不是尼拉有没有3星的问题，主要问题是我匿名的装备实在太差了。对啊，觉得 VN 双 C VN 加 TF 双 C 比较能保险，对我也是这么觉得。说不定我刚刚有那些 VN 的装备，但是我没有看到。我刚刚其实没有想到要给 VN 装备的。
If this Pike ends up just stunning all of his back line, the adaptive defenses, Camille, able to also potentially snipe the damage, and Garchomp wants to play front to back. Does seem to have eliminated a lot of replays board so far. That Viego 2 is putting in work.
Yeah.
That bust to 6 hard is starting to show off a little bit.
等一下，这个悟空，等一下，这个悟空是什么情况
？By the way, with Titans, that means that Wukong is going to be drawing the aggression, and I don't think Dish Soap is going to be playing hacker anymore as part of his primary strategy.
悟空是三小
Just play a traditional front to back, and then add some backline damage like that Aurelion Soul that we saw him pick up.
Ripple Overdrive going to default over to the Spell Slinger's Ox Force. Don't blame him for this one either. This is just a spot where you're trying to put together a strong team because everyone else has got one online right now. You need to pick up some pieces and make sure that you're not going out in last place in this one, where you're already the first one on the chopping block for that one. I wanted to point out how delightful it is to just cut back to Dish Soap every single time and only see a Wukong hunting down the final piece of prey on the opponent's board. It's like we have no idea what's going on, and then it's just Wukong alone hunting down the corner afterwards for that one. Ripple Overdrive is going to need to start putting together some wins here. Pretty strong front line, has some decent damage. The Guard Breaker is putting in a lot of work in this lobby when you browse around. Tons of shields right at the start of the fight.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. What?
So DP did a really unusual choice here that I'm pretty sure a lot of people would not do, which is Exiles and Battle Mage. That you can't get full value on both of those augments. And so I am very curious how long DP commits to this. This makes me feel like DP is just trying to play for maximum placement. And Ripple Overdrive takes a pretty nasty loss. And if Ripple goes 8th here, that opens up a lot of point gain for everybody else here. But because Ripple does stand firmly in the top 8 currently. But if you take an 8th and then you go another bot 4, all of a sudden Will Ripple even make it to day number 3?
Yeah, and honestly, that's kind of where my worry is at with this one, is that he's in a very comfortable spot. And I don't mean in this game, I mean in this.
刚刚上9开4魔法比较有机会。对我有真纳的，我其实有真纳唢呐，其实是可以开的。
Not terrible finishes, but you're right there on the verge of that. Setsuko, meanwhile, that looked like a pretty nice cash out to me. We'll see what he can make of it right now. It's a salvage bin online, but if there's a player I'm confident in that knows how to navigate this, Setsuko is definitely one of them. He's going to take the roll first, try to build out some board here, start putting together the items afterwards. There are so many actions he needs to take, but the units are showing up, and that's step 1 of this right now. Get a decent board. Step number 2 now, start figuring out these items, and he's got to think quick, and he's down to the final few seconds of this, gets a team in play, but has to put together the items first.
TP'd away, TP'd away.
Lots getting left behind.
That is a disaster. He's trading everything he can on, so at least he has 3 items on Belveth. And you know what? D-Pay's board is not particularly super high burst at the front line, so he might be able to kill a couple of these units before MF ends up casting. Chooses to go Mana Zane on this Aurelian Soul. The Morgana Dark Bindings can end up potentially locking down the MF. Does not. Setsuko takes another loss, but that honestly could have been way worse relative to what ended up happening. You took a 4-unit loss to the 7. Dear Soap still cleaning up. Doesn't seem like anybody has a DPS that can take it down. So by the way, Setsuko, by the way, has a Radiant Rage on the awkward side. It's not particularly good, but he has a Reforger, and I think he's going to heavily consider using this Reforger on the Rage Blade and see what he gets.
Chalice.
As well.
其实这个 Chalice 没有那么差的。
A Radiant Chalice. So that's really interesting because it not just gives a bunch of ability power, but also gives Omnivamp, which can be pretty powerful.
它可以吸血那个给那个贝尔维斯。哎，他没有吃到。这应该是合集克了。
Oh no! Replay is hackering in this Camille to the backline as well.
卡米尔超痛。
So at least there's something to be happy about, but it's being supplemented by a Pike. Doesn't get a second cast with a Mana Zane. The good news is the rest of the board from Setsuko is wiping things up right now. This Belveth is not going down in a spot like this. Great win for Setsuko to start picking this up. Replay is very close to getting everything online, but needs to get it done right now. Ripple Overdrive, we're catching a glimpse of their board right now. This is not enough to hold up. Garchomp's going to take that down. Ripple is taking a big hit. Down to 2 HP. As we head into the final part of stage 4. So let's take a look at this lobby right now. It is a divide between the top and the bottom at the moment. Ripple at 2, D-Pay at 63. Dish Soap now catching up on a 10-win streak with Wukong Cyclone. Dan, what's going on in this lobby?
Well, I mean, there's people who are capitalizing on the 1-1-2 reroll dynamic, and there's people who are kind of just playing standard. And I think some of these players who are playing standard are trying to be as open and flexible, and I put that in quotation marks, by playing on these 4 costs. And I think that might end up be sabotaging some players like Ribble Overdrive, but I don't get to see his POV very closely, so can't really say for sure. These are a little bit too many.
这个装备有点尴尬。
I think he's gonna have to resort to things like a ZZ Rod if he wants to. Otherwise, he might have to do something kind of unconventional, like make a rapid fire cannon on one of these units. In the meantime, taking a look at Dish Soap's
火炮镜，分裂镜。
Looks like he is going into Hacker Wukong. And Hacker Wukong is such a menace to deal with. Not to mention, he's building aura items. He's got a Q cone and a Zeeks for his monkey.
For his monkey.
That is wild to see. Kurum manages to get a little bit of a board in place. Still no Camille 3 on the other side of the board. Oh, for real.
哦，派克3星，卡米尔3星，不，卡米尔2星。
This Pike is so stacked at the moment. But we've seen it struggle again with the rest of the board. It's doing a great job of wiping the back line, but the rest of the board is not holding up. Kurum, meanwhile, this was a pretty big struggle.
没了。
Settles on using a ZZ Rot.
这就是5阶段2星，不是2费没有3星的结果，不可能打得赢啊。2费赌狗4阶段就要3星了。
Ripple Overdrive, meanwhile, brutal hit out in 8th place. They need to survive in the last one. Look at what Kurum has found, though. My gosh, just what I'm talking about. You might need something big to happen with rolls.
贝加特应该走了，然后上龙王。
I think we got Dish's Urgot in play in Aurelian Soul too. I'd be very surprised if Kurum chooses to play an Urgot 1 over this, unless there's something specifically I'm missing. Maybe the Adnan is really good. I feel like Zaysol is really, really valuable. Looks like Curran was just kind of baiting, just making say like, okay, people who scout me don't get the optimal information. Going against this.
三星悟空这个有点有趣。
Beeline it for the back line. I don't think Kuramax is ready.
Is not ready for this at all. We finally get to see this from a full fight at this point. Goes straight to the corner.
Holy shit.
The combo takes that out easily. Now the rest of this though,
他打得过其他人吗？
significant amount of damage, but when you have to surround this unit to deal your damage and it's fully loaded, we're talking everything's online for this. Thrill of the hunt. Axiom Arc. Nothing can take this down into solo mechanism, so it's just line up and get knocked down from Wukong.
What the fuck?
Pay attention to how much gold he has. Late streaking. And now he's going to be able to go to 9. And if there are
不要骗我，不要骗我。
to cap out their board, 2 of them are in this lobby. One of them is Tetsuko, who has the underground cash out. The other is Dishsoap. These are masters of level 9. And I look forward to see what Dishsoap's going to do at the very end. Meanwhile, looking at replay, we are still 1 Camille off. Replay, who seemingly had an incredible start with Pike 2, has to still yet in stage 5 find his Camille 3.
That is just unreal. Just been stuck rolling every single turn to try to find it. Garchomp, meanwhile, this is not the best looking board in the world.
我刚刚还妈以为这是刚弗朗克主 C。
It's gonna have to be enough. Good focus on an item holder on the opposite side. Takes it down. LeBlanc put in a lot of work here. This front line is about to crumble. Once that's down, is that going to be enough? Looking like
Lulu
the answer
有办法
might
吗？
be yes to this. Holy smokes!
不能。
Lulu's left alone. That is not near enough right now. Bosso skills taking a hit. Replay out of game 5. And Setsuko, meanwhile, just hanging in there. Dish Soap. Nobody has been able to stop this win streak right now. It's been like a bulldozer since he got this Wukong online.
Oh my god. There's no way they let him get a second chalice, right? There's no way they let Dishsoap get the second
Oh
chalice.
no. Oh no. Oh no.
Dishsoap to go to day 3? Well, make my day.
That is not what you want to have happen. Take his chalice and don't let him get to day 3, Dan.
Oh no.
Why would you say that?
I'm speaking from the players' perspectives here. You want to queue up against Dish Soap in day 3 of regionals? I don't.
Yeah. I want to beat the best.
Oh,
It's not about me. It's really about Dish Soap.
Dan is a masochist. I get it.
No. Yeah, Setsuko's board. It is really good. I do think that he does clump a lot. So it is something that he has to be
为什么他不把那个 buff 给到贝尔维斯啊？
Things like the
为什么给到是
auras on
摩
the
甘娜？
Echo
有
instead
趣
of the Morgana, because that way he has a little bit of separation between some of these carries, kind of creating a triangle offense, if you will. Setsuko, oh, the Belveth runs into Lulu and unfortunately catches a stray. And now the secondary cast follow-up is not going to be enough. Setsuko takes another loss. He's going to be on his last life. And I think that Setsuko here is bot 4 because I don't think he's going to be able to take out Dish Soap, and I don't think he's going to be able to take out Boss skills when he rotates into him. And I don't think enough players are going to die. But if Setsuko can go like 5th twice in a row, that also should be good enough to go into day number 3, because ultimately, again, 27, 28 points, that's what you're trying to cut off for.
Just needs a couple more spots here. Honestly, the Garen being 1-star, I think, is just a heavy hit to what this board's trying to do right now. You need just a little bit more time on your front line to really get things done. So it's going to change up the board position here. Says, you know what? I need this to work out. Take into account the positioning here. This feels like a fight that very much is in the favor of Setsuko right now. We're talking about a long-term fight that Garchomp's looking for. We're looking at Setsuko, who's got a lot of power consistently throughout the game. The burn from Aurelion Soul is playing a big factor here because it's taking off some of that second win, and at the same time, it's working against some of that healing you have online, against the Gunblade in the back, against the Sona in the back. And look at that, breaks through the line.
Wow.
Easy win for Setsuko in this round. Garchomp now.
机甲怪兽
less life.
And Kuramax losing. Looks like Kurm's bleeding out again to like a potential 4th place. That's not gonna be
What the fuck?
At least for this game. Meanwhile,
这他妈是什么鬼
96 gold.
What the fuck?
Getting ready to go to 100 gold and get to level 9. Now the question will be, how does he cap out his board? There's a couple of different ways that
他要开
he can
5级
go
甲
through
吗
it. One of them
他可以开5机甲。
Think about playing just 2-star legendaries and think about what you can go for. I wonder if he's also going to try to maybe look for 5 mech as a capacity.
5机甲感觉蛮有趣的，但5机甲站位就比较麻烦。
and Leona 2 while sacrificing the Draven and the Jax. There's a couple different ways that he can slice this. He is holding the Garen on his bench, but we'll just have to wait and see because Dissoap has a ton of possibilities in his brain, and I guess we're just gonna have to all be witnesses to it.
Has the gold, has the time, has the power. Everything is on Dissoap's side right now. So, roll down begins. What is he going to settle on? My guess is it's going to be the first one that shows up, but he won't be done there. The first one that shows up is going to be the one that
真娜
hits.
真娜其实可以用
Now the question after
的
that is which one's
真
gonna
娜
be
可以让
first.
悟空顺开
Even though
技
Vegeta 2
能。
right now, it's looking
5
pretty
机
good.
甲
5 mech.
应该 ZZ Run 啊
Yeah, this is-
应该
this is looking pretty
ZZ 传
good.
送门。
I think he
哦
really
大天
wanted
使
to
哦，他
have-
大天使真娜 OK OK。
Oh, Janet carry. Okay.
I think he really wanted to have more.
三星尼可
Frank with you, but splitting up the
他是不是打过
Oh
了？
my gosh, I didn't even see it on the other side. Garchomp has a Nico 3.
It's a Nico 3.
哦，我刚以为他要打悟空，他打悟空的话，尼可三星有一说一，有可能真的可以死的。
Hackers backline like Dissoap, and that Nico 3 is a really big deal, and unfortunately, Kuramex is the victim of it, and that will be curtains for Kuramex, and very likely
哇
curtains
，14滴血
on
时间没
this
了。
tournament. He was not able to even secure a 5th place. Setsuko and Garchomp able to get the win. And with that, a former regionals champion has also fallen once more. Let's see what happens here. Can Garchomp potentially reverse the tides and go for that first place?
真的好有趣哦，他的那个贝尔维斯没有去吃那个 buff 的效果。哦哦，现在去吃了。
Right now for Setsuko, every single spot is a victory.
不过这比较可惜的是，他盖伦没2星，他盖伦2星的话差蛮多
And I
的
don't。think it's going to be stopping anytime soon, just in this set. That's the only spot for it. So, Setsuko now looking to piece together a big win here.
哇
There's a lot of 3
撞到
big
斗篷
shroud to start things off as well. How quickly does this front line crumble is really the big question that I have in mind. This is a ton of tight of
这个
on the other side of the board.
露露有点啊，露露打到那个贝尔维斯了，完蛋！哦，直接被秒掉。
Instantly falls to this Lulu cast. So this is all up right now to this Aurelion Soul to get it done. Overwhelmed at this point. Setsuko is going to be falling here. Just whenever this cast is taking place, the Edge Knight holds on for one more cast, but that is out in 5th. But that's pretty good, I think, all things considered. Setsuko is sitting at 22 points. Just needs to not have bomb out performances in these last 2 games. Check 1 on the first.
这个悟空3星。
Has the 5 mech in. Now, there's a couple of questions on whether or not Hacker is worth it at this point, and you can start to play around with different ideas of it, but I think it still is.
我觉得骇客还蛮不错的，悟空可以冲进去转人的话，其实还蛮不错的，骇客蛮不错的。
We'll just have to find out. It's gonna be a matchup between Bossus and Garchomp. One of these 2 titans, the 2 strongest boards in the lobby, one of them has to lose.
尼可3星跟露露3，露露应该打不过啦，对对
I'm
对。
looking at this
打
from
不过
both angles. My eyes keep darting back and forth to each side of the board right now because Deepay is looking like they're going to fall pretty easy.
这个悟空，这个悟空，这个悟空，这个悟空想干什么？这个悟空想干什么？齐天大圣想干什么 ？What the fuck？
Overcome a Nico 3. I'm going to be honest with you, Dan.
I mean, it kind of depends on positioning. Wukong 3 can assassinate the Nico before she's able to.
你们哦，被女枪大天使给秒掉了。
Shotgun blast to the face. 32 life for Dissoap, who's guaranteed top 2, it feels like, and then 3 players at 1 life and below. Garchomp gets another heart emblem. Dissoap.
法包
Go for this fiddle
法包
slice
给
two with
给
the
那个
jewel
真娜
gauntlet.
笑
I
死
believe he has a fiddle pair on the bench. Bossus goes going for
啊，
matchup.
他有那个费了几个2
Pretty
星。
powerful stuff based on their
哦，有的。
composition. Let's see how
他
Dissoap
换什么
continues to？ count
哦
out.
他不要
And
骇客
he
了
is taking out the hacker. I agree with this. I generally felt like hacker was good up until a certain point. The only thing is, he's going up against Garchomp. And Garchomp is an opponent that he actually wants the hacker up against. So you can see him. He's not revealing it right away. He's thinking about it pretty deeply. But where does Wukong
他打 Garchomp 的话，他会需要把那个悟空3星送到尼可3星的脸上，否则尼可3星绝对会把他其他队友给弄死。哦，对，这个站位完美，这个站位完美。
I am so worried for everybody right now. I will say that this is a great spot for this Wukong right now, but this Nico 3 has healing online as well, and the rest of Dishsoap's board is falling instantly to what this has. Well, back-to-back casts, 3 casts in a row for Wukong, takes out a Nico 3. Dan, that is not at all what I expected to see. Nico 3 falls to Dishsoap, and on the left side, D-Pay is now fighting for his life, and it looks like he's gonna get away with it as well.
Shit!
My God, immaculate choice here from Dishsoap to position it in that way, and honestly, I think Garchomp thought that front line was good enough, but forgot about one thing. You need to make sure you're on the opposite corner. The front, if you pick the opposite side and chose to play A1 instead of A7, it might have been a completely different scenario because Nico would be able to wipe everything and have strength in numbers. You saw once Wukong started getting the Axiom Arc and the Thrill, it was game over, and because of that Hex range increase, Wukong was able to touch with the very tip. He got the tipper
可以，这站位其实也不错。女枪可以最后再来处理。
The positioning for D-Pay is exactly what he wanted.
Wukong having a little bit of time to chew through this back line. It's taken a bit much. And now Miss Fortune's getting ramped up. The rest of the board is gone. And we saw what happened last time. This Miss Fortune was able to clean things up.
现在开大的话就有机会。哦，完了。Oh, nice.
Side to start things off. That's not what you want to see.
赢了，结束。
Hit Dishsoap takes a first place. The miracle has begun. Back-to-back first places look like that they're needed, and the first one is accomplished.
What the fuck?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, conditions are starting to clear. That's why we were saying can't do the math until everything is said and done. Dan, we didn't get a chance to finish our conversation before we went into the game, but I was going to ask you what you thought might be able to be kind of that key to play for first place. Was Wukong 3 on your radar? Wukong Cyclone? Was that at all anything that crossed your mind to answer that?
Not when you answer that question, but not when you ask that question, but it is actually a composition that you have to trust players like Dishsoap that they understand what they're doing. It's not just like a meme, like, okay, I'm out of the tournament, he's just picking Wukong 3 for fun. Dishsoap is a person that has studied every line possible in the game. He is incredibly thorough. There's Dishsoap, and then there's players who just say, I'm gonna play 1 or 2 comps, and that's going to be it. Dishsoap's the other extreme of that. He keeps himself open to every possible line, and I leave it up to him to understand how to make that Wukong work. And also, it's not like everything was smooth sailing. You saw how he had all the Wukongs in the world, and then all of a sudden, it felt like he rolled 40 gold and missed, and I was so scared for him. If he missed that Wukong 3 at 3-1, that might have been his game right there. But the fact that he was able to still stabilize, still stay at 10 gold, and then from there, identify exactly what he was trying to do, a combination of good items, and buy this time for Hacker, right? You saw him take out things like that Pike.
新玩法。
For Hacker, I know I suggested Hacker from the very beginning, but he didn't take that until way later in the game. Excellent execution and flawless positioning from Dishsoap.
我已经看他直播。哦，他也在看。
Flawless? I don't think it mattered.
Perfect timed victory here for Dishsoap, and now all of a sudden he's in contention to potentially make it to day 3. Is he able to do it one more time?
I mean, it is definitely looking likely, especially if Dishsoap can keep up with what he's been able to do with creative boards and amazing game in lobby B as well. Because this is gonna wrap up game number 5.
现在多少分？
Robin's dead.
啊，罗宾哥哥没啦，罗宾哥哥没啦。
Oh, fucking just fucking send it. Send it for my energy. Fuck it. You won't get banned. You'll get timed out just because it's not allowed. But like, fuck it.
Oh my god, that is heartbreaking to see. I can't believe that. I feel like I'm like in a fictional TV show right now where Dishsoap is pulling these miracles out of nowhere. Robin Songs is getting 8th. This is just wild to see the way these standings are pacing out right now. DQA in 7th, Sox in 6th. Like, my gosh, this is just so much. Like, I didn't think that could happen. Yet here we are. This is wild.
It is, but I think that speaks a lot of volume to just the level of competition that we have at this NA Regional Finals. Robin Songs, DQA, these are the veterans of TFT It's all about the new guard that we're ushering in over here. I'm gonna just stop what I'm saying. What?
Just as Dan is talking about how don't you know don't just exclude anima from your opening game plan. This is underplayed. Of course, here we are. Dan.
哦，最后一场了，最后一场。
Fuck, man. That's a lot of Hydras, man. That's kind of a lot.
Stop ignoring Anima Squad. It's actually quite decent. DK also got a really
Yeah, no Hydras. I don't allow Hydras. No Hydras.
play it, and it's not just like, oh, I had Soul Leader. Yeah, of course I'm gonna do that, but like he picked Sunfire for it, right?
You know, score one by 4 points. Is that my only condition?
8888. I'm 8888. Wow.
Like,
honestly though, like it's my fault, man. Like I played Sure Shot 2 games in a row, and then one game I tried to play Jin, but it missed. And then, I mean, I played like shit this entire tourney. I only played Laser Core 1 game. It's like that's my most like comfort comp. Played it 1 game.
I think Juku is pretty much there as well, and Robovan I believe got top 3, so he should be kind of secured. Everybody else though is not 100% locked. There's a few people who are very much guaranteed, but there's only going to be 1 or 2 spots.
No top 4 isn't possible. No, because impossible.
现在是谁？Dissolve 差3分 ，Ripple Drive 跟那个 Bustle 都一样是23分 ，Socks Robinson 应该是没了。Guard Chump 把。 对，这个 Guard Chump 也没了。等一下，25。哦 ，Guard Chump DK Kermax。这三位应该很难，因为他们要求这个 Russell 跟 Setsuko 就是拿第8名，然后只拿1分，所以这17分的应该也是没机会。所以 Cottontail Dissolve、Ripple Drive 这3个人要尝试能够挤进去。 然后Ripple 跟 Bustle 是同分的，所以是有机会的。OK。
Because I believe where Admirable and I drop off, and Casanova and Cronin get to finish off the game. It's been a long day, 8 games, but we're finally at the end of finding out who's going to join us in the final lobby.
What an exciting time to be able to take a look at the final hurdle that these players have to overcome in order to get to that next step of playing in that final lobby tomorrow. But you're right. Unfortunately, Frodan and Admirable, we do have to say goodbye to you for tonight, but you're gonna be back tomorrow, so hopefully you're able to get some good rest and enjoy the game. Dan, final thoughts from you. What did you think of today, and what are you excited about for tomorrow?
I mean, today was really cool. Like, today was really about the story of some of the other underdogs that we have promised to be on the come up. You're looking at Replay finally putting in those results from today. You're seeing Robovan also continue to follow up. Kindle Gem, we're not really talking about the superstar that represents like the average player that is not really talked about. He's from competitive TNT Discord. I'm more than happy to talk about them all because they're going to be joining us tomorrow for the final lobby. But right now, all attention is on Bosso skills. You have Ripple Overdrive and you have Dissoap and Contail. I can't wait to see what happens just from a fan perspective because no matter what, it's going to be an exciting finish.
For sure. I can't wait to see what's going to happen either. Admirable, what about you? Final thoughts on the day?
We've said enough. Let me watch the game.
Okay,
Show
all
me
right,
the game.
you got it. With that, we're going to take a short break so we can get ready.
废话好久，废话好多，我也要看。话说我刚刚那一场
I don't know how the tiebreakers work out. Like, if one of them goes fourth, I don't know if that's good or bad for me. Okay, what are the tiebreakers again, by the way? It's high number of first places. So, I mean, if I win, I have tiebreaker over both, right? Because I would have 2 firsts. So I just have to go first. And then they have to go below third. Or one of them does. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna go first and not think about it.
Bro. 啊，这是 the seventh 啊，让我看一下，我看一下其他人玩什么。这德莱文嘛，德莱文就第8名，没有什么问题。金克斯女枪。Oh, I'm in the fucking diamond lobby. That's why. 一泽，一鸣。This could have been me. 我刚其实可以玩这个的。对，我是可以玩这个的，可惜了。尼拉、莫甘娜、米克。哎呀，我开局其实很棒的，我那个逆运的开局其实很棒的，就只是装备很差。然后我不应该玩那个挑战，这2个可以走的。然后其实这也可以走，就是刚普朗克级到后期就其实没有什么关系了，它也可以走的。我可以调4挑战，我可以只留2挑战，留菲欧拉，然后我们可以走442。所以玩那个442的方法其实才是对的。但主要问题是什么呢？我没有其他更好的装备。442的话，我其实有点想要很多攻击装，但是我装备就是逆命3件，尼拉3件就没了，就是普通就很正常的开局。我不是很想要坦装，所以我没有想要就转442。
I mean, for competitive integrity, we have to play normally. And if we play normally, we're gonna go another 8th. So it's not even my fault, right? It's not even my fault. I'm just playing normally. Like, is this a guard breaker angle? Battle mage. Future sight. Fuck future sight. I missed everything. Oh, should I roll for underground?
Waiting on who? Also, no, oh, waiting on Crom.
I'm not gonna sign anything yet because I'm blue streaking. Because I could get there could be a double item carousel. Also, if I'm playing Animal Line, I can't slam Last Whisperer.
All right, fuck it. Just home in a double gadgeted.
This is probably just a Vayne's strongest board into Jhin again. Oh! Boss champ? Win streak animas?
Hmm?
This guy took sure shot heart. Sivir too! Watch, he's gonna fucking hit everything. He's gonna do well. And you're gonna be like, ah, dude, sure shots suck. Sure shots suck. Yeah, sure shots fucking suck.
Zen Monk activated. Mort Dog, hook me the fuck up. I don't care what you hook me up with, but like, give me something. Okay, we're starting. Fuck, I just lose carousel, get another blessing in disguise. Okay, there's no way, because I could have accidentally gotten cloaked that last game, which would not have been good. So I think I try to go for tier still. Oh, it's this carousel. Go for sword,
I mean, it's time, right? It's time.
Oh, Ari,
I'm going for 10 cash out. I'm going for 10 cash out.
Ari, what are you doing, Ari?
我们来看一下。
I think I go popping for blitz.
看 this over。
Okay,
他是能够第一的话，他应该能挤进去。他应该能挤进那个明天的比赛。
Gadget plus Uno. He's underground 2-1. Oh god. And he has a Gnar. Well, it's gonna be a hard fought first. Rod, yikes. Yikes.
Uh-oh. 这装备 哇，这装备
Wait, it's full. It's either full item or I get extra gold here because I already got 6 gold. Okay, but items might be saved if it's full thingy.
这装备有一点小尴尬
or something like that. Obviously, want GP pair. I want to buy Wukong Fiora, and I guess I hold Kale over Lucian. What?
What?
Oh, am I just dumb? I might just be dumb. I think I might have just gotten 3 gold. Yeah, I just got 3 gold remover. Never mind, never mind. Oh, that's not good. I just got 3 gold remover. Star Guardian Heart.
Star Guardian Heart Cybernetic.
I think I just take Uplink Slime Death Cap on something. Hope I can tempo. There's no way I'm rerolling a silver.
This 阵容要玩什么？ 哦，好像还行，跳决斗转。
Just playing Lulu for sure. 5 Lulu. AFK Wukong 2. Morgana's great. I probably just play more double if you are right. Feels kind of bad selling Wukong pair, but getting the belt on, I don't think I built Morgana. I mean I have remover, right? Remover. That might make it okay. Okay. I can see it with remover. Because last time I greeted Cyber on Morgana last time, it did not feel very good. Also, this DP guy is extremely strong. Nice. Didn't get second win on this front line.
冈普朗克好痛哦，我操！
Maybe I should just frontline my Morgana then, if I'm gonna belt her. She's like my tankiest unit, basically. LeBlanc. Oh, Nyla's great. That was actually fantastic. Why'd I sell that? That's my 4th duelist.
他把4决斗给卖
I might have brain damage.
他把4决斗卖了，他这边应该上5，然后开4决斗。
I mean, it was like
现在没有了。
I just saw Kale. I was like, okay, that's a piece of shit. I'm selling her ass. Like a bot.
没关系，3连胜有保住，还可以接受。
4 underground. Also, I hate to root against Kerm's downfall, but I'm glad I'm 4-0ing him here. Need him to die, so I can win the game. I mean, if he goes second, it's good. Like, it's really good for me if he goes second. So maybe I prefer that timeline. Spat. I can go mascots here.
Spatula.
But I have like no mascots opener at all. Okay, it's already gone. Get the Sunfire down. Can also just go like Rod because Rod kind of synergizes with the Rod, does it not? Sword's also okay. I might go Sword here to finish up. I'm trolling. I'm just trolling. Okay, whatever. I'll go Sunfire. It's definitely Sword, so I can finish off GP item though, for sure, for sure. Oh, Warwick.
Oh,
I mean, I have a Death Cap slammed. Maybe the admin's good. Thrill admin. Huh. A little awkward. I mean, it's probably worth it. Most likely tier.
水滴冈普朗克，哎呦，勒布朗啊，我以为水滴冈普朗克的。
I mean, if I had a Mordekaiser on stage 2, I could play laser. That obviously isn't possible. I'm making a joke, but I mean, this is the fucking stage 2 Mordekaiser angle. Also, I have to win or else my econ is kind of fucked. But this admin helps me a lot. Like Thrill. Thrill's really good for sure.
拉克斯两星，这是可以用的吗
I mean, I could drop GP carry and play Lux carry. I feel like that's only better when I get to play Nyla. So, it's not better. Nice, I fought the open guy. Also, I'm probably gonna remove the Sunfire from off a Morgue, but I kind of want to wait. It was fun in the matchups that I was in.
Hmm. 露露，人家是露露。对啊，那个日炎那个摩甘娜也有电刀摩甘娜的效果，好吧？他就拿了一个棒子，他只能玩那一批啦，这场。哦，你啦
I like how. That's it. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
装备有一点小尴尬，有一点点小尴尬，人字旁的。哦，你那两星哦 ，That's really good.
I have Vayne. And that's probably just better than this by now. Probably keep admin over Morgana. Hurts me though.
日炎冈普朗克，笑死。fail 了，那不错。
Hero Augment sucks, but I can't really do anything about it. Maybe I should have played Oxforce just for thing. Might come to fuck me. Or yeah, I might get fucked here. Hero Augment is not good. I mean, if it's 4 cost, it's fine. Oh, I might have trolled the game. I mean, I think Silver's the least likely for Hero. My bad, guys. Like, actually, my bad. Fuck. My bad, guys. I'm trolling. Aim assist? There's no way. This is Vitality? There's no way I'm gonna win the game with Vitality. What do I need? I just pray for threat. Like, I just hit the random threat. I go Hex deck, actually. Okay, I just go Hex deck. I play, not Riftwalker. I just play Aesol. I can live with that. I can for sure live with that.
想玩怪兽，这有点难搞。老实说，有点难搞。它的过渡还不错。
No, Annie here hurts a lot. Maybe it's fine. Oh, we're fucking chilling. Wait, we're chilling. Okay, we're chilling. We are chilling. Chilling. Being chilling.
这场应该是有可能是进龙王，或者是怪兽机甲，或怪兽龙王配上随机的卡米尔。
Rod tier. I go like maybe I actually like duo Viego this game. Play 5 Renegade. Hopefully I win this round because I spike so much next turn. This guy took gifted. Oh, this is the one guy I don't want to position like this against, but he's pretty weak, right? Hopefully I'm fine.
拿姆四一星，潘森一星，
还可以。
你拉开。
Oh, my Camille? Okay.
可以。
GB didn't get throw procs, but it should be fine, right?
可以。
Okay, now I got both the throw procs.
前排质量太高了，他前排质量超高。
Wait, we're fine, right? Okay, that was way closer than
差一点，超危险的。
Actually, a fucking shaker. Oh, this guy also swapped. I need to keep my GP safe. Viego's good. Aesol's insane.
哇，这个龙王太可怕了吧
！Spark is probably a mess item here.
啊，龙王没了，好可惜。
Open tier, open rod. Yeah, Spark is the best. I can go Shiv as well. Shiv is always so good. Just have to get Shred here. I think Spark is better than Shiv in my spot though, because it lets me play around Viego.
啊，没了，可惜，颠倒。
Go Shiv then.
他可以用电刀逆命或电刀龙王，反正他有那个一星的那个海克斯，他不太。
Pike 2.
哦，派克2星。
Okay, I drop for this. I mean, I just make it and don't drop anything, I guess. Can't drop throw. Can't drop Annie. I don't care about Bane 2. I mean, 4 duelists, how good is it? It's okay. Abin's way better.
我感觉这感觉超怪的。派克2星没有比较强，超怪的，这感觉超怪的。他没有4条阵的话，感觉超怪。没有那个 AI 也感觉超怪，所以他不能上这个派克2星，好怪啊！
Did he just cash out? Looks like he did.
Oh, Kermux.
Pretty weak, I think.
开箱了。
My GP get some throw procs. We're chilling. Wake the fuck up, GP. Okay, Nala. Good job. Should be enough.
可以。掉连胜了，哇塞，哇不是赛斯吧？哇，福耶哥盖伦。
I've no renegade though. Like I could do Bing and carry Viego. Is that better? It has to be there. Like it has to be, right? It has to be. That seems better to me. In my head it is. If I'm wrong, the game sucks, I guess. Game sucks if I'm wrong.
潘森3星，赌露露成功赌到露露了。露露潘森3阶段。
Wrong side for this guy. He has double lock it. I don't know if I win.
2鸟盾，好可怕。
Huge Yasuo for him. Yeah, I'm just dead. I'm not dead, but like I lost my streak.
可惜没有吃到10连胜。
I don't know if I win my matchups. Like my opponents are strong. This guy's fucking.
生人口，然后没有吃到连胜，好可惜。
Duelist with TF. Whatever. Streak for this long is good.
真的好奇怪哦，派克2星错的。
How many people are playing Viego? Maybe one.
这感觉超奇怪。
Ace and just drop Viego completely.
露露插个蓝 buff.
Maybe 2. Oh fuck.
插个回
2,
血。
3 people playing Viego.
大
Sword
剑
item.
哇。接什么诡异的装备啊
JG probably. Like it probably has to be JG in my setup. I just cyber uplink for now. I have no healing. I go healing on him for sword, or I could just pivot Acel again.
感觉应该是要去玩剑了。
Doing a big sack here. Hopefully I can just hopefully I can kill some shit.
Wow, 不错啊。只输个几人口。
Blitzkrieg actually counters the fuck out of me, man. I mean, good loss.
2人口很棒了，2人口很棒了。可以。哦，1人口哦，差一点点。
Blitzkrieg probably block like 10k. I mean, it only it doesn't show the full. Ox Crest, Admin Crest. I don't want any of these. I just want combat.
应该低了。
Oh,
Renegade
Crest actually good.
Renegade 不错。
I already have Sunfire. I actually think it's Renegade here. I can go 5 Renegade. I think Renegade's only takeable with this. Also, it's good with uplink.
他可以现在先给勒布朗。
I mean, I don't think it's worth spreading uplink here. I'll just put it on the Blanc.
或者他给的是卡米尔2星吗？他是给的是勒布朗还是给卡米尔
？Yeah, that's not good though.
哦，不会给勒布朗，他给什么 ？Renegade 还有谁？应该是卡米尔啊，不应该就是给送一只卡米尔吗？所以他应该可以合两星卡米尔，对不对 ？Renegade Spat 是给什么？塞拉斯
？That's not good.
塞拉斯卡米尔，应该不是卡米尔。如果卡米尔的话，他会先用2星的。哇，这一家露露。这看起来好像赢，但其实不会赢的，这不可能赢的。
Bro, this Panth.
这只是看起来而已，并不会赢的。大家在这一家是不会赢的。
Sacco more. Oh, Vex is nice. Alright, I mean, like, I could actually live with only hitting 1 gen. I just need to hit Viego too. Level at 0, 8. Like, what the fuck is, like, okay. Like, sure, man. You're just a fucking beast. Nice. My contesters are both 0 gold. This guy's 2 Viegos, 2 gens. 1 Viego, 1 gen. Drop Nyla, drop Fiora, play Rift. Can also just pivot into Acel completely. Really bad loss.
Oh, 人口输的有点多。
I'm on 3rd pick here. $55. I mean, I need a Gen 2 Viego too this game, or else it's kind of doomed, isn't it? I mean, DP is probably gonna die. He's level 710. 25 HP. Ripple's 34 HP as well. Oh, what the fuck? I probably just go Viego here, right? Titans Viego. If I hit, it's insane. I think Deep is going for it. Yeah, fuck, man. That's so bad. What? I can go GS, DB Titans, DB Titans, DB Titans.
他要死电竞嘛？那这样装备好怪啊！他镜不会拿到3神，然后他龙兽也不会拿到3神。福耶哥也很难拿到3神，如果他要那样合装备的话。牛羊星有没有镜？只要1只就可以了。哎呀
，Oh brother, oh brother, oh brother，
没有。 完了。
That is not good, brother. Brother, I repeat, that is not good at all. Also, I can't even stun Titans because, like, it's not even good. Because I don't have any healing. I mean, I want to drop shit, I want to drop so much shit on my team.
那你们上8没有滴到牌就是5连败了，5连败这样就是30滴血。然后如果5-1还是没有滴到牌的话，就会下去。哇，原本开局很棒，现在变得超可怕的。
Also need Jin so I can, like, make my board and slam my items. Like, I don't have anyone to hold this Deathblade. Don't even want to make Annie. Okay, I guess I can hold Deathblade on this. Like, this is also probably better than TF. Or TF is probably better to item mode here. I don't even want this dog shit. Lucian, I'm not even playing if I renegade until I hit Jin. Maybe I should have sacked one. I mean, that's fucking hindsight, isn't it? That's just hindsight, man. Chain this for now, sure, GG's. He's Viego too.
Wow,
Yeah, I actually thought this was a good loss, but it's a 5-unit loss, man. Okay, good job.
上八滴不到算运气不太好，太早上8没滴，选择吧。哇，这跟运气不运气是没有什么关系的。他上8这边就算滴也不一定滴得到嘛。他只要主要问题是他什么呢？他只要一张进，就可以了。
Honestly, I might actually play the blank here.
所以刚刚不管怎么样都是上8滴的。 因为没有上8滴，你看就是没有进的话，它就是30滴血；有进的话，它就可以能够保血量。
Sword。
但是本来能够滴到牌的运气就很低，就那个概率很低。但是滴到那个
I can go BT, but then my items are
那个叫什么
per chain. That's actually fine.
滴到的话性价比又很高，所以那边一定要滴的。哦，这勒布朗要做吗？ 卡米尔，哇
！Should have bought that. I should have bought that for sure.
啊，龙王没拿到，完啦！近，然后近代日炎，然后巨杀，
Oh, it's on Pike. It's on Pike. It's chain on Pike. It's chain on Pike.
哎呀，没了。
Fighting Vayne 3. Fuck, would you give up on Aesol? I mean, I kind of have to. I already spent too much gold.
没了，这样 Diso 没有明天了。
Nice Viego too. Actually massive. Have to sack one. Hopefully Deepay dies, hit Jin 2 off the fucking rip somehow. Do I commit Ruby here to get this Pike an item?
这龙王应该带这个电刀加那个
is worth it.
加那个叫什么
Pike casting super important, isn't it?
叛徒转。
This guy's Zephyr.
他龙王应该要带那2个装备的。他想要那个击杀回血的斧耶格，击杀回血的 AI 效果，给斧耶格。尽量新龙王，双大天使 ，biang。
Gen 2 Aesol too.
没秒掉，可惜。
Maybe my Viego just turbo carries. I mean, he kind of is. He whiffed.
He
just whiffed.
有人空大了，有人空大了。
If he didn't whiff there, I actually win this, don't I?
斧耶格空大了。
Debate 1? Oh, yeah, it's over. I lost. Rip Originals. Oh wait, not Rip Originals? Not Rip Originals. I mean, I could like Echo, or I could Cinder over Echo. Pretty sure I can't. Dude, I'm just gonna play this board. Hopefully it's enough.
没啦，没啦，又有一个人被我看死啦，又被我看死啦。这打不过的，人家是什么海克斯？我的天哪
！TF2，
人家是海克斯也太可怕了。
He didn't reset. He just died. Am I dead? I'm looking kind of dead, aren't I? Okay, one more? Okay, we're not dead.
Oh,
I won.
Wow.
What?
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
Gen 2. Like, I'm actually pretty sure I'm strongest lobby with Gen 2. Like no cap. No cap. Guardbreaker Gen, I guess. I can go ZZ. Has to just be Guardbreaker though. Just get third damage item down.
怎么读呢？好像我。
Deepe's
朋友
dead.
开卷不出来，上期上完结局很怪。我上一把不也这个样子？我上一把我自己玩的那个挑战也很怪，我也觉得感觉怪怪的。就是我上9的那个上9到一半的时候，我就味道好像有点问题。
Actually nothing. He's so bad. Like what the fuck are you doing, man? I gave you 3 items to do less than 1500. He did less than his Annie.
进呢 ？Hello？ 啊，这
man，
这维可斯可以卖了，继续低。
But I'm pretty sure I had the stack. I mean, I could have gone Acel over like LeBlanc, but then I lost Thrill. The Thrill, I've been so good at my spot. I don't think it was worth it. He has double Zephyr. Oh man.
这要怎么打？打不了啊。希尔3线。
Zephyr 3, Garen 2. I feel like my Viego's gonna get stunned.
盖伦，福耶哥开的技能开的位置很尴尬。
Good Pike stun though, huge Pike stun actually. Oh, huge Viego.
Oh, Viego. Oh shit.
Okay. Just a Jin.
Oh, nice. 哇，带走了。
Don't I also need Basso or Ripple to also die as well? Like, first is not even enough if they both fucking top 3.
进有没有？
Jen.
再一下。哎呀。
We didn't. We missed.
哎呀。
Level 3. And this guy is just has a
没了，这4家他都打不过。除非福耶哥像刚刚，其实刚刚那10家他也打不过，只是福耶哥最后那几个大招开的很棒。他有2个大招开在那个希维尔身上了，所以才打得赢的。哎呦，差点没有吸到，吓死人。打不了啊。除非福耶哥 reset 没了。
He got the Oxforce bug! He got the Oxforce bug! Ah! Mort! Fucking Mort bug! This stupid fucking bug, man! What is this? Like my Oxforce just didn't work!
有人被我看死了。
For Dish, somebody we had high expectations for, we still do, just not quite being able to get it together here in the top 16. But such an impressive show from a low roll spot to try and hang on a little bit longer. And now what is left, Crow and his Basso and Ripple Overdrive fighting to outplace the other.
有人被我看死了。
And in the other lobby, Cottontail is still a factor that we'll have to see about. We might not be able to tell you exactly who makes it through after all this. If Ripple or Basso gets a
不是啊，三组口这个阵容是什么鬼啊？ 也太鬼了吧！这是什么东西啊？他的海克斯是什么屌玩意儿啊
Day3 of the North American Finals, being a favorite to win alongside Setsuko, right? Those were a lot of the picks to win it all. We're not going to be seeing Dussoap any longer. We'll have words to say about that a bit later on, but for now, Basso and Ripple, Restar Lee, Super's gonna be online even harder right now. Setsuko level 9 has reached 6 Spellslinger, 4 Oxforce, such a strong combination.
这个站位好好笑。
right now, Basso double
我 boss 我已经玩了，我 boss 玩了几把露露啊！哎呦，能吹到吗？能吹到 VN 吗？有，可以。我操，3鸟盾，尼拉3星3鸟盾，什么鬼？菲欧拉3星，嗯？对嘛？我刚刚是不是也可以长这个样子？我是不是刚刚可以长这个样子？哦，哇 ，VN 没有死。哇 ，VN 没死，那 Bossy 是不是没了？哦 ，Bossy 也没死。
Shooting him down to 5th place. Ripple and Basso both need the top 4, both on 1 life. Setsuko, Kurum, and Garchomp Pro still hanging on.
哇操，18、11、6、6、3，呵呵，好耶！等一下，下一把会2个人死掉，至少2个人会死掉。
Basso gets to rotate one of these Zephyrs. It's on the bench playing a Sona 1, but that's exactly.
这个阵容打得过 Setsuko 的吗？好像可以诶。他是不是手上攒了个西风？攒很哎。
Okay, but he does get the Nico. We'll see if he can break through this. Setsuko's Twisted Fate is absolutely dismantling.
哇，都没死。
Of Basso, he's got the Giant Slayer, he's got the Guard.
Oh.
Shreds everything that Basso has done. Setsuko.
Wow.
Basso down. He's going to fall to -16. He doesn't top 4. He's not going
Ripple.
to make it. Ripple survive.
只有死一个，只有死一个。18滴血的变成3滴。哦 ，Kermux， 哦 ，Kermux 不会吧？他3地下开，4地下开，不会真的吃鸡逆袭了 ？Kermux 是不是吃鸡逆袭了？
You know, Basso got almost everything he needed. Casanova, asterisk on the no blue buff Lulu. That is literally the difference there of making top 4 and not. But the components
哇，斗篷没吹到。
Ripple Overdrive versus Garchomp Pro, both 1 life. Can Ripple carry it forward?
哦，这里欧娜大招，这里欧娜大招，这里欧娜大招，这雷欧娜大招是真的有一点小离谱。这个雷欧娜 ，what the fuck？ Oh shit！ 哦哦 ，Kermux 第一。
That should do it for Ripple. He should have locked his spot and he had 23 points coming in. He's going up to 30.
其实我觉得3星露露没有那么可怕，他确实4阶段很离谱，但5阶段之后露露还是可以死的。5阶段大家阵容成型之后，人口够多的话，5阶段的露露其实没有那么强的，前提是他的装备没有完美。 而且他的海克斯没有完美。如果是个装备完美、海克斯完美的露露的话，那5阶段是没有人挡得下来。但是那很难啊，海克斯装备完美就算了，海克斯完美很难的。等一下 ，Kermux 是开了什么东西？哦，他开了个大箱，然后进了9人口是吧？哦 ，Kermux 这个阵容是长什么屌样子？为什么可以那么可怕？等一下，这个阵容太可怕了。
He's making it to day 3 to the top 8. He won't win this lobby against Kurum, but he has won the day to make it to that top 8. He's done all he needs, and Kurum gonna cap this off for
OK, Kurum 是不是？哎，结束了，最后一把结束了。Kurum 是不是晋级了 ？Kurum 晋级，然后 Disso 没有晋级。这是什么 ？DQA 打谁 ？Cotton 啊？哦。 哦 ，DK 赢了，但 DK 赢了好像没差吧？有差吗
？That means 27 points. Oh boy.
I don't.
5阶段在上哦，对啊，要是全队3星的人口，然后5阶段上到8，那对啊，真的很离谱啊。
So we can get that to everybody shortly to see who is going to be moving on to our final lobby tomorrow. But wow. There was a lot on the line there for that final game, Casanova. I feel like you and Crone were able to bring us through so many of those threads, but how does it all tie together? That's what we've got to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, we won't know for sure until the scores are tallied and they're in front of our eyes and we can get all excited about it. But Ripple Overdrive, he had 23 points. Usually the target's 28. Getting second place, that's enough, right? He got up to 30. We're pretty certain there's no way it's 30. So, you know, Ripple's made it. He's done everything he needs. We are so excited. I'm so excited for him, right? This is a player I've been watching since set 6. I was really excited about him. He did a lot of good things, but he also had key moments, you know, when he lost to Soju in an unlosable situation. You know, there were some myths that he had, but he's improved so much. And making it to regionals was the big goal for set 8, but not only has he done that, he's shattered it. He's made it to day 3, and he's someone that I still consider a threat to win this tournament, to make it to Worlds and represent North America.
I'm just remembering.
was
it mid-set or was it
Bossy
Naka Cup where like it was
Riri.
Overdrive, and then also Whale of Peace.
It was
这首差3分
barely got second to
哇 Ripple 跟 Bossy 是一样的分数，但是他的前4率 4.18 跟 4.27 比下来，所以 Ripple 走了。
Honestly, across all of the tournaments for this set, everything has kind of started to blur together.
诶，等一下，这个不是最新的吧？这不是最新的吧？这是最新的吗？
Especially when we're right there for the final hurdle for these players to make it
这好像不是
forward
最
to
新的
the
吧？
final day of the Monsters Attack and Original Finals. Let's go ahead and show everybody what's coming their way. We saw the final moment there coming through from Lobby B, where Cottontail was also able to get that second place. So
好了，
very
赶快让我
there.
赶快让我看 score sheet，
Across the way at the
吵
rest
死
of the point distribution, I feel like that's where things start to get really interesting.
快点
And so
快
that's why I
点
just
让我
wanna
看
blow
total
through this
score
really
sheet
fast because I think what everybody wants to
Let
see
me see the
is
total
final
score sheet.
overall standings. So we'll take a quick look at the
Okay, bro, let me see the fucking score sheet, man. 等一下 DQA 跟 Kermax 是不是都逆袭了？这两个人是不是都逆袭了？17分。
Yeah, I mean Lulu, we saw Bosso.
那多少？25是吗？25够吗？
Trying to go for the Lulu carry, but DQA able to make it work. Bosso not being able to get to his blue buff, right?
你知道这个人比我小1岁吗？真他妈离谱！这个人他妈比我小1岁。
But not able to get there.
真他妈离谱！这个人比我小1岁。
Let's take a look at our
Alright, let's see.
players that are moving on to the final lobby tomorrow.
哦 DQA 没有。
Points is the cutoff there, Crowan.
哦 Kermax 跟 TUA 都没有。28分呐。
Narrowly, you know, he missed out on screwing him over, but he is going to be making it into the top 8. But look at all the names.
Robinov, Milala, Replay, JQ, Setsuko, Ripple, Nojam, Depi.
Top 6 of another tournament.
I'm sorry, you back?
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Alright, this is the people making finals tomorrow. These 8 people.
24 players.
Alright, I'm done today. I fucking stream. I fucking watch.
You watched for a long time today.
I watch a long fucking time. 我他妈把 you know how many games are there today? 8.
Yeah, forget me stealing you from your girlfriend. Fucking TFT steal you from your girlfriend.
True. OK， 好，我今天到这里了。我明天那个比赛开的时候我再直播。拜拜。
Ready? Yeah. Are we going?
为啥我爬不到基因啊？因为我大概一天只能玩1场。
Simon, I'm gonna go get a Whopper.
Okay.
And some fries and a cheeseburger.
Okay, that sounds. It's fine. I ate like 6 slices of pizza. It's all good.
Nice. I'm drunk as shit, so I'm gonna be back late. I mean, I don't know how late you're staying up, but Ariel's gone, so I'll be on after I'm done calling her later.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. See you.
See you.